All right. Oh, it works right away. I'm so happy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the second day of the Better Place Pro League Cove. I really need to find a better name for that. I liked Eagle Strike so much. Maybe we need to find something similar this year. And today joining me is my dear friend Greyshot with his amazing green screen. How are you doing, my friend?
I am doing well, thank you. Yeah, had a little bit of a scare because right now I'm in Texas and there's been a bit of a winter storm, but luckily still have power. Good to go.
Yeah, let's hope that it keeps up. We had our small winter storm 2 weeks ago in Germany, where everything or all public transport and every means of transportation broke down. Let's hope it's not. You won't get as unlucky as we did. But yeah, I'm really hyped for the games today. Overall, I really enjoyed this asynchronous style of an event. I don't know how much you're keeping not in touch, but keeping track on how things are going. But the signups are amazing.
Well, I'll be very honest. I just briefly take a look at it from time to time, but it is awesome to hear that there is a lot of responses coming in and a lot of people that want to join because that shows at least that a lot of people either think like, "Hey, I got a shot," or just very excited to play against other very high level competitors.
Yeah, I really think this style also helps because people are really busy during the weekend sometimes, so they can do the games on their own time, and it's easier for them to sign up and play. Then, which kind of shows with 19 signups. I think it's not the highest sign
I need
up
to
we
change
ever
that because my
had.
camera's auto focusing between.
No worries, we'll switch seat in a second anyway. I just want to say thank you for all the players who signed up and the people who are around watching and the casters. Usually we do that at the end of the day, but I think it deserves also at the start.
Well,
So I'm
thank
really,
you.
really hyped.
Oh no, I'm excited. I can't wait to see some great co-plays with again, most likely some very high level players giving it everything they got.
Yeah, so let's switch over to the draft. Let's have a look what Reekley and Mr. Tony Montana picked and banned. So let's switch over to it. Here we go. Grayshaw is a little bit. Yeah, I can make him a little bit louder there. It looked fine on my end, but okay. Say something, please.
This is Grayshaw doing an audio check. One,
That
two, three,
should
doing an
be
audio check.
better now. All right. Chat is not complaining, so I assume it's fine. And yeah, let's have a look at the drafts. So Rickley picked Langrace, Jebel Pass, Crossing in the Woods, and Tony picked Faymanville, Tudors, and Beaches. Rickley apparently not really fun to play on Tunis, and Tony not really fun to play on Crossing. It's so interesting that people ban Tunis. I always think Tunis is the best 1v1 map, but apparently I'm wrong. Rickley is not a big fan of those more standard type maps. Really, really interesting to see. And battle group wise, Rickley is not eager to play against Kriegsmarine and Breakthrough, Armor, and Canadians. And it's kind of mirrors for Tony. He's also banned Kriegsmarine, but Luftwaffe. Yeah, basically Luftwaffe is the only different ban. The new battle groups are not that much bad, so I assume they're not that broken. What are your experience, Mr. Greyshot, with those new battle groups?
Let's see. So with the new battle groups, honestly, I think they all have very interesting strengths. It maybe not necessarily the best way. Again, for example, we're looking at like partisan units. There you don't want to fight head on necessarily. Just causing absolute chaos behind the lines seems to be the go-to. Whereas like the Sturm Pioneers and the Kriegsmarine units have been both showcasing some very like strong engagements against just your standard infantry. So again, it's just like I think all of them can be used pretty well. But again, that's in 4v4. You haven't seen a ton in 1v1, so I'm very curious to see what these players do.
I'm really hyped. And it kind of tells that Relic, even though with the new battle groups released, they're not like the most banned battle groups in the tournament, that they're not that broken. Like, people are like, they're not that bad, but they're not broken. I just want to say how the release of Coastals and Rangers were not great fun
Yeah.
times.
I mean, I go all the way back to the Co-2 with the British faction. It's like, we're gonna have all these fortifications that can't be targeted by any airstrike or artillery. Oh no. uh,
Oh, don't remind me, man. The Tiger Ace, which was able to 1v5 army, like, was able to fight 5 armies on its own. It was fun if you were on this, if you controlled the Tiger Ace, but not fun to play against it. Oh, glorious times. Alright, ladies and gentlemen.
but
Go ahead.
oh no, I was just gonna say. But again, let's see how the tools are to each of the competitors. It's up to them to use them. So let's see what they do.
Yeah. Alright. We will be back in like 2 seconds. We will sync up the replay and then start it. So don't go away. We will be back in a short moment. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the first semifinals of the new Meta Plays Pro League for Co3. We are on Langres, one of the most controversial maps, I would say, in the current map pool. And we have Mr. Tony Montana as the Wehrmacht. On the other side, we have Mr. Rickley as the USF. And what are we seeing? What are we expecting, my dear Frank Grayshot?
Certain. I can say for certain we have the Weasel out on the field, so against that special operations, and Tony Montana is bringing out the Coastal. So neither of them have picked out the brand new battle groups, but still two, I would say, very popular battle groups are being used.
Tony is the coastal mastermind. He already beat Rickley once on Langres with coastals in the same position. I'm not sure which battle group Rickley played back then, but I think it was Armored. So I'm really hyped to see how he will perform with Spec Ops. Obviously, as you mentioned, Weasel on the field and he's playing Barracks. So it kind of feels like the age of the MG spam is over. Because we see more and more Riflemen, which makes me a really happy man.
Yeah, I mean, I guess after all the balance changes, it's just pound for pound Riflemen are performing better, which is good. A frontline unit should probably be your go-to rather than let's sub it out with bazookas and MGs.
Oh, yeah. We have 2 coastals on the field and Tony already tagged. We have some skirmishes on the flank, but I think Rickley should win the fight on the 10 point of view, but Tony will deny it.
Yeah, Tony's pushing back the Weasel, and right now has way more men. We have a 3rd coastal unit on the field, so combine that with the Pioneers, he's going to be able to spread out very quickly to hopefully grab some more territory.
Yeah, map control is looking not that bad. He denied the cap on the left side and is now getting the cap on the right hand side. However, Rickley, even though has less units, was able to sneak past the front line and get the decapture on the cutoff there. So fuel income is actually equalized though.
They both have 8, just so much fuel coming on in.
Yeah, Rickley now kept his viewpoint, so it's 18 for him. And I'm not sure if Tony will regain control of the cutoff anytime soon. A Rifleman is coming in, and the second one as well. Tony is trying to pull all his units towards it, but coastals are not that great against the Rifleman.
He's in good cover, so he does get that little bonus. That provides a 25% rate of fire and accuracy, but there's just so many men, and now the engineers are moving on in with the Riflemen. I think it's just going to be too much damage. against
Oh,
them.
Satchel! Tony reacts on time though, loses a couple of models, destroys the cover, and full retreat from Tony, or nearly full retreat. Might even lose this coastal.
You have to watch out for that early satchel from the engineer squad. If they see a good target, they'll chuck. And that was a great throw. Reekley can keep the engagement up and keep the cutoff against Tony.
Yeah,
Is
Tony
no longer getting any muni.
Yeah, look at the KD, man. 19-5 for Reekley. The first engagement really went into his favor. And the Langres cutoff is something that is famous in co-history. People were cut off in this game. Thank God Reekley has no MG, otherwise the cutoff will be gone for an insane amount of time. Reekley now has fallen back, which gives Tony the time to recapture his cutoff, but the damage was done for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he upgraded the base, so now he has the Panzer Grenadier Company. So, I mean, but again, it's just one of those things that he just has so little manpower, so little fuel. I don't think he's not gonna be able to use it for some time.
Yeah, the 251 won't be out in time. Tony has basically no resource income, just 16 ammo. Reekley used the free smoke from Spec Ops Battle Group. Not sure why. I should have smoked the truck if he wanted to get some time in for the capture of the 10-pointer, but no, with the support of the rifleman, it won't matter that much. But Tony using the smoke into his favor.
Yeah, he's pulling back. We have a bunker being set up. What it could be, I'm not sure, but we'll see how he upgrades it. Oh, medical bunker.
Forward med bunker. Tony is playing the turtle, the anti-tempo strategy. Reekley had struggled in the past with anti-tempo build orders, where he lost because he kinda lacked the experience to deal with that, which units to build, how to counter this. But over the past months, he improved a lot. He beat Ray in the last tournament of the year last year.
Upgrade complete.
So I think he will be now able to deal with it really well.
Yeah, I think so too. Right now he's keeping pressure on the coastal that's in the building. We have a couple other units again. They have to reconnect the territory because Reekley just cut it off again.
The constant sitting on the cutoff. Reekley really applying a lot of pressure there. He knows how to play this map, and Tony struggles with it. He has the 251 in the queue though. However, he has no ammo for the Stummel upgrade. Obviously, you can play around with it without the Stummel upgrade. The MG on it, it's not that bad, but still. In the meantime though, we have Veterans 1 on 2 coastals already, which gives them access to the Breda MG if they're inside of a garrison. By the way, with the new changes to how you reinforce inside of buildings, this bunker is really good, right? You can fight and reinforce at the same time sitting in the building. Of course, if Tony knows that.
I'm gonna assume that's why Reekley went for the cutoff, because I believe unless that has changed, your cutoff territory, you can't reinforce. So it's like, well, we can't. If he's just going to constantly reinforce in that building, stop him from being able to reinforce by cutting him off. Yeah. But looks like right now Reekley is also bringing out something to help delay the enemy, and that would be a Greyhound.
Greyhound's in the way. However, Reekley went for the greedy approach, didn't build here and rushed Greyhound, and now he has a lot of low HP models or squads in his base, and all the map control advantage that he gained earlier went up into thin smoke. Tony should be able to regain map control, and the SSF is getting beaten down by the coastals. Looks like it. If you're motivated enough, you can beat advanced infantry.
Yeah, again, coastals, they're nothing to sneeze at. They can definitely punch above their weight with more veterancy, good cover. But I'm just looking at it, and right now that Greyhound is slowly bringing the building down, chip by chip, brick by brick.
Yeah, we will be back after 30 minutes once the building collapses. So Tony needs to get the AT gun out. He is a little bit manpower stuff though, but He should be fine though. In the meantime, Riflemen have healed fully up and no going back into the offensive. 250 though will help there greatly.
Our front line fails. 250 points
Yep,
remain for us.
Stummel upgrade is almost unlocked. Now hopefully keep the infantry from moving up too much. But right now I think Reekley is just prepping for his attack. I think he wants the building gone before he launches.
Yeah, he's slowly destroying the building. I doubt that Tony will lose the squads to it inside of the building, but you never know. AT gun is on the way. Stummel is out. Coastal should leave the building. Here we go. But I feel like Rickley is falling into the same trap as he did once he played Tony earlier last year, where he was so focused of bringing down the defensive from Rickley that he kind of gave up map. But oh, I'm mistaken. I'm mistaken. Actually, he is playing a little bit taller. So, and Greyhound with canister shot will get the vibe there.
Under enemy control.
Brian, SF Commandos
Oh,
are helping to engage.
Nicely done. Stummel Smoke saves the day. Really well microed.
I mean, you know, solid pullback by Tony. Is able to keep his units alive, able to fight. It's a huge win. Now the Stummel can start hitting those SF Commandos from afar.
Second bunker is coming up. It's inside of the base, so I assume a second heal bunker.
Converting bunker to a medical facility.
Because you never
Nice shot
can
with
have
the-
enough heal, how it looks like it. AT guys on the field. Oh, Greyhound is really low. Tony has no ammo though for the... He smokes the bunker off to save the day. And no repairs it.
Can we? SF Commandos fire directly at it, but they're
Bunker
forced
goes
away.
down,
Oh, Greyhound's like not today.
Research completed.
though. Oh,
I love that.
It should
Go
have
ahead.
cancelled the repair the Mad Bunker base though, the upgrade. He could have used the blinding shot from the Stummel to kill the Greyhound. So Greyhound will get away. But map
Alright,
control is
unfortunately-
catastrophic for Tony. He kind never recovered from the early cutoff and the insane amount of manpower loss. Look at the KD, 20 to 57.
No, yeah, Tony's being slaughtered, and again, I like how Reekley, he might have lost that engagement, you know, around the bunker, even though he did destroy it and had to pull back. But right now, he just pushed in where Tony wasn't concentrated, cut him off once again, delaying any sort of additional armor.
For an officer's quarters.
Yeah, in the
and-
meantime, Rickley is getting nades. Tony is getting infantry officer quarters, so that one for his coastal. Fourth coastal is on the field.
We are losing possession of a captain. We have
And
lost
again,
control
something
of
to
a
keep in
victory
mind,
point.
Tony is like, might want to use that Stummel special shot, but the problem is he just has, well, now he has 7 Muni, but he just doesn't have the resources to
Infantry
use it.
reserve. They await deployment.
And the SSF are doing so much damage.
Yeah, they're keeping the pressure as we have 2 of them on the field
The
now,
ability is ready.
hitting Tony right where his units are concentrated at.
He gets the weasel,
Headquarters has an officer station.
so it's something. But still, man, it's looking so grim. Tony
It is looking
needs
grim.
an MG.
Well, even then, it's like the SF Commandos, they've been using that white phosphorus ability pretty damn well to force the coastals back, so I feel like he would maneuver it.
We have 100 points left.
I don't want
Again,
to be
also
a
the captain has artillery. Ugh.
yeah, I don't want to be a bad sportsmanship, but I think Tony is dead.
Well, as you say that, here comes some P-47s to strafe Tony outside of his base. Once they
Yeah,
target the pack gun.
he will lose. Yeah, he's not getting on the map. Triple cap incoming, basically 0 map control. I think he's...
We do not hold any victory points.
He got outplayed there by Rickley.
Yeah.
75
No, I
remaining
think you're
to
right.
all
I think Reekley played it smart by going in for the cutoff. Tony wasn't able to get a lot of resources
Oh.
to really like build up an army. Oh, great shot though!
Detonates the mine. However, there is no follow-up, so Greyhound should make it home. Unless the Stubel is super greedy. Here we go. Stubel goes in. Could attack on ground. Through the smoke. Should have... Can't chase. His attack on grounding again. Is not getting the vibe. Did a lot of damage though to the engineer.
Hold firm. We have only 50 enemy forces.
But in the grand
Yeah.
scheme of
Yeah.
things, it does not matter.
Ability
No, the engineers
activated.
survived long enough to do some repairs. Stummel has barely any health thanks to the SF commandos firing bazookas, I believe through the smoke. And yeah, it's looking grim. It's looking very grim with 30 points remaining.
Concrete fortification. Shall be
New
reserved
bunker,
and
but
maintained.
bunker
Meet your
needs
standards,
already to
Commandant.
get smoked. Is it an MG bunker? No ammo though. Tony even he has a bunker. Can't get any upgrades.
It's make it to it's made to appear as if there's a defense gonna happen in that. All right, drop
Yeah.
bullets and shots away.
Why is the bunker
All right.
NGG has been called? What a show of force from Wrigley. 1-0. Yeah, if you don't play with an MG with coastals on long race, things are not that healthy for you. But yeah. And yeah, towards the YouTube chat, Partisans were not played today, obviously, because it's the first game of the day that we casted. I think on Friday we didn't see them either. They're kind of in the limbo where some players swear they're broken as hell and some people think they're useless. So, yeah. But anyway, we'll be back with game number 2 in a couple of seconds. So, yeah, grab something to drink, something to eat, and we'll see each other in a sec. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, after kind of a show of force from Mr. Wrigley, we are back on long race. Can Tony Montana redeem himself or will he fall back? Obviously, in a best of 5, losing one game is not the end of the world, but definitely a moral or a big blow to Tony's morale that he lost 500-0. So let's go. We have Tony as the USF. On the other side, we have Mr. Wrigley as the Wehrmacht. What are we seeing? What are we expecting, my dear friend Grey Shot?
Well, I would say Reekley definitely has a bit of morale boost, giving a quick victory in the last round. But again, switching to the Wehrmacht, he has chosen with a Grenadier Pioneer and a Kettenkrad start. And so far, no battle groups. Neither of them have picked any battle groups initially.
Yeah, no early game battle groups, which it's I think for a Wehrmacht kind of understandable. Well, it kind of means no last stand, because last stand's I think an insta pick, so it's kind of more like breakthrough or mech. Meanwhile, for Tony it's really interesting, right? No insta pack means no spec ops, so is it partisans or is it advanced infantry? So
My money would be on advanced infantry. Rangers lead the way, but we'll see. Maybe he's one of the, as you mentioned, between games, partisans can go either way. So we'll see what he thinks of them.
I really hype to see partisans. It's such a funny battle group. The micro text is insane, and if done correctly, it's incredibly unfun to play against. But it's amazing to watch.
Oh, we do have an interesting choice. Tony is going with the 4x4. I would assume we would see this more with like an armored battle group. US armored, but I guess we're just seeing it as a fourth call. Okay.
Yeah, Tony likes to play double Rifleman into Jeep. He did it in the earlier rounds, basically every game that he played as USF. So he's definitely a fan of it.
Is it my assumption would be, is it because he enjoys like with this unit he could bring out a mortar and or a MG with it and then help his.
Yeah, I think he. Not sure if he used it as a weapon platform in the previous games. As everyone knows, I have a foggy memory of everything that happened 5 minutes ago, Kiepa. But it kind of feels like it. Right? Getting an MG with tier 2 is so incredibly strong.
Alright, well, Tony, having flashbacks what happened previously, is already going for Reekley's cutoff. Trying his absolute best. He's right outside of the point, though. Waiting for reinforcements, it looks like.
Yeah. But Reekley has triple Grenadier out, and he's sitting in green cover. I don't think Tony can push the cutoff right away.
Reekley makes the first move, moving up with his Grenadiers.
Oh, Pioneer has to go home.
Enemy forces are converging
In
on
the
a fuel
meantime,
point.
Captain is capping on the flank. We don't see that much Captain play in the recent days, so I'm really interested. Oh, Jeep gets killed!
Quarter ton truck destroyed.
Nice move by Reekley. Knocks out the 4x4. No repairing for that vehicle. One Grenadier pulls back, but looks like the other two are still holding and fighting.
Yeah. Third Rifleman is coming into the mix. More grenades out. Reekley wasted all his ammo for basically no damage. And I think he will lose the cutoff. We have an MG42 now, which Tony will spot any second. Gets a double suppression. Pioneers rushing in. I think the 5 model Rifleman could have soft retreated there. And it kind of means cutoff will stay under Reekley's
Commander, it's done.
control. However, Reekley bled a lot of manpower. 30 to 3 kills. That's not a healthy KD, even as Wehrmacht.
Riflemen are being upgraded.
But in the
That's
meantime,
true, but
Katten got the cutoff from Tony.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's like he was so focused on getting the 1, he didn't realize his own was being cut off. And again, that Kettenkrai is just quickly placing mines, decapping territory. It's been very helpful while the infantry battle's been going on.
And thanks for the raid, Shark. Welcome to game number 2 between Tony Montana and Rick in the semifinals. We are on Langres. And let's have a look how this plays out.
Reports of enemy
Rickney
movement
was
down
able to
Victor
defend his
Point.
cutoff, however, took some heavy losses there, at least in the
Initiating
manpower
construction of the
department.
infantry support center.
So let's see how this plays
Now
out.
under enemy control.
Okay, and this is just me, but a point toward advanced infantry is the fact that Tony is going with an infantry support center, because you can have the cheaper reinforcement, and with more expensive infantry, that really comes in clutch.
Obviously, Rangers are not a big thing in 1v1. You mainly use it for the artillery observer, which is really good on this map, because it's basically 2 beacons cover the whole map. And the NPC horde, which is on such a small map, can easily lead to a fast base pin. But I don't know yet. Nothing was picked. Rigley, in the meantime, decided to go for mech and Luftwaffe Company.
Our territory's cut off from supply. Reconnect with it.
Right? Not a bad choice. Again, it gives them a diverse set of options for artillery, some solid armor with the Panther. I mean, yeah, I think that's a good call by him.
Yeah, we have Captain Dana on the field, and we have Motorpool right away. On the way, he has seal. He plays a little bit on the safer side. No bars, though.
Reekley just slowly grabbing more and more territory. Tony's going to need to mount some type of counterattack, because right now he is being triple capped.
It's not looking that well, but it's Langres, right? Good MG micro goes a long way over here. KD though still in favor for Tony. He sweeps the mine that the Captain planted and will now take a nade. Still no retreat. He still thinks he can win once he comes out of suppression. Yeah, with Pool onto them should easily be a victory, and Rigley retreats. So 60 ammo, don't raid for 2 models. I'm not sure if that was a deal that I would take.
Yep. But I guess it's just the longer you stay in fight, the longer the enemy doesn't have that fuel. And right now, Tony has only 8 fuel.
Yeah, fuel control is an issue on this map so far for Tony.
Yeah, Tony did go for motor pool, so he wants that light armor, but it's still going to be a minute before he can get that. Meanwhile, we have the 221 coming out, and that's good versatility for both anti-infantry and anti-armor.
Yeah, Tony has no counter to it on the field, and the anti-infantry damage from the 221 is really, really good. So Tony will be under even more pressure, and I wouldn't be surprised if he gets base locked soonish. However, Rickley is a little bit a sleepyhead. He has one model Grand sitting there, and is retreats on time. Jesus Christ. That was really, really close.
Rickley being like, watch how close I can make this.
You're a victory point.
Greyhound in the queue for Tony, no? Still no battle group.
They've captured a victory point.
Kettenkrad grabs mid. 221 again could be upgraded with its AT, so does give an option of versing the Greyhound. Right now, though, again, we have 3 Grenadiers, 3 Riflemen with a little support from the captain. So about even, I would say. We'll see if maybe we get some bars from Riflemen or Grenadiers get swapped out for something else.
All victory points.
The Captain is such a problematic unit for Tony at the moment. He loses so much map control to it. Rickley's microing it really, really well. And there's no Pioneer on the field for the infamous anti-Ketten mine.
Yeah.
Territory lost.
Alright. But he's going to pull back. 221 just following suit for protection. Let's see what this Greyhound can do as it moves to the left side of the map.
Gets the Pintle first and then the armored skirts.
So yeah, he's doubling down. He's like, this Greyhound will bring me victory.
Tony was able to defend his 10-point fuel. He needs to recapture it. Greyhound should be helpful against the Red One Grenadier over there. Do we have... We have officer quarters, right? Yeah.
Yes, we have the infantry officer quarters. Rickley did get that. Oh, and now he has an 8-rad.
And he's getting his 4th Grenadier. Grenadier heavy build. 8-rad looks like it is back on the menu after quite some time being banished into the realm where nobody wants to get it. We have Panzerbüchse upgrade now on the 221.
221 engaging the Greyhound, but very low on health. Has to be very careful. But 8-rad now dealing the anti-infantry damage, can deal with the Rifleman, pulling back, and can provide that coverage for it.
No repair from Tony yet on the field. Pioneer only no in the queue, so Greyhound has to be a little bit more careful. Obviously, it did not lose that much health, but still. Greyhound and the Panzerbüchse, 8-rad and the Panzerbüchse can easily pick off the Greyhound if Tony is not careful enough.
Yeah, one mistake in either side could lose one of their vehicles. But again, it would be more detrimental to Tony having only one. Oh, good shot by the 221 against the side of that Greyhound.
Yeah, the impact of the Greyhound was there, but now with the Panzerbüchse, the Greyhound combo, he is not able to retain map control. He's still under so much pressure.
He is. We have now we have 4 Riflemen with that extra engineer being used to heal the Greyhound. Tony, he has a lot of infantry. He has a lot of potential. He just needs to find opportunity to strike.
Yeah, map control is still a problem. Rickley is basically camping all those cutoffs on the flank and the fuel point.
And we still don't have Tony's battle group. He's still not chosen.
Yeah, with a lot of games, backups kind of becomes an interesting choice once again due to the Whizbang call-in. So basically, you play Whizbang call-in, try to get it to Veteran C1, and then jettison the launcher. If you're really resource starved and can't get tier 4 up. It kind of feels like that currently, that Tony has to do that, because I don't see him taking to tier 4 anytime soon.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Interesting play by Reekley. Doubling down with the 8 red.
In the meantime, Tony is getting bars. He wants to get some anti-infantry firepower on his rifleman, but I'm not sure if that's the right call. It feels like he needs AT on the field. The Greyhound can't just do that much. And being outzoned by the 2-1 constantly is really not helping the Greyhound. Oh, Greyhound will get there. Nope.
Riflemen are just able to force that Grenadier away. And again, infantry-wise, it looks like they are shredding the Grenadiers now, but now with 2 8-rads, the anti-infantry damage is just going to be upped even more. Man. You know what? Actually, I take that back. Tony's holding his own against both Greyhounds and the 2-2-1.
Yeah, but is he really holding or is he surviving?
He's surviving.
He's surviving,
That's
yeah.
good.
Wilco. Reinforces
As
required,
he-
Commander.
Oh.
We have them.
And Spec
There we go.
Ops.
Ready to deploy.
So we are going to do the Whizbang call in nonsense. Or are we going to see some SSF? No, he invested all his CP on the left tree. He's getting an AT gun. Now we have a nice mine from the Captain. Captain, by the way, at Veterancy 3 now. What do you get with that 3 Captain? More health and even more capture and decapture. And camouflage while moving. So basically the Captain is now capping at lightning speed.
We must act.
Yep. And also, more mines. We can see here on the far side with the 10 fuel. The Rifleman just hit a mine, lost 2 models.
Victory point is
Now the 8
falling
red's
into
going
enemy
for
control.
potential kill.
Oh, Scout have a tough retreat path. Retreat nade from Ricky. Gets a lot of HP and gets the wipe.
Scout squad.
What a move by Reekley. Again, just the timing has to be perfect, and he nailed it. Oh, nice special shot from the 2-2-1. Disables the Greyhound temporarily.
AT gun is now on the field. I really don't like the positioning of it though.
Lost. No contact.
Can't get shots on the 8 red due to the hedge.
Yeah, and he misses the shot on the 2-2-1. 8 Reds keeping the Engineers from taking the victory point right there. They're going to have to pull back. The Grenadier... pushing in, but sees the Rifleman and pulls away.
In the meantime, Weekly is getting a Jaeger on the field. He's really doubling down on tier 2. Tony
Grenade by
tries
Weekly
to
against-
gain VP control, but he's really behind. Nearly 300 VPs. Advantage for Weekly.
Commander.
And if he wants, he needs to drain as many VPs because of his his awful game number 1 where he lost 500 to 0. So
Point is being claimed.
if he wants to make it into an ace game, obviously that's still far, far away, but every VP counts.
Grasshopper reporting in.
Absolutely.
Green
Right
light.
now,
Reinforcing
both 8 Reds
right
just move back and forth, hinging infantry that goes for the center victory point. We do have a we have a recon. Like,
Yeah,
is he
we have
marked
marked target. We have Whizbang on the field.
Right. Grenade is thrown. Miss it. Luckily, the M1 does pull back. AT gun is A-okay.
Whizbang is getting into firing range. What is he
Hail
doing?
Mary, rocket
He's scaring Rickley. Look how the Whizbang drives forward and the 8 Reds run for its life. Whizbang gets snared,
Ooh.
but yeah, 8 Reds. Good luck killing the Whizbang.
There's armor for
And here
days.
we go.
Now it's fire.
And a little bit of damage, but really nothing to go right home about it. In the meantime, Panzerbüchse is bouncing all their shots on the Whizbang.
That's funny. It's like, I'm hitting with everything I got. I just can't do very much. Alright. That we do have a Jaeger squad on the field.
2 to 1 gets picked. Jaeger will get forced off, and suddenly Tony has all the tempo. The heavy investment into
Yeah.
tier 2 at 8 rats, or rather into the 8 rats, really set Rickley back. He is probably waiting for Panther calling, but as long as there's no Panther calling or a Shrek, the Whizbang will reign supreme. Can even go to the front line and uses Pintle to do damage if the Pintle is doing any damage. Not sure about that.
Have smoke shells ready to provide cover.
We'll have to see. Can't. Again, he's stuck with those 8 rads. They're gonna push up, try to hit the rifleman going for the Muni. They might be able to force it off in time. No?
Oh, AT gun has to be
yeah,
careful.
they are.
Tony's still kinda in his corner. He was able to stabilize, but he's not really able to branch out to the flanks. AT gun goes down. Normally that would be the perfect opportunity to push, but he has 0 anti-tank.
I'm waiting for the Whizbang to start firing. There it goes. Hits the 8 rads once again. Forces them back along with the Jaeger squad.
Damage is still neglectable.
It didn't do a lot of damage, but just the presence and just it firing forced Rickley back, which will allow the riflemen to move up and take the victory point, and even potentially the... Oh, nope, they're going to pull back from the B&E. But, I mean, again, that is saved Tony. He was down almost 300 points, and now he's starting to tick away at Rickley.
Improvements to our infantry logistics.
We have advanced logistics coming in for Mr. Tony. Will help him to stabilize. KD is slightly in favor of Rickley, but with 2 Edras on the field, that's kinda expected. Do we have snares from Tony?
Enemy movement
Yes.
near a victory point.
So all in pushes from Rickley are not really realistic.
Advanced logistics will reduce the cost.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Now under enemy control.
We have a Shrek Jaeger now.
Has... Yeah, that can definitely help against the Whizbang. It gets a good shot.
But it gets Veterancy 1 though. Can jettison its launcher. Gets the snare. Bye-bye.
Bang destroyed at the front
Oh,
line.
what was that, Mr. Tony? Don't fall
Tony
asleep
falling
on the wheel.
asleep. He absolutely did. Whizbang neutralized. The call-in bang has now been removed from play, and now all of Tony's momentum may have just fallen. Hold on,
But he
Greyhound
gets
looking
the
for
Shrek
revenge.
Jaeger with the canister shot and drops the Shrek. Is there a unit close by to pick it up? You really want to deny it to your enemy? The Shrek is such an amazing pickup.
I know, the closest unit's a rifleman, and he has double bars already.
We have to call him Panther though on the field. Kinda overkill to hunt down the Greyhound, but on the other hand, it's a vet-free Greyhound. So it's incredibly hard to kill. Shrek still being not picked up.
I'm gonna be honest, Tony needs that Shrek now. With that Panther rolling around, he does not... One single AT gun is not gonna be enough.
He has snares though, and gets it. No, he cancels it. Shrek gets picked up by the Gren.
AT gun just can't pen the front armor of that Panther, bouncing so far every shot.
Yeah, but Panther anti-infantry firepower is kinda... So in the end, it's not that
Oh yeah,
bad.
that's not very good. Oh, finally, AT gun finally penetrating that Panther. Rifleman slowly being whittled down though
Taking territory
by
from
the
us.
8 Reds, and now we have additional Grenadier and Pioneer moving on in.
The captain still being a nuisance for Mr. Tony. It just runs around and caps everything.
And placing mines. Don't forget those amazing mines.
Captain surely the hidden MVP of this game. Like,
You know what? It's gotten 7 kills, and it doesn't even have a gun.
yeah. Thank God mine kills are now getting counted by the unit. That it planted the mine. And also gives veterancy to this unit. But
It
Captain
goes
might
to
go
show-
down now.
Wait.
One more.
Oh no!
We have command points that need allocating.
Rest in peace, Kettenkrad.
Yeah, MVP died. But map control should be now easier for Tony to maintain now with the loss of the captain. Rickley now needs to divert fighting power to Cap
Victory
on
point
the
is under
sides.
attack. We must act.
Right now, the AT gun, bit of trouble as multiple Grenadiers push forward. 8 Reds as well following with the Panther.
Big push on the AT gun. Greyhound
Defend our
tries
victory
to
point. We're losing it.
save it.
They've
A
captured a victory.
nice decap. Victory points are now start taken against Tony. You poured on him with the rifleman on the victory point now, but grenade is thrown. Oh, a little short on that one.
Smoke screen.
Gren
On your
gets
mark.
forced off. But that 3 Grens, man, that kind of tells that Rickley is really keeping them alive. MG gets smoked off in the middle from the battle group. And the Greyhound, man, shipping away so much HP.
Enemy in control of all victory points.
Oh, we got a wipe on a Grenadier.
I just wanted, yeah, but where?
It was on the victory point near the Panther. It got wiped, I believe, by the Greyhound.
It
Now
was
up
even
to
on screen
38
and I didn't
kills.
see it, glorious. Second AT gun on the way from Tony, and Tony slowly pulling ahead.
We're cutting it close.
And Rickley really needs a second engineer if he wants to keep the 8 Rats at full HP all the time. Tony, you need to retreat your rifleman. Uses the captain ability to speed up the retreat on the rifleman. Mark target is out. 8 Rat nearly died.
Request.
Is that Greyhound charging against the Panther? Oh, wow.
We have anti-tank
That's how
crews
secure Tony
reporting in.
feels. Greyhound, in the presence of a Panther, does not care. He's trying to go for that kill.
Yeah. Tony's still really
All right.
behind fuel-wise, but I don't think it matters that much. He really stabilized, and Rickley's army is not looking that healthy. The Greyhound is a true MVP over here. If the Cat was the hidden MVP, then the Greyhound is the known MVP.
Yeah.
Recon's out of here. Good luck.
Oh boy, it's looking grim. We have 3 Grenadiers versus 4 Riflemen, some of which have double bars. Double AT gun are now are present with 2 M1s that can hold back both the Panthers and 8 Rats from different directions.
Rickley has a ton of fuel in the bank, but he's so resource starved or manpower starved that he can't really tech up to get Obersoldaten or something like that. And the 8 Rats are doing their damage, but the double AT gun are finally now able to zone them out.
Yep. Rifleman managed to stop a Grenadier. Hold on, can we get another pick? It's super low. He does.
Oh no!
Whiz-bang is deploying.
Oh no!
Reports of enemy movement near our victory
Just
point.
when you thought things couldn't get worse for Rickley, a second whiz-bang has hit the field.
Well, if Tony has the same anti-micro like the first Whizbang, it won't survive that long though. But Rickley's
Very true.
really behind now. He has a huge VP lead. But I don't think he will be able to hold it for much longer.
I know, I'll bring it up because otherwise someone will mention it. When you have 300 fuel in the bank and you just can't use it.
Yeah.
Alright.
Adrian's
try-
doing
the very-
so much damage.
Yeah. Small hope is that Wrigley did take that victory point back with double 8 red support. Will stop the bleed. It is a 200 point difference now. But Tony just bringing the lead closer and closer. I mean,
Whizbang on the red 3 MG. Will it get away? Looks like it. Red 3 saves the day.
meanwhile, Greyhound pressing against the Panther and the 8 red. Panther trying to move up, but now, again, you're 100% right. The anti-infantry support on it is pretty light. So it doesn't really have to work. I mean, the rifleman can just move up on it without really too much harm.
Yeah. I think Tony can now slowly start to spread out. Gets the second Panther. I think that's a big misplay from Rickley. He does not need more anti-tank firepower. He has plenty of that with one Panther. He needs anti-infantry firepower or something to get rid of the AT gun, something like that. He needs to create gaps.
Okay, hear me out. Could Rickley, again, right now, if he can hold on to whatever mutiny he has left, could he try to dive? Double Panther, double 8 red with zeroing on the AT gun, so they have to move.
250 points. Repeat,
That,
250.
I mean, like, that's, I'm like trying to think of why, and I'm like, maybe he's trying to think of a dive attempt?
Maybe he's saving 200 ammo for the zeroing artillery and then go all in. Go big or go home, something
guess.
like that.
Because if you knock out the whiz bang, and if you do manage to put down that Greyhound, it could. I'm not saying a Panther is worth a trade against a Greyhound, but that Greyhound is such a nuisance with 44 kills.
Third AT gun on the way from Tony. What is this? Are we getting meta flashbacks to like a year ago or something?
I mean, right now, the Panther, I mean, I don't say the Panthers ain't right are the biggest threat, but they're the biggest potential threat. His riflemen are easily holding back the Grenadiers.
Yeah. Here we go, whiz-bang on the MG in the base. Mark target on the Panther.
Grasshopper recon on station.
Tony successfully gets the cutoff. Panther... it's being marked with the AT guns rolling up on it.
Anti-tank team on the field.
Third AT gun then.
I mean... I don't want to say the big... the double Panther, double 8 red. I mean, the Grenadiers can't really do that much with the riflemen beefed up as much as they are.
They're probably double board already, all of them. Yeah, no, not all of them. But some of them.
Yep.
Lost the territory sector.
It's been enough. Alright, there's a potential push, but gets pushed back by the AT gun. 8 red, very... Hold on.
Oh, 8 red might go down. No reaction from Rickley. Bye-bye, 8 red.
Oh, no.
Smoke screen, on your mark.
I think Rickley is dead and he refuses to admit it. Because he has such a big VP advantage over Tony. Here we go.
Coming through that the enemy is
Zeroing artillery has been used.
Right, the Hail Mary
What?
attempt.
Go all or go home. First hit. But the shells are not landing well. He might get the whiz-bang in the end. He gets the AT gun. Whiz-bang goes down, but Panther will not survive this ordeal. Second Panther should push. Where is the 8 rod? 8 rod is coming down in. This is either now. It will be over in the next 5 minutes. Either Rickley will now totally wipe Tony's army, or Tony will survive the all-in.
Oh my god, Greyhound barely surviving, tries to get away. 8 red giving chase, puts it down!
Damn it. Greyhound has been destroyed.
But
Alright,
Rickley loses the 8 rod, will lose the Panther. One Panther will get away though. AT gun gets recaptured.
Defend our victory point. We're
Heavy losses for Tony, but I'm not sure if they are heavy enough to swing the tide and bring Rickley once again into a favorable position. He lost both 8 rods, which means he has basically, or not basically, he has nothing to deal with the riflemen.
point has fallen into enemy control.
I don't know. Was that worth?
Listen, I bet you Rickley is jumping for joy that the Greyhound is dead. I know that sounds crazy, but I bet you he's happy about that at least. And you know what? He at least took the middle victory point. MG's covering and stopping some of the riflemen. But I think that victory is going to be short-lived as soon as riflemen push back with the AT gun support. Yeah, in the long term, I don't think that was worth it. I don't think it's going to help Rickley a lot. Yeah, Tony's moving up his AT. It's going to push those Panthers back and maybe even get a kill.
Mark target on the wounded Panther. No, on the Panther in the base.
No sweat. Target's ours.
The wounded Panther will get the second snare in and dies.
Enemy Panther killed.
Yep.
I don't think Ricky can turn the game anymore. He did a good damage, but he drained not a single VP.
Sherman with a whiz-bang rocket launcher is ready.
And Tony just calls it the US bang.
You know what? I'll give Tony this. His call-in is more versatile, versing armor and infantry. I know it's a whiz bang, but I mean, it has actually had impact against armor.
75 points.
Whereas the Panther, it only can be used against armor, and that's the issue. He has nothing to call in to help him against those riflemen.
Yeah. Whizbang getting some nice hits in.
Oh no.
Oh, don't lose the Vetu Grenadier.
I think he will. Oh, they do. Okay. Whew.
And Rickley now has less VPs than Tony.
Enemy movement near a victory point.
Yeah. Just one. Oh, there goes the Grenadier on the victory point.
And GG has been called. What an amazing game. Really a comeback that I was not expecting from Tony. He was so resource starved and he still made it work in the end. Rickley tried to win the game by early and mid-game pressure, but then kind of fall apart. Rickley gained nearly 300 more fuel. More 200 fuel, but
use
still.
it. I understand what you're saying. He just, I don't know whether getting the final like tank building would have been the better call or what, but just 8 Rides and Panthers were not it. They just were not doing the damage that Lone Greyhound was doing alone.
Yeah. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back with game number 3 in a couple of seconds. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 3. We are 1-1 in, so it's everyone's to take. Who will win, we don't know yet. We are on Twin Beaches. We have Tony as the USF. On the other side, we have Rickley as the Wehrmacht. What are we seeing? What are we expecting, my dear friend Greyshot?
Well, I will say, Rickley coming in with Breakthrough Battle Group, which we have not seen yet. So I'm very excited. Maybe we get a Tiger. I'm getting flashbacks of this map with plenty of heavy tank action between both sides. Tiger fits right in. Tony has yet to pick, though, with the U.S. faction. It seemed like you can just wait as long as you can and feel what the enemy's bringing out. And that late pick with the battle group with the special operations worked really well. So we'll see what he does.
Yeah. So Twin Beach is probably the map that is the most figured out as usual. I think I say that every time we see Twin Beaches, but it's kind of true. It's the tournament map since day number 1, since Code 3 got released. So Hillside will switch hands into Tony. Rickley not even trying to contest it because it's kind of impossible in the early game to steal the hill from USF. We have again a Jeep after the second unit from Tony. Are we going to see MP40 grants? I don't know.
I'm trying to think. I'm like, yeah. I mean, if you were in one spot and you're like in your close quarters, I could definitely see it. But I'm just looking at that beach and just how wide open it is. I'm just seeing the rifleman with bars shredding you.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? MP40 grants beat vanilla riflemen, but once the riflemen have their bars, they lose. So you have a really expensive squad, or a relatively expensive squad, that is not doing that much. Obviously, you still have sprint, which is great if you want to get the clutch Faust in. But I don't know if that's really worth the investment. But we will see.
Hold on. Oh, rifleman beat the rifleman near the beach into the building. So Grenadiers are like, you know what? We'll get next door. It's fine.
This building combination always reminds me on the scene of James Ryan, where the building wall suddenly collapsed and the Germans and the Americans are staring at each other.
Yep. Yeah, pretty much. We can't. Unfortunately, no siege action here. They can't bust down a wall and engage. They'll just sit there, stare at each other. Meanwhile, it looks like the 4x4 is joined by some scout units hitting Pioneers against the victory point that's closer to the north side of the map. Riflemen covering against 2 Grenadier squads are trying to push and take the 8th fuel.
On the beach side, Tony was able to push back the Pioneer. Pioneer soft retreated from Mr. Rickley. I think the Stalemate in the middle kind of benefiting Rickley. Rickley has now more fighting power on the hill, because one rifleman is basically AFK, and AFK a Grand to AFK a rifleman. I think it's a worth deal.
Does he have the ability to throw grenades? No, Tony has not gotten the grenade upgrade yet.
And here we go, MP40 grants.
Oh. Okay, I mean, yeah, as you stated, against your basic riflemen, they'll win the fight. So I guess if they can hold out on that point, and especially with the MG support, that's really going to help Rickley out.
In the meantime, MG42 is on the field, infantry officer quarters incoming, and we have heal from Tony.
Orders have been carried out.
All right, let's see. Now he's going to sprint up, force the rifleman away, move up to better cover.
Merges into the MP40 grant to keep it on the field longer. Map control really good, looking well for Rickley.
And of course, let's make sure we barbed wire the cover that Tony could
Sector
use.
gone. We must take it back.
But he's gonna heal up while he can. Looks like he got the officer upgrade, so all of his men now are Vet 1.
By the way, the staring contest in the middle still continues. I don't know why Tony's doing that. He's really wasting firepower. He's not even like contesting map, because everything is red anyway around him, around this one rifle in the house. And Rickley's like, yeah, I AFK a Grenadier if you AFK a rifleman. That's a deal that I would do any day of the any time of the day. I really dislike that.
Grenades, TNT, and
Yeah, it's just they're sitting there, and now Tony got the grenade upgrade. So now theoretically, I know it's not like the most. Yeah, I was gonna say breach. He can breach right now.
Finally, but guess what just happened? The good old switcheroo.
Grenadiers at least lost a model. So
Yeah,
Tony
but
can claim a small win. But now they'll sit there until the grenade is able to cool down that ability. Oh boy. Alright. Rifleman gets forced back near the fuel with those MP40 Grens. So, good job there. Hold on. Oh, there goes the switcheroo again.
oh, come on, boys.
Oh, here we go once again. Switching between buildings.
Playing the road. He's what is the what Wrigley? Oh, Wrigley saw it in time. But the flame was now coming from Wrigley. Yeah, Tony lost a lot of ammo for nothing.
No, you don't understand. Fifth time's the charm.
He breaches it. Rifleman finally retreats. 2-1 sits there. Jesus Christ.
I swear that was like a Scooby-Doo cartoon where they're just running back and forth between the doors.
It doesn't cost ammo as long as no nades are thrown. That's nice to know. By the way, Daniel, I think that's the perfect game for guess the elo, but sadly everyone knows the players. No, but there is this situation over here is perfect material for guess the elo. Anyway, MG now on the cutoff with the Grenadier, and Tony will lose the control over the beachhead.
Our territory is cut off from supply.
It's not looking great at the moment for Tony. He is finally getting motor pool and can cue the Greyhound right away once it's finished. But still...
again,
oh,
solid Greyhound can come out.
Jeep, go home! Oh, thank God for the reload cycle of the MG42.
He does pull back. Again, he's trying to reconnect the territory, just having a lot of trouble with that MG42 right there. Rifleman tries to move elsewhere, but there's the MP40 Gren. See, if he moves up and tries to flank, they'll move in.
Yeah, Tony is base lock currently. The whole map is red. And I blame the shenanigans in the middle with the two buildings. That was such a micro tax for Tony for literally nothing in return.
Yeah.
A victory point is under attack.
Not wrong whatsoever. Right now, we got that 221 rolling on up before the Greyhound even comes onto the field. Focusing on the Riflemen, keeping them from moving up toward the fuel. Actually, we have the Jäger squad on the field now.
Yeah, and we're getting support elements from Wrigley, so tier 2.5.
Oh, okay.
Greyhound is now hungry for blood. Or out for blood. Trying to check. Yeah, but we'll never catch the 2-1. Should use the Greyhound to fight off the Jägers. Or will lose the Scout if he's not reacting anytime soon.
He does react, and...
Jeep! Don't lose your Jeep! Drop the MG first and then lose the Jeep.
But the Scout and the Jeep survived to fight another day. Jäger squad also pulls back. Grenadiers pull back. Okay. This might be Tony's opening.
He still has trouble gaining map control on the beach side. Triggers the mine with the Greyhound, so it's something. So it's not sweeping the mine the old school way.
No. Removing that from play. We got the flamethrower unit rolling on up to place a new mine. Very close to the front. Alright. We'll see if he finishes that.
Oh, Greyhound
Deploying engineers down.
squishes the wire. I like that. But Greyhound might hit the mine if he continues that path.
And he does.
Gren is now going in. There's no sec. I'm not sure if one snare is enough.
Oh, that
Nope.
Greyhound is so close to death.
But
a mine
there's
right
the
next to
tank
him.
hunter, the 2-1 with the Panzerbüchse.
Confirmed.
Oh, that might be game. If the Greyhound dies, Tony has nothing to keep map control. He's trying to
Extra
out-repair. Snare on the 2-1. We'll lose the 2-1 to small arms, I think.
I can't believe that reversal. The Greyhound had like 2 health remaining. And now it looks like, yep, 221 is the one who fights it.
Yeah, poor micro from Wrigley. However, he has the bigger beat stick now and with a Wirbelwind.
Rifleman down. No survivors.
Rifleman
we did
goes
lose
down.
Rifleman. Oh. Alright.
And the
Wirbelwind
Greyhound...
going
I think theoretically the Greyhound will win against the Wirbelwind, but it would take like forever.
Rounding automatic rifles have arrived.
Yeah, I think an AT gun is what Tony needs right now. He just needs more manpower.
He needs an AT gun and the dream.
Yeah, but he's down by about 230 points. We've seen him come back from this type of situation.
Yeah, Marda's on the way for Rickley. We have Spec Ops once again from Tony. I think he wants to get an SSF. He needs to replace the lost rifleman somehow.
I mean, yeah, SF would have the anti-infantry and the anti-armor damage, but he doesn't have the bazooka upgrade, so it wouldn't.
It won't be the best, but I think against the Marder and the Villovit it will be okay-ish. As a soft counter till something bigger hits the field. And I think I see it mainly as a counter to the scout sweeps the mine and dies.
All right, another loss for Tony. Yeah, he can't lose any more infantry. He's down too much. All right, Jaeger squad moving up, trying to move in, help cover the whirlwind against the Greyhound. Martyr gets a good shot on the Greyhound.
Yeah, Greyhound has to run for its life.
Territory point is no longer under our control.
Shrek is on the field for Rickley.
We have anti-tank crews reporting in.
The biggest problem for Tony right now is just, again, he's being locked into his base.
And Jeep is dead.
Krauts are pushing us back. We're down to 250.
All right.
Victory point now under enemy control.
He has made some moves on the left, so he has something. But the Rickley's getting 37 fuel per turn. But this time, if he, I mean, like, he would need also, you know, command points, but your Colin Tiger is good against infantry and armor.
Yeah, but Colin Tiger is so incredibly expensive. I'm not sure if it's worth to do that ever. Tony rebuilds the Lost Rifleman, but he's still base pinned. He can't get on the field.
Yeah, I mean, he got that. Wait. He got another Rifleman squad, right? Because we're up to 3?
Yeah, he rebuilt one, so he's up to 3 again.
Yeah.
Getting a second bar on it right away. But still, Tony's so behind. Rickley can really think about taking up and getting the extra CPs from it. And P4 maybe. And then into Tiger.
Yeah. Rickley again with that Whirlwind doing a really good job at keeping the infantry from moving on up. Pioneers placing mines across the board to stop any units that potentially get past him.
I don't know how Tony can weasel his way back into the game. He's not looking healthy.
Well, he could weasel his way back by getting a weasel. That would help.
Hopefully.
Yeah, he has that option.
He could get the pack, however. He unlocked the normal weasel, though. He's again playing for... Oh, he might get the... Nah, is he willing to sacrifice the Greyhound for a potential Whirlwind kill? Nope.
No, Whirlwind's off the field, though, and at least he stops the bleed with grabbing the victory point. Rifleman now moving on up. MG's caught out of position. He's rushing.
But double MP40 grids are coming over.
Yeah, not in time, though. MG's forced off. Grenadiers now moving back to a more defensive stance.
Tony, in the meantime, getting advanced logistics. He's doubling down on everything again. It kind of feels like he's trying to repeat the same thing in game number 2. Playing low tech as possible. Trying to survive on the bare minimum and then get the Whispering Call in and grind Rickley down. However, Rickley this time is doing the right thing. He's stacking up. He's getting a med bunker. And this time, stalling out won't work. Rickley will have the superior units.
Alright. Double Grenadier going against the Rifleman with a single bar. Grenade is thrown.
Not
Actually
much
hurts both of them.
Ground is repaired. We have double AT guns soon for Mr. Tony.
Oh, and you know what? yeah, a good move, grabbing that extra victory point on the beach. Now with both, he stops the losing victory points.
The advantage of Twin Beaches is you
Commander,
can stall
you have
out
5
pretty
command
long
points available.
due to the VP layout. You always basically have your safe VP plus your safe
Enemy
fuel, so
movement near a victory
it
point.
does not matter how poorly you're doing, as long as you're able to hold your little corner, you can stall out forever. In the meantime, Rickley is getting Stoßtruppen, and Stoßtruppen against those riflemen will hit like a brick.
Yeah, he'll have the infantry superiority. Again, we saw last game that Greyhound just carrying with anti-infantry damage, and it's going to need to do the same against even stronger infantry. Tough battle ahead.
But the Wirbelwind man is so much mobility for Rickley. He's able to contest both sides so easily.
Okay, luckily the Jaeger squad misses the Shrek. Greyhound still doing damage against the Pioneer, forces it back.
Double AT gun getting into a nice position there. Greyhound can now chip away on the MG. Full read. Nade out. Will it get the MG? Nope. But it opens up the gap, and Greyhound now uncontested. Double AT gun, hard countering Mr. Marder and Wirbelwind. So Greyhound has a little bit of more space to move around, but still, Tony has to play really concentrated. If Rickley plays a tall game, plays around the flanks, Tony can't hold map then.
Yeah.
Supplies are cut off.
Again, Rickley gets the cutoff once again, but he has forces to recapture it. Again, that scout could take it back pretty quick. And he's moving over the AT guns to help against the Wirbelwind and Martyr, now down on the beach. Grenadier's rushing in. Okay, moves to cover. But actually, I think the Wirbelwind's actually doing some friendly fire damage.
Infiltration nades doing a little bit of damage. Or grenades assault, infiltration nades was code 2.
No worries, I get names. I still, just because of the years of Code 2, will call certain abilities like, oh right, I'm calling that incorrectly. It's fine.
I think I will never call the Stoßtruppen by the right name. I always call them Obersoldaten.
Ready to deploy.
All right. Oh no, another breach. Stoßtruppen.
Leave in time. And we have the house gameplay from earlier once again.
Come on, breach again. Do it.
Point is being seized by the enemy. Defend our victory point.
Tony was able to stabilize. Actually has double fuel control, or at least for a brief moment. And we have the whiz-bang whizzing away.
The victory point is under enemy
I want to note the Stoßtruppen just threw that like white phosphorus equivalent grenade and got the riflemen out before they could do another breach.
sector gone. We must
They're like,
take
no,
it
we're
back.
done with this. Great job though. Whiz bang is a good, I would say a good call in. It definitely against all the infantry that Rickley's bringing out.
So whiz-bang is out.
They've captured a
Rickley technically has enough resources for a P4. The question is, P4 no worth against double AT gun?
Right. Wow, so confident with his double AT, just bringing it in right against the rifleman. I mean, sorry, Grenadier.
Smoking off the AT guns with smoke bombs. Sadly, smoke bombs are not free. Mark target on the Wirbelwind. Double AT gun getting into position. Obersoldaten have to be careful. Bye bye, Mr. Marder.
Oh,
100 points remain. We're cutting it close.
Nope, never mind. Mr. Marder sees to survives another day, but whiz-bang is going forward.
yeah, it has 16 health remaining for those wondering, out of 360 health.
Oh, I think Rickley's doing an attack mistake. He's getting a Brumba. Brumba not that good against the current army composition of Tony. It's really slow. It struggles on this map to keep track of infantry. So, I'm not sure if that's the right call. And he canceled it. Never mind.
Oh, he heard you from beyond and is like, all right, Alvadi, fine. I'll change it.
He's not that far off from the Tiger anyway.
No, that's what I mean. Like, I don't know. I on this map, yeah, the heavy tank comes out so much. But again, we'll see. Right now, again, with enough AT and good positioning, those AT guns could take out the Tiger.
Yeah, USF AT guns are really, really strong. Whizbang on the Obersoldaten and Gren, but damage is limited.
It does force them back and keeps the victory point under Tony's control. Again, he has a long way to go to get ahead, but he does have 2 for at this moment.
Whizbang is Veteran 1 could jettison the launcher. Then we have a Sherman, or a Vanilla Sherman, which would help on the flanks. Oh, Wirbel a little bit overextended.
Oh, can we get the wipe? One more shot would do it!
Just out of range.
Where's that Greyhound? Oh, Greyhound does not want to dive. Instead going for the Grenadier on retreat.
He still could dive. He has vision, thanks to the plane. Oh, Barber, he gets it! Jettisons the launcher. Greyhound will die though. Barber will bite the dust as well. Nope, Sherman will die. White phosphorus shot on the Marder. Smoke bombs from Wrigley. What was that?
Both shots directing at the ground missed target. And yeah, Tony, I would absolutely say got the win there.
I don't know, the Greyhound is a pretty good unit and Wrigley and the line has the Tiger. So it's not like he desperately needs the Wirbel as anti-infantry firepower.
You know what, fair point. Stress Trooping again being like no breaching. Just throws White Phosphorus Essential Grenade and gets the Rifleman out.
Oh, Whizbang might get the wipe.
Whizbang.
Bye-bye, Mr. Jaeger with Shrek. Nice knowing ya.
An expensive loss for Wrigley. Given it was upgraded, Wrigley, I think, is now. Wait, hold on. As I'm about to say that, calls in the Tiger.
Tiger on the field, the mighty Tiger.
All right. So, I mean, I would say as a positive, there is only one Sherman and the 2 AT guns again are on the field, but positioning means a lot, and a Tiger could still do quite a bit of damage even with that sort of AT. It's not overwhelming, it's manageable.
Yeah, Wrigley has a really good army. Whizbang, by the way, really good thing. Oh boy! One more shot. Tiger. Whizbang dies, but Tiger has to run now. Thanks to the White Phosphorus shot and the smoke bombs, Tiger should make it home. Marder gets another shot into the Sherman. Tiger has to get repaired. However, we have...
Tiger needs to pull back.
Oh, Marder gets picked off.
A victory point is under attack.
Push, don't push.
What is the Tiger doing? AT guns are
grenades.
stacked.
I think he thinks he can get a double wipe here.
Tiger 1 HP.
Our anti-tank defenses are failing.
One AT gun went down. Second one will go down as well. But there's nothing to say. No follow-up. So, however, we have vet free. Pioneers, so repair speed will be super quick.
Enemy control.
Okay. AT guns are now back up. Are they... They're not in range. He's going to pull them back.
Oh, Sherman is really, really low. Tiger is basically repaired again. Sherman gets destroyed by the sprinting Grants with the extended vet-free Panzerfaust range.
Sherman Whizbang is deployed.
Well, Tony's not looking that healthy anymore.
No, he does get out. He does call in another Whizbang. But you're not wrong at all. Honestly, with a Sherman and a Whizbang going down for the price of a Martyr, I mean, and also both AT guns having to be recruited, I would absolutely give that win to Wrigley.
Yeah, losing the battle obviously is painful, but he got the Whizbang, he got the Sherman, he got the heavy got the double decrew on the AT gun, which bled Tony a lot of manpower. And Tony needs to make something happen. He has only 36 VPs in the bank.
Losing a fuel point.
That's the difference right now. Wrigley can afford to take a little bit of a loss. Tony can't. Tony he had to keep the advantage going because he needs the victory
Reports of enemy
points.
movement near our victory point.
Let's hope the Pintle from the Whizbang is actually able to do damage.
Command points are available.
It does. It has.
Captured a victory
No,
point.
I'm not sure if Pintle.
It did a little bit, and it was just enough to force the Strasstruppen away. Now the Grenadiers, Vet 3, by the way, have to go up against Vet 2 Riflemen, just a single bar.
Smoke bombs once again coming in clutch. Fang for mark target.
Strings ready to deploy.
The penetration is good. Oh, Whizbang gets the Pioneer. A lot of damage on the Tiger. But no follow-up. Oh no, really can jettison and try to push the Tiger with mark target. He could get the
Is he
wipe.
doing that?
Nope.
No.
But wiping the Vet 3 Pioneer is a huge victory. It reduces repair speed. Jettisons the launcher now.
Territory out of supply. They've cut us off.
Oh no. We're at a ticking clock. Right now he has 21 points remaining. Pioneers sweeping the mines. Trying to get to that victory point, but
The munitions point is being attacked.
Yeah,
He
beach
needs a
will.
point stat.
Tony will lose control of the beach side though.
Defend our victory point. We're losing it.
He needs to get over there ASAP.
doesn't have it. He
No!
doesn't have
Auto.
his ma-
They have taken our victory
Oh, he
point.
swept both mines. Will he...
Call everyone back. We're down to 10 points.
10 VPs, 8 VPs. Tony's really behind. With only 6 VPs in the back, you basically have to... Nah, that's
Yeah,
game.
and he did pour it on him, so it limits his speed. He can't rush onto the point, stop the cap.
3
That's-
VPs.
it's GG.
And GG. What a game, man.
Yeah, that was a pretty epic game, honestly.
That was really, really enjoyable.
Hmm?
I had really
I-
fun watching that.
I love the fact it was a repeat of the previous game, but we actually saw, like, okay, if I'm under the same circumstance, how do I win? How do I counter that? And I thought that Reekley did a great job at making up for past mistakes.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with game number 4 in a couple of seconds. But before we leave, I want to stir your attention to the sign-ups of the 2v2 tournament. If you type in exclamation mark 2v2, you go to the brackets to the first Meta Plays 2v2 event. So grab your friends or your friend and sign up for the event. It's also an asynchronous style of an event, so no worries about time zones or working on the weekends. There shouldn't be a problem there. You can play during the week or on your terms. And yeah, I hope to see you around there. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number
Pioneers
4
standing by.
in the first semi-final of the new Meta Leagues Pro League for this year. We are back on Twin Beaches one more loss and Tony has to go home. Can Rickley win this, or is Tony able to make it into a decider ace game? We will see. We have Tony as the Wehrmacht, and on the other side, we have Mr. Rickley as the USF. What are we seeing? What are we expecting, my different gray shot?
Well, first off, Rickley, going in battle group we haven't seen before. It's called Special Operations. All right. Yeah, he deploys a weasel, to grab some territory initially. Now I wonder why Rickley can be going with this battle group. I wonder. But Tony's, yeah, nothing from Tony yet.
To be fair though, they kind of played it differently, right? Tony played it more as a like emergency option in the late game for the whiz-bangs. Meanwhile, Rickley really plays it more like an early mid-game pressure unit with the option of a strong late game. So they're really kind of opposite in the usage of this battle group.
Hey, that is a good way to look at it. Our first major infantry engagement's in middle, near the Muni point, actually nearly on top of it. Rifleman versus Grenadier with the first pick against a Rifleman.
Yeah. I think Tony will win this. Rifleman long range against Grenadier, not the best engagement. Nobody's going for the hill.
No, not yet. We have a second Rifleman coming onto the field. We already have 2 Grenadiers. I'm assuming he'll pick a third. But so far, no other engagements.
We see no MG42 openers. We see really Gren heavy build into an optional. Never mind, he really. MG42 is on the way. Oh, Tony has a really good position on the hill. He has the high ground. However, we have a scout coming from the back.
Right. Weasel's helping to engage with the Rifleman. Pioneer going for the scout, but I'm gonna say Rickley's gonna win that fight.
Yeah, MG42 not being in position, therefore Rifleman are uncontested. And the Weasel going straight for the cutoff, trying to drain as many resources as possible.
One of our capture
Makes
points
sense.
is under attack.
Hit the enemy where it hurts. Right now, that would cut off that 8 fuel down on the beach. All right.
Sectors are isolated.
Luckily, it looks like
We have
Pioneer
to
stopped the Rifleman from taking the Muni in mid. And that MG's actually working pretty well, suppressing the Rifleman now on the field.
However, smoke bombs coming in from Rickley, from Spec Ops. Free smoke is always nice to have, but Double Pioneer now rushing into the fray. Might do enough damage before the Rifleman breaks suppression. Nope. But MG42 will get in position in time once again. Will it get the suppression? Does not matter. Rickley retreats.
Alright. Pioneer's still trying to decap. MG's not able to hit the Weasel, but repositioning too.
Yeah, but Weasel will just rifle a little bit back and here we go.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Does this mean Tony won the battle for the hill? It kind of
Right
does,
now,
right? He has the MG42 now in a good position, and I don't. Yeah, Rickley's second Rifleman gets forced off right away again. Yeah, I think this is a clear victory for Tony. Tony went for Luftwaffe, so we can or will probably see some Fallschirmjägers. At least he invested his first TP on the left tree. Has a 251 in the queue.
I'm actually surprised.
Is it a book mortar or is it a dropped mortar? It's a dropped mortar.
We are losing control of a sector.
So first 75 ammo from Rickley went into a mortar from the Weasel.
Alright. He can start putting the pressure on the Grenadiers in cover and also smoke that MG. So it gives him quite a bit more versatility there. So good on Rickley. Tony, yeah, I'm actually a little shocked he went with the Luftwaffe. I'm happy. Because again, that gives us, more battle groups, more different units. But
in the meantime, Rickley is taking motor pool, but Grant is still a time away. He's getting nades in the meantime as well.
Yeah, good idea with that half track coming on in. It's going to be upgrading to a Stummel. So they're going to need a way to put that sucker down.
We don't know which Visa Veterans C1 choice we had. I would need to switch overlay for that. But maybe if we ask Greyshot nicely, he will check which Veteran C1 we got in the Weasel.
Alright, so Veteran C1, we have acceleration, deceleration by 25%.
Oh no, I mean which choice did you win? Self-repair or more resources on capture?
Let's see. He went with, looks like self-repair.
Fallschirmjäger's being combat dropped onto the Weasel. Oh boy. But Weasel will make it home in time, I feel like. Weasel's away.
German Command called in special forces to take out a Weasel. Can they achieve victory? We shall see. Nope, Weasel heals on the move and just backs up.
Mortar smoke coming in handy. So, but Tony could abuse that and also sit in the heel in the smoke to deny the decapture. Nate on the... But the mortar hits his own unit.
A little friendly fire there. Grenadier is forced back though. Well, at least decap the fuel. Well, the Stummel tries to barrage that area.
Reekley is getting only no heal. Really, really late heal.
Right.
Sturman is doing some good job over here. However, the positioning could be a little bit better there. Rifleman dancing around. Here we go. Barrage is on the way.
It's doing a little. Now the Riflemen are closing that gap. I think they're... Never mind, they're pulling back.
Fallschirmjäger are under pressure. Have to go home. Greyhound is doing some really good damage. Get the model.
Alright, and Greyhound's in a good flanking position against the MG. Gonna dive it. Can we
really get lucky? It? I don't think so. Nope, he's not committing. We have Skirt, by the way, now out. We have an AT gun on the way for Tony. Tony will lose a little bit of map control due to the Greyhound until he has a proper counter to it. However, he has had decent fuel control, and since he placed tier 3 as kind of low-tech, slow gameplay, tier 4 is not that far off.
No, he's gonna need manpower though, and right now he put all that into that pack. Pack 40 should be out shortly. In the meantime, Greyhound supporting the infantry, trying to force the Grenadiers out of mid, but they're hiding behind the building. Get back in the building.
Alright. At this time at least there's some fighting in the middle where the Grenadier make a difference.
Yeah. Without the worry of a potential breach, you can just chill in there. Pioneers have no flamethrower as well, so they can't really do much. Oh, mortar's now hitting that area. Never mind.
AT gun is on the field.
Oh, nice coverage. Stummel launching some smoke for the Grenadiers.
Oh,
but Greyhound's
is
still
greedy!
targeting.
We have territory cut off from supply.
Bit too greedy.
Well, amazing ambush with the Fallschirmjäger sitting in camo, hold fire, waiting for the greedy Grail. He knows how Reekley plays the game. He knows that Reekley is always super greedy. That was amazingly done. Well played.
I mean, that gives Tony a little bit of a boost and a little bit of actually a bit of a moment right now until the second Greyhound appears for his infantry to move up and grab as much territory as possible.
Tony, in the meantime, getting Panzer Grenadier officer quarters.
Headquarters has an officer station.
Mine coming down in the middle. AT gun with Veteran C1 now has the camo. We have also Veteran C1 thanks to officer quarters for the Fallschirmjägers. And let's put it mildly, Fallschirmjägers with high veterancy are really not fun to play against. That might be a dead Stummel though. Nope.
Okay, Stumble though still alive. Pack is camouflaged right near it.
Orders complete. Orders completed. What are your orders?
And Volchimi guys get at Veteran 1
We've done it.
heal. So they don't even need to retreat. Basically, you could merge into them forever and then just stay out of combat to heal, so they never have to
Bastards
retreat.
secured our territory from us.
Captain's Retreat on the Pioneers. That was a little bit weird. We have a first SSF on the field. Oh, a nice hit from the Stummel. Doing a lot of damage there. Wrigley lost so much momentum and tempo due to the loss of the first Greyhound. And rebuilding the Greyhound
You have
without...
command points available.
Or rebuilding the Greyhound and it's not having a big of an impact. It's a lot of a resource investment, which will Tony make happy. He's getting a certain Fallschirmjäger. And I think once he has more resources in the back, he will take up.
I mean, right now, a second Fallschirmjäger, not a bad idea. As long as you can keep the, I mean, even with the SSF Commando that just got deployed, I would say the infantry is probably leaning a bit more toward Tony. Because again, riflemen don't have bars. They're just base. So realistically, the Grenadiers can still put up a good fight against a majority of Reekley's infantry, where Reekley, I don't think, can really fight off the Fallschirmjägers with his riflemen.
Especially without bars. And we have a dead weasel.
Oh, come
That
on.
wasn't. I know the smoke is free, but has a really long cooldown. He tries to hide in it, but...
But
Nate?
is he going to throw a grenade? Is he...
Greyhound comes
Oh,
over.
what's the plan here?
Fallschirmjägers
Oh,
are
he's healing through it.
Both are healing, or repairing and healing. But Fallschirmjäger need to have to stay ready. Here we go. He survives! Because
Oh, wow.
Tony got scared and retreated.
All right. Weasel survives to fight another day. Looks like it was a bit of a mixed bag on the north side. Neither side was able to grab the immunity.
Pack 40 tries to get into position.
The enemy
All right,
has
Puts in
taken
Looks like
camo,
Tony's
right? Oh,
being-
and that's a... Bye-bye, Mr. Greyhound. Again, Fallschirmjäger ambush. And he knows they were there because the point was getting captured.
The Greyhound get
He
lucky.
misses!
It's the side.
shotgun has been knocked
Tony
Nice
plays a
grenade.
perfect ambush and gets scammed by RNG. Loses the AT gun.
Low friendly fire there. Wait, is that the captain's artillery that just killed that AT gun?
Yes.
It's killing the.
But a sneaky snare from a Grenadier gets the finish off on the Greyhound.
Commander.
AT gun though is being contested. Captain gets wiped! Oh no!
What a boom!
And yeah, MG42 will save the day there.
T-gun is decrewed by the MG. SF Commando is going to try their best to hold, but I think they just switched to Bazooka. Not going to really do much against the Fallschirmjäger.
AT gun is smoke from the scout might save the day.
Yeah, honestly. Should allow them to pull back. Riflemen trying their best. Are we going to see... Or does he have the sprint?
And the AT gun is
Yep.
stolen. A lot of resources down the drain. A lot of on not off map abilities were used. However, AT gun is stolen just for the price of a Greyhound.
Yeah. I still think it is a loss for Reekley to lose that Greyhound. And right now, unless I'm mistaken, yeah, he doesn't have any tank buildings other than the motor pool. So the tank depot's not out. So maybe he goes for that Colin Sherman or Whizbang. But
It kind of smells like Colin Whispang, right?
yeah, because right now Tony has gotten his Panzer Company, so he can deploy a potential Panzer IV here in just a minute.
AT gun missed and detonated the mine. P4
but of
on the way
course.
for Tony. We have an AT gun though for Wrigley. And it's the pack 40 and we have two SSF on the field. So P4 will have less of an impact as some might think.
All right, the fuel's locked down. Falschmaker has the high ground against the SF Commandos. Oh, wait, hold on. Are we about to see Reekley push?
Big push, but Strafe is on the way. Only light pin on the SSF, so no suppression. And a hill
trying its best.
shift into Reekley's favor. P4 hits the field. Do we have advanced logistics? Not yet, but I think Reekley... Oh, sorry. Will think to get it in a couple of seconds.
Yep. Rifleman forces the MG back. Falschmaker's pretty low. Panzer IV, though, on the field, getting itself that MG42 upgrade. So it should have enough damage to keep the infantry from moving out by itself. The pack gun behind the infantry, though, is going to be the real issue.
Tony getting heal at the 60-minute mark, but he had heal from that one grand and passive heal for the Falschmaker. So it's just reducing a little bit of micro attacks, probably. But yeah, the stolen pack 40 will don't come in clutch against the P4.
Absolutely. Panzer IV needs heals, and right now the Pioneer's just chilling. Okay. There we go. Another long shot. Hits the Rifleman. Only a little bit of health, though. Dang.
Territory sector lost.
Dummel
Alright.
is veterancy free, by the way, which gets more ability range.
Yeah.
Falschmaker
so
gegen
what, that
SSF. Falschmaker win that.
Yeah, both SSF units are now on retreat as Falschmaker advances against the pack gun.
Control of a victory point.
Oh, Reekley can't lose the pack. Uses smoke to save it.
Oh wait. Oh, okay, I don't know if you see this, because depending on the player, but there is a demo between the two muni points in mid, right behind the cover.
I should be able to see it. Why I can't see that?
It is right directly in front of the Falschmaker. It like on that D, a sort of cover with the brick in front of the car. There's a demo there. So
okay, I can't see it weirdly.
yeah, it's probably because of the fact that you're on the player. I think I'm on Reekley because I checked the Weasel earlier, and I can see his demo.
Oh, now I can see it. I switched to him and now I can see it as well.
Okay.
Ah, you can
So,
see it
just-
also. It's just really hard to spot. If you
Yeah.
don't-
All right.
Keep in mind, those are SSF demos, right? They're always hidden unless they're revealed by Sweeper.
Yeah, I just saw him like, oh no. Just something to keep in mind, I guess, for a battle in mid. Looks like the Tony was able to push up, knock out a scout, and take the victory point. Oh, Engineer's also dead!
MG will get stolen though. That is a big pickup for Reekley. And suddenly he has more support weapons than the Germans. Whizbang is on the field. Knife throw! Gets a bottle of the Fallschirmjägers. Look at the middle where the
drives them
demo
away.
is. Ah, they're moving away.
I guess you would need to see it too, but there's so many good opportunities to wipe a unit.
Yeah, you need to keep vision on your demos if you want to play sneaky demo gameplay. Second P4 is on the way. Weasel hits veterancy free.
Okay. Rifleman moving up against the victory point. Again, right now it's neck and neck with a slight lead to Reekley. But
I have no idea who is ahead.
captured.
Obviously, map control wise, Tony feels ahead. But I'm not sure if Army composition wise he is ahead. He has 2 P4s out, that's true. But still.
Okay. Oh, Falschmaker was camouflaged, gets ambushed, and has to pull back.
Whizbang being super aggressively played.
But of course, it is a whiz bang. All right, it's just waiting. I think it's gonna. No, it's pulling back. SF Commando switches to bazooka though. Hits the Panzer IV. Does a little damage, not too much, but still.
We have infantry reserves from Tony, so... Oh! Weasel, what are you doing?
It's about to fire, baby. Right on the front, I think. Or just stare menacingly.
Currently, map control is looking nice for Ridley, though. He just needs to cap VPs. He's really focusing, fighting over... Oh, flankers on the way! Veteran C1 has been used by the P4. Gets a shot and Weasel goes down. Where is the stairs? No stairs by...
Smoke screen, on your mark.
Panzer IV gets outside the pack range. They're focusing on the pack. They neutralize it. Now they can focus on the whiz-bang.
Whizbang trying to hide in the smoke. Demo is revealed.
Recon run by request. Sector
He's
1.
hiding. AT gun will get destroyed. Captures the AT gun, but I'm not sure if he can hold it. Gets the snare, captures the AT gun again, loses SSF, no close by. Second whizbang is opening fire, wipes the Pioneer.
Lost control of the sector.
Stummel makes it home just in time. AT gun
German armor.
got destroyed though.
Yeah, and he only has one Pioneer to repair. Right now it's on the beach, nowhere close. He's going to need to rush that home to go heal all the armor. It gives Reekley a small opportunity now with his double whiz-bangs supporting his troops to heal up and hopefully take back the front.
The question is, did Tony spot the demo? It was revealed thanks to the sweeper, but no, the sweeper is gone. It's hidden again. But there was so much going on, I'm not sure if he realized that.
One of our munitions points is being neutralized.
Yeah. Okay, actually, looking at what Reekley has, because it was a little bit inflated with the AT gun pickups. Yeah, it's gonna be. He doesn't really have a dedicated AT unit now. That's
Ammon's got on the way for the P4s. P4. I think Tony needs to get to rep bunker. He's really, really repair starved.
No, absolutely.
We must act.
Oh, by the way, a little side note: Tony did get the reinforcement cost decrease,
Ready to make another run.
so at the very least, his infantry will be have a little less impact on his manpower total. Whizbang tries to get a wipe on the way out, and he does! Near the north side, he wipes a grenadier with some whizbang fire.
Oh, Tony slowly falling apart.
Sherman whizbang awaiting assignment to your sector.
Okay, he still has a bit of a lead, but yeah, that can't afford to lose units like that.
Lost a sector.
Demo got swept. Or detonated by the Fallschirmjägers. So many opportunities,
Good.
but because Rickley never kept vision on it, it could never been used properly. Or wasn't it? He couldn't use it properly. Whizbang getting a nice volley, but no model drop, only HP loss.
Oh, you know what? I didn't even realize this, but Reekley has a major issue. He cannot heal his armor.
Oh,
He has
yes,
no engineer.
that's fine. Repairs over. You just lose your tanks, you know, disposable consumer generation, end stage capitalism, Kiapa. Skill plates have been used. I think Rickley will lose all his tanks. One P4 will
Try to
probably
kill
go
one.
down. Not probably went down. Water gets decrewed.
SF Commandos trying their best to kill out of their panzer. It is
Oh,
slow,
Sherman
but air
gets
support-
targeted. SSF also getting targeted. Will the Sherman go down? Yeah, Sherman is useless anyway without repair. Mortar gets decrewed again. Will get destroyed. Smoke to save the mortar. Yeah.
We must pull this back. We're down to 300 points.
Still alive, and he's not pushing up enough.
We lost.
Is he just gonna start lobbing shots? Nope. He's gonna just pull all the way back. Tony has the resources, and he will get another Panzer IV. Meanwhile, Reekley does not have the resources to get another whizbang.
He needs an engineer though first.
Yeah, no, he does.
Wilco. Reinforce as required, Commander.
All right. Did he get?
Sector's been over.
I was like, maybe he got the upgrade
Did he
for
ask
bazookas.
you
He
one?
did not.
Grasshopper high altitude recon. Waiting on your
Or does it just feel like that the Zooks are doing so much damage?
Our line is
As
collapsing.
yeah, it's
I'm
upgrade.
checking.
Our point.
I'm checking right now. I do not see an upgrade for weekly, so I think they're just base bazookas. Just imagine if they did have that extra little punch. But he can't afford it right now. First, he needs the engineer. Then he needs to get another whiz bang out.
Demo
but
coming
already-
down on the left side, on the edge of the ruin.
Okay. Not a bad location.
Yeah, but you can play them a little bit aggressive, right? Because they're
He
camo.
could.
And that's, I don't know if you will, if you go that close around the corner. Oh, he wants, and suddenly they reveal each other. Volchim Jaeger camo walked into the SSF and camo, and they both revealed each other because they stepped on each other's foot. Glorious.
Nearby squads will be reinforced, Commander.
Wrigley is really bleeding manpower. He never got
Our
advanced
sector is
logistics, I
now in
think.
enemy hands.
He's
yeah.
trying to lure them in. All right, Falschmaker not taking the bait. He won't get close. That demo. Give got a white phosphorus. That's grenade. Does actually hit the Falschmaker a bit in the second building, even though he jumped out of the first one.
Reports of enemy movement near our victory point.
Oh, he could. Demo's revealed. Can't explode. And this is a
Dang.
dead SSF.
SSF Commander.
GG was cold. We are going for a game number 5. Oh yeah.
Let's go.
What an amazing game. Even though in the end it kind of fall apart for Wrigley. But he got so many webs with the whiz-bang, but he never had proper AT. So this one big push really killed him.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he did. He just borrowed the German weapons, but it did. The problem was he needed more, and he needed to upgrade the Zooks. He needed more armor. Actually shooting the armor with the Sherman main gun rather than the whiz-bang rockets. Another M1, just something else, but no, he didn't, and that cost him.
Yeah. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back with the next game in a couple of seconds. Ace game time is always hype time. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's Ace game time. We are on
Pioneers,
Favorable Approach. And I'm hyped because Ace games are always great fun. We have Tony as the Wehrmacht. And on the other side, we have Mr. Wrigley as the USF. If the button would work. Here we go. It works now. So Famer will approach. Or is it just Famer will in Cove 3? I'm not sure. Weekly once again with the Spec Ops pick. I think he had faction pick. I'm not sure. But it kind of feels like it. USF is probably the most dominant faction at the moment.
Grenadiers, assemble.
However, Tony won as Wehrmacht last game. So USF is not unbeatable. What do you think, Mr. Greyshot?
Now that you bring it up, it is a little interesting that we've not seen an Africa Corps. I know the British in a 1v1 have a little issue, but I'm actually a little shocked we haven't seen the Africa Corps. But we have the Wehrmacht again, and this time going with Luftwaffe, while Riekley is going with Special Operations. We've seen both of them used pretty well, so it comes down to the players. We'll see if which side is able to use them more effectively.
Yeah. Ricky must feel so much pressure, man. He won against Ray in the finals, dethroned the master, and now he might not make it into the finals. The pressure must intense in the ace game. Ace games are always so much pressure. Obviously, Ricky by now knows the pressure. He played plenty of ace games in semifinals and finals.
Grenadiers have been
But
mustered
still.
for battle.
Yeah, I mean, again, we'll have to see. Both sides are under intense pressure right now. It comes down to especially just the one bad play, and you could lose everything. Right now, looks like the Weasel's getting an upgrade. We got ourselves a Rifleman with an Engineer's start versus the 2 Grenadiers. So, I think our first engagement is going to be a mid. Yep, the Grenadiers engaging a single Rifleman.
First engagement, but it doesn't feel like Tony's eager to take the engagement. He's soft shooting, falling back, not really taking the engagement. We have a mine towards the 10-pointer, maybe to bait the Weasel into an early demise.
Would be nice. Alright. Pioneer's going to grab, looks like, build some cover first and then take the Muni. But overall, it looks like actually Tony
tries to use the attack move cancel, but he's not really able to pull it off, so the Grenadiers walk up, but before they shoot, he walks back again, so nothing happens. He's not doing the A move cancel. Or he tries to, but it's not succeeding.
Alright, he does bring it up to MG, so he does, I mean, like, he could definitely keep the Rifleman at bay and maybe put a little pressure. Right now, he doesn't have any victory points. He needs 1 at least. 2 would be better.
Yeah, so MG42 is laying an ambush there. I think the MG42's... Here we go. MG42 opens fire.
Okay. No picks yet. And again, the Riflemen are in solid cover behind that like a stack of hay.
Oh, MG42 is outflanked. Do we have nades? Here we go. Nade is out, but I think Tony reacted in time. Will lose only a little bit of HP. But Tony's front line now is in shambles. Has to retreat another Grenadier, and I don't think he will hold the the front. However, he has already tagged up. 251 is in the queue.
Right, he keeps 1 Grenadier behind cover. Is trying to pick that 1 Rifleman with very low health. The Rifleman has to pull back. He can't take that Muni. Meanwhile, I love the Rifleman just chilling back behind the Weasel as it slowly heals. Again, units under fire can't be healed, but units not under fire can be, which is why the Rifleman is healed.
Pioneer a little bit greedy. Double Pioneer pushing, but I'm not sure if that's the way to do it.
No, I think... Oh, wait, Riflemen are...
Hell no, so maybe? Rifleman is forced
There
off.
it goes. Oh, and now we have the half-track on the field.
Oh, half-track will force off the... Yeah, Rifleman is going home. Mortar from Rickley. Thanks. But this time it was built, not dropped off from the Weasel. Tier 3 is coming up and... No, it's Tier 2. Or Tier 1, however you want to phrase it. So, is it half-track time? Rickley feels under so much pressure that he wants immediate AT and maybe MGs?
Stuka aircraft ready to strafe our enemy.
A 75 half track could be pretty solid. It could deal with the MG, deal with that half track slash stumble, I'm assuming, eventually.
MG under a lot of pressure from the Pioneer. But yeah, will forced off from the double Gren.
All right. Good news is Rickley's still getting a decent helping of resources, even with the push by Tony. Stumble is upgraded, though, and fires a couple shots at the rifleman.
Some nice damage. Is this the game of smokes, man? How much smoke is being used from both players throughout the whole set? MG42 is smoked off. Nade on it, but I think it will make it home in. No, it dies! But counter nade is on the way.
Do not let it fall into enemy hands.
Pick. Tony stops the pick himself. Captain's really low now. Hold on.
Pioneer infantry kill.
Can't go
MG
for
makes
that.
it home. Captain is really low. Might bite the dust. Nope. Zook is on the way for Wrigley.
Fallschirmjäger deployed.
Tony being super aggressive with his stumble, chasing the infantry back to the base.
Oh, Wrigley greet from Tony.
No.
Oh boy, that will hurt.
Don't say it ain't so.
Oh, Rifleman just moves away in time. It could have been worse, but still.
All right. Wrigley pops out a bazooka team to help cover the front against that stumble. But, I mean, I will say the number of infantry goes to Wrigley. But
Sector
we
lost.
have our first, like, I would say, like, you know, heavier hitting infantry with the Fallschirmjäger now in the field.
Ah, Tony not capping while repairing. Should move in.
Bazooka gets hit with a nice shot from the stumble. Pioneers grabbing the fuel. Meanwhile, we have all the Grenadiers and MG moving on in against the infantry pouring against the stumble. They're being flanked, and they're... Wait. Nope, he gets behind cover, so he's not going to be suppressed.
Stummel is doing some good damage there. Pioneer will force off the Zook squad. And I'm not sure what Wrigley's doing is sensible. He might lose the Zook squad. There's the whole... yeah, GG.
Oh my god!
Okay.
No way!
8 minutes, game 5. Wrigley was not able to cope with the pressure.
Oh, good on Tony. Good on him. I mean, that's a solid play. And beating the Americans as well. I mean, that's a hard thing to do in a 1v1, especially as you said, the Americans right now are very strong, especially with that battle group that we kept seeing.
I'm a little bit speechless because both players played like tooth and nails from game 1 to 4. It was, I think all of them were at least half an hour long. And then game 5 is over after 8 minutes. Come on.
Yeah. Again, just a solid game with, I know Wrigley, you know, has luck, you know, cred with beating, you know, getting that recent champion win, but well played by Tony, advancing and managing to take off such a skilled player.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with the second semifinals in a couple of seconds. But as Nakamura posted earlier, apparently there was a bug with the sign-up page for the 2v2 event. But this is fixed now, so you can sign up now for it. Anyways, see you in a sec.
Missiles ready to deploy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 1 between Ray and Tushkan. This is the second semifinals of the Meta Plays Pro League of this year. We have Ray as the USF, and on the other side, we have Mr. Tushkan as the Wehrmacht. What are we seeing? What are we expecting, Mr. Daniel?
I think we're seeing what we were expecting. We've got Luftwaffe available for Tushkan. I suspect that's probably what we'll see on this map. And we have what feels like our 6th Weasel in a row, maybe. People love this thing. And, well, what they really love is the whiz-bang. But the Weasel is a part of that.
Well, Weasel never fell out of meta anyway. Like, it was always there. But now with
It's
the
true.
whiz-bang being so strong and rifleman build orders being viable, it's really strong. However, Ray is not a rifleman boy.
Deployment.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're actually seeing WSC here. Probably going to be some 30 cal action. Ray has always liked these WSC builds. I'm not too surprised to see him do this, although Twin Beaches is a pretty good USF map in general and a pretty good rifle map, so I'm curious how these new and unproved 30 cals do.
Yeah. Tushkan standard opener Grand MG. Still interested to see how the Ketten will perform. It's always like it's either really good or it dies right away.
Yeah, the Weasel being on the map definitely makes the Ketten less appealing, but this is a large map, so I think it's a decent map for the Ketten, although it hurts your combat power, and that means that these early fights are tough, although Ray being a little bit impatient here. The Weasel just sitting there with no 30 cal, and the engineer's wondering why there's no fire support.
Converging on a fuel point.
Yeah, but the engagement didn't went that well. I would say MG42's around. Gren is soft retreating, and Pioneer will not get the capture. I highly doubt that Scout will get the capture there.
Yeah, 30 cal maybe can stop this. Yeah, it looks like it will, so it'll be kind of a stalemate. But I think that, that currently favors Tushkan as he's actually decapped the bottom fuel, so he's got pretty, he's the only person with meaningful fuel income right now, so
Engineers on the field.
see what he can do with that.
Yeah, middle or hill still remains neutral. MG42 no, moving towards the middle. I think he would have won if he stayed in this engagement. Maybe he didn't feel comfortable not knowing where the Weasel is.
Yeah, I mean, that's why he moved, just because if the Weasel comes and flanks before that Gren is there, he has to leave with the 42. So I like this choice to be more conservative. And actually, he's got a flank on this 30 cal if he can get vision.
Yeah, here we go. Suppression on the 30 cal. Gren is
Yeah.
moving up, and now with nades, you can't stay and set up again.
Yeah, good play there. See if the 30 cal can, or the engineer can get a, gonna force the retreat on that 42. So, yeah, good early game here from both players, kind of trading back and forth, and I think this fuel is going to remain neutral for a while longer.
I would still say slight advantage Tushkan, but really slight.
Yeah, well, he has a fuel lead, so he will have his tech first. We'll see if he decides to go Stummel. It's been very popular, and having a fuel lead and getting one of those early light vehicles out can certainly
And a captain has been assigned.
allow for a bit of a snowball, but
Yeah,
we'll see what he chooses to do.
he should maybe step into the circle just to deny the cap till the second Grenadiers arrive.
Yeah,
because at the
yeah,
moment he's
agreed.
losing manpower for nothing. Maybe he's waiting till the snare,
HMG team deployed.
but I think Ray is too smart to realize that.
Yeah, Ray backing off just in time there, actually. Literally the moment the Tier
Yeah.
2 finishes, Ray started scooting back, so good game sense there.
Defend our victory point. We're losing.
In the meantime, 251 is in the queue for Tushkan. Good old 251. And still a great unit to counter
The
MGs.
victory point is under enemy control now.
Yeah, I think it works great against WOC in general, although obviously you've got to watch out for the Zooks. But Captain already out, so we're going to see an M3 pretty soon. Oh, actually cancels the Zook, gets the M3. I think that might have just been a misclick, but yeah, so the Stummel's not going to have much of a window here to be uncountered.
Well, how much is the upgrade? 75 ammo?
75 for the
Yeah, okay, it will not be delayed too much.
Yeah, it won't be delayed.
No
We'll
Sturm
see. Ray
upgrade from
does sometimes
Tushkan.
like to.
Oh, really
Yeah.
late. No. By the way, Tushkan is rocking the, I think, Left Behind skin pack for Wehrmacht.
I believe
Second
you're
best
correct.
skin pack for Wehrmacht.
It is cool. After Fallen Leaf, of course.
Exactly.
Snapjack deploying as ordered.
Some things are just objectively true, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the M3. Nice wire going down on the boats in the on the beach there. I'd like to see that.
Reports of enemy movement near our victory point.
And I'm curious what choice Ray's going to make here with his tech. I know he often favors early advanced logistics, but he doesn't have much of an infantry army, so you know, arguably that manpower might be better saved for SSF. So really curious to see what he chooses to do.
What will roll out soon?
Oh, I love this. I've been talking about this, and people called me a fool, but I think actually the quad is a good choice against this Stummel build because it's I feel like it actually gives you a bit of a stronger mid game because
Commander,
even if your opponent doesn't, you know, sit in one place, the quad just kind of it counters light vehicles and infantry, whereas the ATF track is pretty much just good for one thing. So I really like this choice.
we must act.
Curious to see how it performs.
I don't know. I prefer the AT half track because of the barrage against the MG.
Yeah,
Victory point
you and everybody else.
I don't play USF, right? So my opinion has no merit whatsoever.
and ready.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I actually would like to see Ray go for this Stummel right now. It doesn't have Vet 1, so he could just drive at it with the quad, but he's choosing to fight over the fuel instead.
It's close to that one though.
Yeah, very close, actually. In fact, he needs to be
And here we go.
careful.
Oh, might be that half track.
He could just lose it.
Half-track
Yeah, wow.
left.
Huge mistake from Ray to just sit there with the M16. Needed to check the vet on that Stummel before making a play like that, so big win for Tushkan. That's a lot of muni down. Now, Ray does have enough muni to replace it, but that hurts.
It's a tempo loss, right? You need to rebuild half track. You need to get an upgrade out, so it's at least a minute.
Yeah.
And until then, the Stummel reigns
Sector
supreme.
lost. No contact.
Yeah, but great play from Kaiser. I think aware of the fact that, or Tushkan rather, sorry, aware of the fact that he was going to tick that vet one because the moment he got that hit, he started driving in. So very well played.
It was lucky though that the shot hit right directly, so he could do the maximum damage.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's what happens when you don't move your quad.
Stummel hits veterancy too.
Fire.
We
Second fall's being dropped. Looks like on the fuel. Another opportunity for a satchel. Will Ray's
with
thinking
the-
about it.
I don't think he will get it. We have a strafe on the way. Weasel will go down. Or not.
Oh, it survives. Yeah, wow.
Duct tape.
This is going to be tough, though. What does Ray have that can push off these falls if they're camoed in green cover? Actually, he's really lucky, I think, that Tushkan's choosing to push up to this VP, because if he just sits these falls behind the green cover and camo, Ray can't do anything about it.
Yeah, and
He's
the
getting advanced logistics now.
Bolshevikas are becoming such a better unit for a reason. They're still really fragile, but if you can position them well with ambush, we saw that against Rikli, where Rikli was driving in this Greyhound and then it was suddenly dead. So,
Yeah, I mean, they make playing with light vehicles so risky, and they're also obviously really great anti-amp.
Commandos are reporting in.
Okay, first SSF is on the field. He already has advanced logistics, so should be able to reinforce these at will.
I'm not sure if SSF is the right call though. Bolshevikas win easily against SSF, but on the other hand, what options Ray has? Basically none.
What would you like to see? Maybe a replacement on that quad, or
Yeah, replacement on the quad, and he has flares. I know they're expensive, but they reveal camo units, so you basically have to spam them constantly in areas where you suspect them.
The entire gun crew has been killed.
yeah. Oh, MG goes down, loses the vet there. Yeah, needs to get the utility package on the scout too, probably. Now Weasel goes down to what looks like a mine. So
No, it was
Couple of
an
losses
ambush
there.
from the.
was it a Faust? Okay.
Yeah, it was a Faust. Well, you have to get recon Fallschirmjägers, once they are countered or
A
recon,
squad of
we have
SSF is awaiting deployment,
sufficient
Commander.
detectors and recon. They're still hard to deal, but they're not unbeatable anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, and actually, two-man MG42 here on the beach with a few not great combat units behind it, but there is an opportunity here, I think, for Ray to get a big win here if he can force this MG back and maybe get it on retreat, but doesn't look like that's going to happen.
He got the Zook squad out. He has an MG on the beach. Fallschirmjäger, I think, yeah, Tushkan has full retreat. Ray is getting Zook upgrade. I'm not sure if I like that, what he's doing.
Yeah, just to counter the Stummel, I don't know. I think he needs more units first. Okay, does he want to time the retreat satchel? Looks like the answer is no. But still no control of the beach fuel, and he's losing Ray's losing the hill fuel as well, so I think he's going to be pretty behind on fuel at this point.
Not sure if the fuel will matter though that much. Tushkan is getting a third Fallschirmjäger. He's really getting a lot of elite.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Heavy machine gun has been requisitioned.
And Ray's just spamming manpower units as well, so really it's going to be the CPs that stop Ray from getting to the whiz-bangs, not fuel, probably, so that's a good point. Well, SMG's going to get flanked here on the beach.
MG has to go home. Pioneer might bite the
Defend our
dust.
victory point. We're losing it.
Nope. But overall, really good position for Tushkan. He has majority of map control and has a lot of veterans. He went officer quarter, so he also has slight veterancy advantage actually. And with the Stummel, he can deny those MGs really, really well. And to be honest, Bazooka Squad
The enemy
isn't
have
that
taken
good against the
territory from
Stummel
us.
as long as Tushkan keeps the max range.
Yeah, unless he does, there's some opportunities for cheeky play. You know, use the captain to allow the Bazooka Squad to sprint out of flanking position or something. But yeah, it's as long as Tushkan's paying attention and properly screening it, he's not really in any danger.
Victory point now under enemy control.
Although with the upgraded bazooka rockets, if the SSF have the opportunity to sneak up on the Stummel, that's probably Ray's best opportunity to take out the Stummel. We'll see.
Oh, Stummel is greedy though.
Or
but
he could just
shit,
drive it in.
right. Well, oh great on the 30 cal, but only one model.
We're losing our
Yeah,
capture
full health
point.
plus the retreat. Defensive modifier. Finally reclaiming his beach fuel, Ray. That's gotta feel good.
Yeah, he's getting a decapture on the hill, but I'm not sure if he can hold it. Fallschirmjäger
Yeah,
is
those spells are in a good spot.
eating the bazooka squad for breakfast.
Yeah, and the 30 cal's next, I think.
Ray is really playing his go-to strategy again. Even though he's not playing Ranger Battle Group or Advanced Infantry. But still, he's basically playing the same build order since the dawn of time.
Bazooka squad reporting in.
Yeah, hey, don't mess with success. Except for the one
loss?
loss to Reekley last time. Ray's
Yeah.
been on something of a tear in these tournaments, so...
Demo coming down
Four
from
coming
Ray.
up for Tushkan.
No knives. Nope, demo got cancelled. Demo no coming
As always, I
down
like to
in
compliment
camo.
people who... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, I always love when people build their tier 4 at the optimal timing, and Tushkan's tier 4 is going to pop right before he's got enough fuel for a vehicle. Like, almost exactly. I love to see that. Actually, needs a little bit of manpower, but see if he chooses to go Brumbar or P4 here. Everyone's been going P4, but I really would like to see some Brumbar against the Zook play.
Against Zukley, Brumba is a decent. Oh, I think we have a dead Fallschirmjäger. If they retreat, they have to retreat over the demo, and then they are
Oh, yeah.
toast. Unless Ray wants to blow himself.
He did it! He blew himself up!
Why though?
Did he really not know that was going to happen? I was sure he was going to retreat that squad. Wow, that's
A victory point is under
not a great trade. He has no SSF now, so actually it's a terrible trade.
P-47 strafing runs are now available, Commander.
Wow.
Okay. I don't know, man,
I
what
just
to
can't.
say.
Oops. He's doing you a favor. This is for the highlight reel.
Yeah.
You know?
Brumbe on the way from Tushkan.
Territory sector claimed by the enemy.
All right. Love to see that.
I'm still not convinced, but I know Brumbe against probably against the Zooks is fine, but due to the poor mobility, Brumbe has a hard time keeping up with the infantry on this map.
Yeah, but I think you just controlling middle is key to winning this map, and the Brumbar allows you to do that. And the Bazooka squads are just gonna trade so poorly into the Brumbar. Ooh, nice use of the smoke on the Stummel here to contest the fuel on the hill.
How much is the Volchemega? 380?
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
So it's not even a manpower trade up for Ray.
No, 360 actually
360 even.
versus
Jesus
440.
Christ.
So.
Brumbe hits the field.
One of our sectors is now in enemy hands.
I'm still a sad man that you can't get a pintle on the Brumba, but well, that's life.
Well, I'm sure the Brumbar agrees, but
Lost the territory sector.
oh, could kill this double nade on this MG.
Yeah, MG has a tough retreat path for Gren and Volchemjäger. We'll
Yeah,
go
probably
down,
could have
but I
got-
don't
picked this up.
think he will steal it. Ray will capture it now and immediately retreat. Gets the recruit again,
Yeah,
but
he
MG's
probably-
there.
He could have stole that 30 cal if he just followed immediately, but maybe worried about where the other 30 cal was. Not sure.
Ray is really behind. He is not only bleeding a lot of manpower, but also has poor map control, and Tushkan is slowly getting the... Yeah, I don't want to call it a runaway effect, but Tier 4 will now soon start to outscale Ray. And Ray invested a lot of CPs into the right tree for SSFs, therefore Wisbeg is still quite some time away.
Yeah. Yeah, and this, the Zook squads are not going to have a good time against this Brumbar, and I like what Tushkan's doing here of just basically starting to pressure the cutoff. I actually think he could be more aggressive than he's being. I don't know why this Brumbar is backing off.
Yeah, he's pressuring
plenty of support
VPs.
for it.
I don't think Ray can win this game anymore. I might be wrong,
let's
but
just
I don't
go
see the
through
Whizbang
Brumbar.
doing so much damage. We have now a new GMT on the field.
Yeah, that's going to help. I think a lot of this is going to come down to how aggressive Tushkan's willing to play, because if he's willing to push this lead, he can close this game. But if he doesn't, I think there's always a chance for Ray, but there shouldn't be. If Tushkan plays this right, I agree. I think that this is not a winnable position for Ray.
Oh, MG gets outflanked.
Enemy won't let
Do
up.
we know how much
Yeah, that's
Ray
gonna
is
force the
playing
ATF right
recently?
back.
I'm just curious,
No, I'm not
because he kind of
sure.
said he wants to stop the play code 2, like code 3. And then he plays again, so I'm not sure if how well trained he is. Cause this kind of feels like that, a lot of sloppy play. But I might be wrong.
Yeah.
Obviously not to
Definitely
take away
not.
from Tushkan. He played really well. He found those gaps and exploited them. It's really well done.
But yeah, I agree. This doesn't feel like Ray's best play. This feels more like Ray's play when he lost to Replay.
Here we go, ambush
Fast
from
on
the
that.
Volchemjägers, but no follow-up.
Yeah.
Damn, GMC getting
just-
all those penetrations on the Brumba.
Yeah. Getting repaired while driving around. Feels like Tushkan played a little too conservative there. He's got his MG42 just kind of chilling in the middle of the map. If he had brought the 42 up, then there's not much support for this GMC. Oh man, throws away the Stummel too.
Oh boy, a lot of frontal penetrations from the Zook squad. However, we have the strafe incoming. No, it's frag bombs. Oh, it's far
Incendiary.
worse.
Yeah.
It's only one MG though. It's a lot of one ammo for just an MG. Frag bombs always.
Yeah, that felt like a
supporting.
panic click. Like he was worried about the Brumbar being chased, and so clicked that button. But it was not. He really needed to use that as part of a push. You know, like maybe after the P4 comes out. He has really good muni income though, so I guess it's okay. He'll be able to use it again.
I have actually no idea how expensive frag bombs are.
It's 120.
Oh, they're not that expensive.
Yeah, it's a pretty much guaranteed AT gun wipe though if you drop it correctly. So it's definitely a strong ability, but didn't get much value from it with the way he used it there.
Oh, MG on the VP will go down, I think. Target switch.
Yeah, to the P4 probably.
Found 5 command points available. Commander, we have Sherman.
No, P4 looking for the half track instead and finding the Zook blob, which is not ideal.
Whizbang number 1 is on the field. Some heavy carrying has to be done.
Yeah, man, I gotta say, I think Ray has a chance. Like Tishkan had an opportunity there to probably close this game out, but he did not take it. And now that Ray's got to the Whizbang, I think he has an opportunity to equalize this game.
Here we go, Strafe. Strafe actually really good if you have a high ammo income against those MGs, because they can't really move out of the Strafe in time.
Yeah.
And Tushkan as anti-micro will lose the Gren.
He's lucky he's got infantry reserves, because losing that Gren means he's going to have to manually, reinforce some of these falls. Although they're not even that expensive with the discount 30.
Well, Tushka is also not flooding manpower, but he's reasonably well off, I would argue. He could... he has a second engineer out. We also have a vet-free Fallschirm Jäger sitting there on the 10-pointer.
Pretty scary. That extra ambush duration.
Ray's bleeding dry though regarding VPs. He needs to make something happen rather now than later. By the way, Katniss AFK for the last, I don't know, 10 minutes?
It's providing vision.
Fair enough.
Watching the flank. Man, the Zook's doing better than I would have thought versus the Brumbar. Some pretty fortunate penetrations there.
MG
and no vet on Tushkan's Pios, so no repair speed increase.
Only 75 points.
Tushkan has the resources, he could afford the rep bunker. And in my opinion, once you have 2 high HP tanks on the field, rep bunkers kinda needed as Wehrmacht.
A Sherman with a whiz-bang rocket launcher is ready.
I really like the rep bunker.
You don't like the rep
It's got
bunker?
to be. No, I do. I love it.
I
love it.
Yeah, obviously, it's amazing. It's AoE
no
repair.
pop, no upkeep, no micro. You
Yeah.
just send your tanks over there and forget about it.
It's slower repair though, like per tank, so it's only really worth if you have a lot of tanks.
Yeah. Yeah, the AoE's nice. But like I said, once you have 2, I think it's worth it. Whizbang, once again, playing anti-infantry duty. But better retreat here this time for Tushkan does get out. I like these mines he's laying on the northern flank as well.
With the Captain, yeah. P4 AFK over there tries to keep the VP pressure up. MG42 would probably go down to the second Whizbang.
Yeah, the rockets could clear it, like, fully. Yeah, there it goes.
By the way, Raid or Tushka is a 2-0 KD. Or nearly a 2-0
Yeah.
KD. That kind of tells the story.
Yeah.
Double nade,
Both
both
30
MGs
cal
will
must
go
might
down.
Yeah. I really would love to see Tushkan secure some of these MGs. He kind of needs them to help him with the Zooks, I think. If he had if he has these 30 cals backing up the armor, I think there isn't much Ray has to deal with it. But he's ignoring them for now.
Oh, Sherman might
Zook very
go
lucky.
down. I don't know, P4. Where's the P4?
Taking its time driving around the map. I don't know. One took the scenic route there through the trees. Yeah, should have been here.
Should have
Could have
stabbed
been
the
here.
Ooh, Broomba gets the MG. Both P4s should go in.
Yeah, he might get the Zook squad here if he focus fires it.
Gets the Zook
Yeah,
squad.
does get it.
Could go in. There's only one Zook, and that's in base currently, so Ray has to be...
Yeah, he should all in.
Super
He should
careful.
100% all in here.
Captain and his retinue have been reporting killed in action.
That other P4 is not moving though.
Tushka
which
not
is gonna
really
be a
committing
problem.
though. Really giving away a lot of momentum for nothing.
Get the wounded out of there. Down to only 50
Maybe he
points.
wants to play safe, don't lose any unnecessary amount of units, but I don't know. He could have picked up
Yeah,
the
if
Sherman easily there.
if that other P4 drives around the back of Ray's position here, the game is over.
Yeah, Sherman will go down. It got snared. P4 going the super long route, probably afraid of a mine there. GMC goes
Yeah,
down.
good pathing.
He's
But he's gonna path into the Zook, so he needs to be a little careful.
no satchel though from the Zook zone.
Flashbang is deployed.
Yeah, and doesn't have the muni.
But Ray
Needs to hold fire
dead.
this P4. Wow, lucky that those bounced, but
Lost a weapon crew. All dead.
a lot of losses for Ray. That's
Ray
gonna
is
seal
dead.
it. Yeah, Stormberg in chat saying Ray doesn't seem like he wants to be playing, and I kind of have to agree. I wonder if he's, you know, maybe just here for the prize money and isn't feeling motivated because this is not his best work.
Nah.
We'll say. Ooh, could kill both of these. Wow,
Oh.
Falstermaker's narrowly escaping in the middle of the map.
Only 25
But if he continues to play like that, he's in the semifinal, so
If they move,
some cash is guaranteed.
Commander.
But still,
A large amount
Nice
of
choice here with the Pio, blocking the cap.
Pile here
Well
gets
worth it, to
smoked.
be honest.
19
All he has to do is hold the
VPs.
VPs a little longer, so he can sacrifice the rest of this infant, and then he'll just win the game. So
Rumba coming forward.
All good.
Could use veteran C1.
yeah, everyone forgets about Shatter Will.
I press it
Yeah,
every
that'll
time
do
when I
it.
go into infantry engagements with the Brumba.
Can this engineer cap 10 seconds? I think that's just enough time to decap with 10 VPs.
Shattered will on the Shermans is not.
Doesn't work against Shermans.
Sherman tank destroyed.
Brumbar too tanky.
One more
He's not gonna
shot.
die.
We're losing armor. Sherman gone.
And GG basically.
Well,
Not basically, it's
yeah,
GG.
he tried. He tried. I like when people send everything in. You know, people who lose with their whole army alive. It's like, what's the point? Let's at least see some explosions. Well played to Tushkan. That looked clean.
Yeah, Tushka played well, even though Ray played poorly, but not to take away from the victory from Tushka, he still played really, really well.
Yeah.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back with game number 2 in a couple of seconds. I hope you're enjoying it. Don't forget you can support us on MetaPlays on the website, become a patron of RTS, or donate straight into the prize pool. We have so many more events planned for this year, even for the first half of the year. We have the 2v2 League coming up, where you can already sign up, and later in February there will be the Rising Star 1v1 tournament, where you can show your skills without playing against Ray, Tushkan, Reckley, or Tony. So definitely worth checking it out. And yeah, see you around in a sec. see. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 2 between Ray and Tushkan. After, I don't want to say disappointing performance by Ray, because it always sounds like we are taking away something from Tushkan's victory, but still, we are back on Twin Beaches and we have Mr. Ray as the
Scout is ready for use.
Wehrmacht. On the other side, we have Mr. Tushkan as the USF. What are we seeing? What are we expecting, my dear friend Daniel?
Well, it's interesting. Ray had queued up a few Sturmpios and then canceled them for the Ketten. So clearly changing his mind here about how he wants to handle this map and this build, maybe deciding the Ketten's what he wants. And on the other side, Kaiser either cleverly or simply fortuitously has gone for the 4x4, which is a great answer to the Ketten on this map. So it's going to be up to Ray to be sneaky with his Ketten and make sure it doesn't get found out by the Jeep.
Super hyped to see Last Stand. People don't
Yeah, no
play it
Luftwaffe
that
this
much.
game.
No Luftwaffe and Stern Pioneers. I'm personally experimenting with Last Stand a lot, or with Final Battle, but not with Stern Pioneers, but rather with Grenadiers
A squad of Sturmpioniere have entered
into
the field.
Jaegers, which is great fun. I highly recommend. And then you get the Borgward, and then you put everywhere those bombs.
Yeah. And you know, I haven't seen anyone do yet, but I expect we'll see it at some point here in one of these tournaments if it's not changed. Because of the aim time differences between Grens and units in cover, people have been doing this trick where they kite with, they dip
The
in and out of
trick.
range with Grens. And if you do that with Final Stand, or whatever the name of that toggle that gives you the bonus DPS, it's just going to be even scarier. You might be able to do it with the Sturmpios too. So that's a tech I'm afraid of. Hopefully we won't see it, but I expect it to happen at some point here.
Ray playing double Stern Pioneer Grenadier.
Grenadiers
Jeep
assembled.
finds the Stern Pioneer. Gets the cutoff though.
Yeah, and no control of mid now with the Sturmpiow blocking their rifle there. Kaiser might have considered just gap closing. I guess waiting for the engineer, but it's going to leave him with no fuel besides his safe fuel.
Which we're also getting decapped and was cut off, so a lot of loss there for Tushkan. Tushkan picked Armored. Looks like Armored is back on the menu. In the meantime, Ray is
Yeah,
closing
this is a good
in
map
on
for
the
it.
hill. I
Yeah,
feel
really,
conflicted
really
about
strong
Armored
open from
being
Ray
back.
here. Feels like Tushkan just wasn't ready for the Sturmpios, didn't know how he wanted to handle them. And he's in trouble. Note the mine on the fuel, too, on the beach.
Oh yeah, wonderful mine spot there.
MG42 and crew
Actually,
Tushkan
Ray
won
losing his
the
own
hill,
fuel
though.
now.
So
Yeah.
it's something. He's now harassing the fuel from Ray.
Really curious about if we'll see
We have lost the sector.
officer quarters from Ray. Or if he'll tech up immediately. Oh, we've been seeing a lot of fast Stummel, but could really use the
Rifleman
additional
finds the
combat
mine,
power, I think.
but now the Jeep is on a hunting mission.
Oh, yes, it's going to be tough for the Ketten, but... Oop,
Ah,
bit of
yeah.
a miss micro there from Tushkan. Didn't hit that turn hard enough, and Ketten's like well out of the way now.
In the end, the fuel control is relatively even for both players. I think slight advantage Ray, but not that much. At least it feels like that. I might be
The
wrong.
enemy has claimed our sector.
It's supposedly 51 for Tushkan to 73 for Ray, but I don't know how accurate that thing actually is.
Well, it's the only number we have to go by, right? So I believe him.
Yeah.
By the way, interestingly, not Veterans 1 on the Jeep.
Bastards have
You
secured
can't get
our
Vet 1 right
territory
away
from us.
anymore, right?
Correct, yeah. They changed that. I mean, you can still get it. Well, no, I mean, yeah. It's I think it takes 1 CP, maybe. If you go Assault Engineers and then straight to it, so, yeah. Okay, 221 coming out. Well, Tushkan's getting ISC, so... This is another moment for, as Wolf points out in chat, Tushkan can swing it back here. If there's no good answer to the 221 forthcoming, then it'll once again be the Wehrmacht's turn to dominate the map.
Yeah. Tushkan gets a flank on the MG. Jeep is hiding from the MG. Second rifle is coming. Jeep, by the way, went for capping veteran C1.
Yeah, nice block there.
Yeah, that was really well done. However, oh, Tushkan cancelled tier
Our
3.
territory is exposed. We must re-establish a connection.
Why though? Does he feel
221 scout
here?
pod deploy.
Yeah, I'm really curious what he's think. Maybe he hasn't decided. Maybe his macro is just slipping a little bit. But yeah, I'm waiting with bated breath to see what he chooses to do here with his fuel. He probably should have gotten heals at this point since he's got fuel for heals and motor pool. There's the motor pool coming down.
The question though is now how really Tushkan wants to play it. He needs obviously fast Greyhound now to counter the 2-1, otherwise he will lose all the map control that he earned so hard. But without heal, he might run into the same issue. He just kills the 2-1, but he has no units on the field to cap.
Yeah, it's a tough call, and he probably also is thinking about grenades here, which he still doesn't have. So he's got a lot of options.
2-centimeter flak gun and crew deployed.
So
Personally, I'm a big fan of getting heals as soon as you can. Yeah.
Tushkan 40 fuel is the ground, right? 260, 40, or 45. I play way
It just
too
starts
less
adding up really
17,
quick, you know?
Yeah.
Missing out on the casualties is such a big deal. Obviously, coming onto the field with hurt rifles also hurts your manpower a lot, so the earlier you can get that med tent down, the quicker it pays for itself.
Ray, well, nicely dodged nade by Tushkan. Greyhound is in the queue. The riflemen are hurt, but not badly hurt. Like,
Yeah.
it's on the edge.
Yeah, it's not where I feel like it's mandated you heal them. Close, but not quite. And it's only the Flak and the Gren as AT right now. Gren is in the Faust. No Panzerfaust rollout and only one Gren. I do think that this Greyhound is dangerous for Ray. He's got to be very careful about how he plays with his Flak here, because if he overcommits with it, it's going to just get run down by the Greyhound.
Yeah, 20mm Flak only a soft counter against the Greyhound. Greyhound could just drive past it. Late upgrade on the skirts though. Tushkan a little bit slow micro-wise. Not sure why. He could have no drive past the 20mm Flak. Not sure why he's
Yeah,
suddenly
really
backing up.
conservative there. Maybe worried about a mine, but I think in that situation, maybe you bring the engineer with you on that dive. But yeah, I think Ray's probably counting his blessings here that Tushkan didn't force the issue.
I don't know why, but it feels so that Tushkan plays so scared, like he doesn't feel up to the task. We've seen him play way better in other tournaments.
Yeah, I think it's tough, man. I mean, you never know what's going on with people, right? If they got a full night's sleep, if they just had a really hard test at university, you never know what's going on with folks. And I think for a lot of players, it feels like there's pretty high variance in terms of how they perform. Like we're seeing with Ray as well.
So Veteran C1 now for the vehicles. Ray in the meantime switched his full attention to the beach. We have Panzerbüchse on the 2-1. Kind of
ready
limits
for the M8 now.
mobility for the Greyhound. Scout went to heaven.
All scouts go to heaven. Huh?
All scouts go to heaven.
Converting bunkers to a medical facility.
Not Pathfinders, though, right?
Nah. Not. Well, maybe nowadays, yes. Back in the days, definitely not. But nowadays, I'm not sure.
Bunker for Ray. Love seeing early medical bunker. Same deal as with the med tent. It's earlier you get it, the better. So I like that he found a place for it. It will delay a Shrek, but I guess he's feeling like he's got what he wants in terms of AT. But I actually think getting onto the beach may end up being a bit of a mistake here. He's giving up control of the center of the map. And if you don't have the center of the map, I don't think you can hold the beach, which is what we're seeing here.
Oh, Jeep getting a beating there. I like the... Oh, that's a dead Gren. That has to be a dead Gren.
Oh yeah, Captain gonna focus fire. Yeah, this is why I think you have to have the middle. Or otherwise, stuff like your retreat paths are just totally borked.
Yeah. Always control your retreat path if you want to overextend. The Web of the Grand
Attempt
actually
to cancel
could have
the
a big
strat.
impact. No snare, no. Unless Ray...
Yeah.
Well, he could go for Panzerfaust rollout.
There's no immunity though. And isn't it like 125 for the He does have the CPs for it though. He's actually banked quite a few. I'm not sure what he's.
Oh, MG42 goes down and no unit close by to pick it up.
Yeah, Flak should be able to cover it. Has suppressive fire if he needs it. But a rifle is coming.
Rifleman is coming, but Rifleman no pushes correctly. MG42 gets recaptured.
So has to pack out retreat grenade.
Ah, he was not in position for that, I think.
Yeah, he has sprint. He probably could have been, but yeah, missed opportunity there for sure.
Tushka now getting bars. Grant is self-repairing, going in. Sprint now coming in, waited for the opportunity there. Might get the 2-2-1.
Oh,
Oh, he's...
once again, I think too conservative from Tushkan. He should have just pushed that. Would have killed the 2-2-1 for sure.
He gets the flak down, but he's not following up. So flak is still
Yeah.
not getting stolen. He is speeding up the retreat of the rifleman. I think that was a nice try, but follow-up was missing.
Yeah,
And now
Just
with the
playing
Verbal on
safe.
the field,
yeah. I wonder if Ray will just drive in here. He knows everything's low, but there's always the possibility of a Chaffee. I mean, if your opponent knows you're tier 2, it's the Werble's pretty much mandated if you're not playing fall spam or something. So Ray probably gonna play it safe here.
yeah, I'm expecting a Chaffee. Chaffee with armored kind of feels a no-brainer combination.
Yeah, the nice thing is for Tushkan is that he doesn't have to decide until he sees the Werble, right? Because he's got fast deploy, so it's a very rapid build on the Chaffee once he decides he needs it.
Jeep will go
Which
down.
should be now.
Marder is in the queue. Yeah, I think after the Chaffee an AT gun is needed nonetheless. Marders are really
Yeah.
strong. No, Marder gets cancelled. Last second. Second verbal.
Well, I hope he gets a Shrek then, because he definitely needs. He's gonna need more AT than he has.
He, by the way, unlocked propaganda towers and Panther turrets. Panther Turm.
Ooh, maybe the Panzerturm will be his AT. Hey, Werble plus Panzerturm doesn't sound too bad.
I think it does because the turret or the Turm is really, really bad. It has basically not. It has standard range, which are the non-movable unit.
I know. I just really want to see it.
Yeah, I want to see it as well. 2-1 gets picked
Yeah,
up
so
from the
here's-
Chaffee.
Here's the lack of AT.
And that's a
Oh, this
Goner
black-
Wibble as
the
well.
Yeah, could lose the Ketten here. Could lose the Flak. Could lose everything here, really. Depending on how
Chaffee
they play
is-
this.
Flanking speed. Gets the Wibble. Ketten will go down for sure. Flak will go down. We have no Panzerfaust rollout. We get the Shrek down, but it's really late.
Yeah, why back off with the M8 there? That feels like just way too conservative. Is he not going to get this? Oh no, he's going to kill the Flak.
I think that's
better
sensible.
get it.
He should throw a satchel if he has enough ammo.
Something. He's got to get this Flak. Wow, this is another fight where it feels like Tushkan could have taken everything and instead leaves with very little. I mean, he did get the kill on the Werble, but should have, and I nice the Ketten too, but feels like could have got more. Maybe a
Yeah,
lot
it's-
more.
He's not doing the game-ending damage. He
Yeah.
always leaves Ray a little bit of wiggle room to come back.
Yeah, maybe too much respect for Ray, which, understandable. Tournament game against the guy who's currently, I would say, or has been the best except for the last tournament. But you beat him pretty good last game. Have some confidence in yourself. You played well.
Well, Ray has
It feels like he's
no-
actually out microing him and then just not committing.
So Ray is salvaging now all the wreckages.
It's gonna help.
Rebel is getting scavenged. The thing is, though, the losses are not as bad. Obviously, they're still bad, but you get at least some resources back.
Enemy forces
Yeah.
have claimed our territory.
Yeah, it's pretty significant. You know, in 1v1, every little bit of every scrap of resources counts. So you get a very good return on the salvage.
We have lost
And
control of
salvage
the
is
victory
really good against Sheffy Orlan strategies, because then you can't trade positively anymore. Or you can build your own Sheffy
have
army.
secured our territory from us.
Yeah.
I don't know. At the moment, I would say Ray, even though Ray had some losses, he's still ahead because no corner piece of his army died. Meanwhile, Tushkan is trying to make damage
Jaeger light
happen,
infantry on
but is
station.
not really able to do so.
No, he's got to be more willing to fully commit to a fight to do meaningful damage. I'm curious which way he goes on the tree here. He's banked up 5 CPs. I guess he can't decide between the Scott or the Easy 8 production, but it feels like if he had just clicked War Machine and started spamming stuff for Motor Pool, he could have closed this out.
He has so many options, but he's not really pushing for them. He's really conservative. I think
Yeah,
overall,
haven't been
Tushkan is a
putting out-
conservative player,
Yes, absolutely.
but
But you know what would go well with that, as Havoc points out, is the mortar. If he wants to play conservative, then getting the indirect fire to allow him to sort of win these longer engagements at mid and long range would be great. But
Captain Dan should make it home. Yeah. Oh, Sheffy found the mine. That's bad. Where is the Shrek Jäger? It's in base, so Sheffy will make it home.
not very far.
More minesweeping by the rifleman.
Yeah.
No Pittle or the Greyhound, by the
We
way.
have a new Marder tank destroyer.
It's a weird choice. It's so much of its DPS is tucked away in that upgrade.
And Tushkan, maybe he's waiting. How much CP is War Machine?
It's 2.
So he can unlock it, right?
So he could unlock the last things in the tree. I'm not sure what he's waiting on there.
Territory sector lost.
Getting an AT gun
The
now.
enemy has taken a victory.
Marta is now out, and Ray has a really strong defensive army, and Tushkan has no real tools to break it. He's getting an AT gun now, which I like against the Martyr, but it won't solve his anti-infantry problem. Which is weird.
Yeah. He still only has 1 bar on all these rifles. He's got plenty of muni. I feel like he really needs to upgrade those extra bars,
Our
especially on these
forces
Vet
are
2
prepared to
rifles.
make their final stand. They shall give everything in service.
Second Martyr's on the way. Yeah, Ray is slowly grinding Tushkan down. Panzerfaust rollout was unlocked, but it's still 120 ammo. Oh, Sheffy
Here's
is
sort of another
going in.
Marder
Will
tank
die.
destroyer is ready
Smoke
for
shot,
combat.
nice. Yeah, but Shrek Jaeger gets the wipe.
Yeah, just dry. I really hate what he's doing with his vehicles. The M8's flanking now, but way too late.
Now it will die because it will get snared. Ray rebuilt the Grenadier. Marder is repositioning.
We have lost the sector.
That's so weird. It feels like Tushkan realized he should be being more aggressive, but just like
He gets the
waited way
Marder,
too
but
late.
who
Marder-
cares?
yeah,
he
Marder
got all the
does the
LVs.
good.
You have command points available.
Yeah, I think there was a window. Folks are talking to chat about when diving and versus Panzerfaust rolling, and I think when the first M8 hit, and then he had some good fights. If he had just built the second M8, then he could all in. And I think it's true that now it's his window for that is closed, but it was definitely there for like 5 minutes. Does
Oh,
finally
Mada
get
gets recovered.
yeah. Look at that.
Will he recover the Greyhound or salvage it? Salvage.
He's doing it. I wonder if he's. It looks like it might be salvage because
It's
it's so
salvage
fast.
because it's so fast. Chef is going balls deep.
Yeah, I like this from Tushkan. This is what he needs, man.
He needs to destroy them and destroy the wreck.
Oh, the
which is
rifle! Cheffy getting some good kills, but he lost a rifle and dropped a bar. So actually, given that he can just these vehicles are going to get recovered, I don't think this is worth it.
Cheffy might go
You can't
down.
just-
He's taking the shot. No? Yes?
Oh.
No?
Yeah. Oh, he thought about it. Another salvage opportunity. Oh, and he missed micros the AT gun too. Oh man, this is all falling apart
That's
for Tushkan
GG.
here.
AT gun, yeah. GG has been called.
Yeah, he knows. Choosing to conserve his energy. Well, GG well played. I mean, Ray did not have a great early there, but he held it together and felt like he just had more. He knew more what to do in the mid game. It felt like.
Well, yeah, Tushkan played really conservative. He was afraid of something.
Yeah.
So, 1-1. And we will be back with the next game in a couple of seconds. Which is game number... That's game number 3. Yeah. Ray as Dak and Tushkan as USF. Alright, let me set up everything quickly and let me bite another bite from my croissant with ham and cheese. Ray as Dak, that's interesting. I think on Tuesday they're really good. Oh, you're... Alright. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 between Ray and Tushkan. We are on road to Tunes, and we have Mr. Ray as the Dag. On the other side, we have Mr. Tushkan as the USF. And guess what? It's Dag time, so I'm pretty hyped. What about you, Mr. Daniel?
Well, I think it makes perfect sense. We're on a desert map, so Ray just allowing us to increase our immersion here by seeing the Africa Corps in Africa on Road to Tunis. So it makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah. Sounds about right. So nothing unusual. I nearly said nothing unusual is happening, but Ray is going bike to 50. He has he does not have the Panzerjäger command in his loadout, so he's not doing the GBR cheese. Well, GBR
Thank goodness for
strategy.
that. I wonder if we'll see the the Kriegsmariners, they do great against ultralights. So actually, a little bummed for Ray to see the PG squad.
Oh, Ray's a believer. PGs have a mixed review currently, I would argue, especially against USF. $250
So this 250 does against the new and improved Jeep.
250 still should win, right? I don't
Yeah, with no support, it should. It's close now, though, I think.
Ray left the 250, not sure why. Maybe to maximize damage? No.
Full DPS, I think. You get a fourth rifle, right?
Yeah, but okay.
Hey, as long as you don't lose any models, it's totally worth it.
Fair enough. Game sound is muted. Glorious. I clicked the wrong button. Here we go. Game sound is back. He's now repairing the 250.
Yeah. So big wins here early. I wonder if he'll should be able to get the decap on this fuel, which is a big deal on this map. And PG gonna flank this rifle as well. So look, another spicy start here. Definitely favoring Ray's position so far.
Bike capping on the flanks like nothing ever is happening. Oh, I'm not sure if that was a good engagement for Tushka with the rifleman. Rifleman has to go home.
Yeah, I mean, it was 3 versus 2, right? It was never going to be a winning fight. He should have, as soon as he saw the PG flanking him, he should have just accepted his loss here and sent the Jeep to the top side to help the engineer on the fuel.
Proximity alarm near our fuel point.
Alright, now Ray can heal inside of the truck or the 250.
Yeah. Yeah, this fight over the top fuel is going to be pretty important here. Both players sending like everything up there now, but the Jeep's pretty vulnerable to this 250.
Do a lot of damage against the Jeep, especially on the rear armor, side armor shots. Jeep gets forced off by the 250 though.
Yeah, and this engineer
Has a
should
tough
be okay on
retreat
retreat
path.
unless he gets really unlucky.
But Ray's not even interested in the chase down.
No. Good play on the cutoff here from Tushkan. This is a great early game. The rifle's going to have green cover, so until something comes to support, I don't think this PG can do anything about it.
However, Ray still has slight fuel advantage, or should have slight fuel advantage. Not much.
Yeah.
Supply
Let's see
lines
what it says.
Territory is isolated.
It's 64 for Ray, 52 for Kaiser. But the gap there will close as Tushkan's got his fuel and Ray no longer has his. So
We're losing grasp of a
We have snares, by the way, from Tushkan. He went 2 rifleman snare. Let's see once he reveals it.
yeah, does he want to throw a grenade? Ray's playing as if there's a grenade, so
Yeah, obviously.
I think that
always
means
play
Kaiser
with
can
the
throw a grenade
250
if he
there's
wants.
grenades. But cutoff stays under Tushkan's control, and slowly and surely Tushkan should equalize fuel control
assault grenadiers
and
have been
pull
assigned.
ahead there.
This assault gun needs to do a lot of work here versus these rifles, which I think it should be able to do. One of the rifles is very low HP, 250.
Thank God, no assault disembark anymore at Vet 0. It now moved to Veteran C1.
God, that was such a nightmare.
The I win every infantry engagement button.
We've lost control over victory.
He reveals the snare and the nade.
Yeah.
Should have snared 250. No, 250 will survive at 60 ammo. Don't the drain for nothing. Jeep comes around, but no chance in hell he will get the wipe there.
Yeah, pretty unlikely there. But not too many losses there for Tushkan.
We're losing
The
grasp
game
of
kind
a
of resetting here.
point.
Although good VP control for Ray, actually. He drained quite a bit. Still no upgrades. I wonder if we'll see combat half tracks.
Territory lost.
Although I wonder if he would have got it by now.
He is getting fire support elements, also tier 1.5.
No real surprise there. Flak still a very, very, very good unit.
Deployment.
I What about Tushkan? What's his tech situation? Has a interestingly placed medical station. Maybe this is anticipating the league attacking the base. He just wants to avoid getting it
Yeah.
shelled.
It's the obviously there is no Cardona in the loadout, but I think Cardona destroyed so many heals.
Yeah, I
that
wonder
people
that. Yeah,
started to put it differently.
it's honestly on this map especially. I do think that's a good strategy. Actually, Jeep driving right into the Assault Gren 250, but Ray not microing, so looks like Jeep should be okay.
Unless Tushkan stays.
Yeah,
But he's
maybe
baiting
this is
some
just
time
a elaborate
to defend the
bait.
10-pointer. Really, really well done. 250, by the way, it's at veterancy 2 and at veterancy 3 it gets the unique ability to suppress.
Oh, he's got to be careful with this 250.
Oh, he got out in time, just in time for
Yeah,
a switch.
really close.
But 2 Pong Grenadiers are around the corner.
Yeah, they feel a little outgunned right now. I don't think this is a very good fight for Ray. Flamer coming in will though, actually.
Quad is on the field and Panzerjäger's on the field. Bike is now going for the fuel point. In the meantime, we have a scout going for the other fuel point though, so it might be a... Nothing has happened. Oh, Bike gets away.
Too fast. Too fast, too furious. Yeah, good decap on that top fuel. That's going to be big for Kaiser. But... Oh, and the 250 narrowly avoids finding the Jeep, too, so... It's pretty fortunate. That said, flak filling's king right now. Motor pool's still not done, so there is no answer.
Yeah, and flag filling is not like a 2-1 where you can cope. Flag filling will break your bones if you're not getting AT fast out.
Yeah. Yeah, no manpower for Kaiser, so he's actually like a pretty long way from having an answer to this. I wonder if we'll see Ray kind of drive to the cutoff or if he's going to play it more careful.
He's trying to stall out of the captain, but if he's not retreating anytime soon, he will lose him.
Yeah, still no armory choice from Ray.
You know what I really hate?
It was a good call.
What really grinds my gear, that battle group choices show up in the upgrades.
Yes.
Window.
It's a little confusing. They're not the same thing. And they also show up elsewhere on the UI, so it's really not necessary. I guess you can see the timing of when they picked it, and that's kind of nice, but...
Yeah, but still, especially with certain things, you get then a lot of them, like the... I think they show also up when you build tunnels and so on, so you have a lot of tunnels suddenly in the overlay, and we have that flavor idea.
Yeah, really late retreat there from Ray, and nice pickup for Tushkan.
Pioneer immediately getting rebuilt. Oh, retreat nades!
Not bad, not bad, but might not be quite enough.
Oh, we have maybe a dead flag. Flag took is there, and we have a Chevy coming, and he's hungry.
He is headed straight there. Immediately popped flanking speed.
One more shot.
Snare should come in.
No snare from Ray.
Yeah, what?
Late
was a
snare,
very
but
late
he
snare.
should get it in the end because Panzerjägers are close by. He might get to 250 though. That would be a nice pickup. Smoke shell trying to dance. Gets to 250. Rifleman has to retreat though. Destroys the wreckage even. I'm not sure if that was intended.
Yeah, man. I mean, how do you feel about that trade? I'm tempted to say like, trading out to get rid of the flak is probably good. Although now there's a flame tank, so. Sure how
And
aggressive
he
Ray's
has
going to be with
0
this thing.
AT and flame tank might be the game ender.
Yeah, he does have fast deploy, so he's only, well, he's like a full minute from being able to build the Chaffee. It's 60 fuel, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if Ray can just go to the cutoff now. And he did indeed pick salvage. I wonder if it feels like he picked it because he saw all this sweet, sweet salvage.
Well, I'm not sure if he salvaged the flag, or was it destroyed by captains of map.
Not sure. He definitely got the 250 in the Chaffee, looks like.
Still free resources, right?
Yep. Guys are doing a good job stalling against this flame tank, though. You definitely don't want to just insta-retreat because then he just drives to your cutoff, so keeping him away from that as long as possible
Yeah,
is
but
good.
no,
Although,
he
as I
will.
say that, I may have caster cursed him. Maybe he loses his rifle now.
The problem is that if they really clump the flame damage spreads really nicely.
Yeah, he's got the captain here. He could drop the flanking maneuver sprint. There it is.
I don't
Will
think
it be
it's
enough? No, I jinxed him badly. That feels like my fault.
I hope you like your rifleman. Well done.
Utility vehicle as requested. We have
Because they got
control of a
smoked.
victory point.
Oh god. So new Shafi's on the way. Tushkan is, I don't know how he is behind, but not that much. Flame Tank did a lot of damage, but not game-ending damage.
Yeah, I do definitely put Ray ahead here. But VPs aren't unmanageable for Tushkan. He's gone armor, which is a great late game battle group.
Flame Tank might die now.
And yeah, this will equalize the game pretty much. There are double PGs, so this is still
Flanking
survivable.
speed. Oh, snare stun ability from the Flame P3. Finally, someone is using it. Saves the day, actually.
Yeah. That thing's pretty good.
It was a full stun for quite some time. Well, micro
say
there
again?
by Ray.
Yeah. What's the right time in there? Oh man, these assault guns are very low HP. I hope he does not fight with them.
Breach! I love every time we see Breach, man. It went from being a useless ability to an ability that we see from time to
A
time.
mechanized combat group awaits deployment.
Well, I'm glad someone's enjoying it. Breach is on my list of things that I'm like, well, I like your idea, cute idea, but please delete.
Oh, that's some harsh words.
We're losing grasp of the capture point.
I've got a list. It's getting shorter. It's shorter than it was last year. I wonder if we'll see. What do you feel about? I feel like Ray probably should grab some kind of additional AT to make the flame tank safer, like either another PJ or a pack. He's got the mechanized group available and plenty of
Second
manpower.
PJ, second Flame Tank, and then go all in. Tushkan has nothing to hold against that. It's the all-in strategy with Flame Panzer, right? With armored reserves.
Yeah, get just spam PJ and flame tank and just right click. Yeah, still no upgrades from Ray, which feels kind of weird. You'd think he'd get emergency repair kits or smoke. Mostly everyone just gets emergency repair kits, but wait, Kaiser picked light it up.
I never have seen it. Doesn't even work. Nothing is happening.
He used it. It didn't look like it was doing anything, but that's crazy. I cannot remember the last time someone intentionally picked light it up.
I never. The armor veteran is so much better. Oh, we have a
Command tank. Wow, and it ends the game. Kind of surprising.
Tushkan traded really poorly, though, man.
Yeah. Yeah, the tempo of the call-in's really making the difference there for Ray. So, bit of a battle group win there, but you know, I do think Tushkan could have played that differently too as well.
Well, some called call-in game meta. I don't know. Anyway, it's time for game number 4. If Tushkan wants to move into the finals, he needs to win now, otherwise he has to go home. So let's send our best wishes and best luck to him. Obviously, also to Ray if you're a Rain fanboy. But I always want to see the underdog win. So see you in a sec. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's game number 4 between Ray and Tushkan. Can Ray redeem himself, or will he go home? Oh, I mean Tushkan, sorry. Jesus Christ, long day. So we have Ray as the USF. And on the other side, we have Tushkan as the Wehrmacht. And guess what, Daniel? It's Spec Ops time.
What? No, no way. You think someone's really gonna do that?
Yeah, it's... Well, Tushkan played Armor, right?
True, that's true. He did give us a break from the Weasel. Man, I was really excited. I saw Tushkan had 2 Kettons queued up, and I thought we were going to see something really crazy, but I think it was a misclick because he canceled it. And
This is not the Red Wings game,
Yeah,
my friend.
playing normally, like he wants to win or something.
Winning
It's
is for
interesting
noobs.
cap order here from Ray. Very aggressive. He's going to be able to upgrade the 30 cal before he goes after the fuel if he wants to. He should.
He goes for the VP first.
Yeah, this is smart. I wonder if he'll just back out, start the upgrade, go back in. Because you really do want to. You don't want to wait for that upgrade. It looks like he'll probably finish capping the VP first, or trying to. Not gonna get away with it.
But I have some shower thoughts for you. If Spec Ops is the most broken USF battle group currently, why nobody is banning it?
That is a good question. Yeah, I don't think folks know that there's battle group bans.
You mean I just click buttons before the game starts? Because I have to?
Oh no, I mean viewers. The viewers don't know maybe.
Viewers should know by now. Unless I forget it, I often show them on stream as well.
This is an interesting build here from Ray. Double engineer. Actually, I say interesting, but he loves double engineer. I feel like he does this a lot with WOC, and it does work. I mean, the engineers are arguably overtuned at 100 HP. They're very freaking beefy. Although beefy or not, they still get outnumbered and killed. So
Weasel has some pathing issues around the ruins.
yeah, not the best place to park it. It should get out okay. And actually, meanwhile, the second engineer being really annoying on the cutoff. That's going to force these units back, but until this MG gets out, I think this engineer just gets to get the decap. So both players decapping, actually.
We got a cutoff on the decapture of the cutoff. And don't forget, guys, you can sign up for the 2v2 league, which will start soon. So if you're tired of getting beaten up in 1v1, maybe it's time to get beaten up in 2v2 Kappa. But both players lost for a brief moment the control of their cutoff. Not sure if... Yeah, Tushkan should regain his cutoff quite easily.
Yeah, it's just a question of what it'll cost him in terms of Gren models.
Looks like a Dre still no Rifleman believer. I don't know, man. Rifleman is so good nowadays that I don't feel the need to spam it vertical, but maybe Ray just likes this playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, it does synergize nicely with SSF. You know, you get a mainline replacement that can kind of do everything. But yeah, I don't disagree. I was expecting to see pretty much just rifle play, but I think the reality is the early half track and the 30 cal and the Zook squad are all still such good units that while I think the changes have made Rifleman viable, I'm not sure that they made it wrong to go WOC. I think it just maybe now there are finally 2 options.
To be fair,
But
I hate to admit that, I really hate, but it's maybe good that we have just more than just one viable USF close order.
Starting ISC upgrade.
yeah, yes, that may well be.
What? Why did
people...
Tushkan retreated to SMG? That must have been a misclick.
Yeah. Unless he was worried about the Weasel finding it, but yeah, he's like really base locked here. The Weasel plus the 30 cals, I guess, just too much. Well, I don't know. He hasn't really even fought these 30 cals, so I don't know what's going on here. Why he ended up in base like this? Feels like losing the entire map though. He's just waiting. Like, what's he waiting for? Did something happen? I feel like maybe something happened IRL. Like he's not moving.
What is going on? Tushkan? Hello?
Oh shit!
Tushkan surrendered.
That must have been an IRL. So you didn't hear anything from them, huh?
Nah, I never got a message. Nothing.
that didn't feel like the game was over. He retreated the MG. That felt like the kind of retreats I do in like, I have to go deal with Banjo or something, and I just send all the units home so I don't lose them. So I wonder if maybe something happened to IRL. Man, what a shame. What a shame.
Oh man, what a way to go, poor Tushkan.
Yeah, really unfortunate.
Sad we don't have a pause in Co.
Yeah, would be nice. Maybe someday.
Well, for 3-1 for Ray.
Bit anticlimactic that.
Yeah, it is. Anyway, see you in a sec with the next set of games.
Finals, baby. Let's go. Woo!
Alright, ladies. That's the wrong thingy. Let me change that. Here we go. And this time I won't forget to show you the draft. Rickley picked Twin Beaches and Faymanville. Tushkan picked Jebel Pass and Crossing. You know what? We can actually do it like that. Because then we can see that live what they're doing. Or the recording of it. It's interesting that everyone banks Kriegsmarine. Kriegsmarine is kind of the new Bersaglieri.
Yeah. I mean, the Kriegsmarine in the 250 is a nightmare at the start of the game. And on a map where there's a key point, Twin Beaches or, Tunis, it's like, what do you do against it? It's pretty tough.
I think the most interesting bans currently are the Wehrmacht bans. Because it feels like way less straightforward what to ban.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of good battle groups for Wehrmacht.
People are banning a lot of Breakthrough, but I'm not sure if Breakthrough is really ban-worthy, for example. Rickley does not want to play against Breakthrough, though.
Yeah, I mean, the Tiger is kind of a win the late game card, depending on what your opponent does. But, I don't know. I'm more afraid of Luft and Mech than I am of Breakthrough, personally.
Yeah, I agree. And I think once people figure out how to play Last Stand or Last Battle, however the battle group is called, well, it will shift again. Because it's such a sleeper battle group.
Yeah, I think the toggle ability is pretty tricky to use. I don't think people have totally figured out when to use it.
And Rickley doesn't care which USF battle group to ban. He randomly banned Armor.
Yeah, Tony's saying I think Rickley bans what he can play well. That is a good observation. That might be exactly it.
Armor from Tushkan as well. Sadly, we won't see Partisans. Rickley and Tushkan neither are Partisans player. Even though I think Rickley could have the micro to make Partisans work, to be honest. But I think he's just too much of a straightforward player.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely fits his playstyle of just like attacking people constantly, but I think it requires like a couple extra steps than we usually see.
Both Canadians. We never seen Polish yet.
Wow, it's fascinating that these players agree completely on what's too strong.
Yeah, Jebel Pass and Beaches. Maybe I should switch the captain mode into English so you can. I don't. It matters that much, but still. Crossing for Tushkan as well.
Code 2 player detected. Picking crossing.
I don't think it was in the tournament map pool though. At the end of the lifespan and famous.
Oh yeah, you may be right. Yeah, I'm sure you know better than me.
Rickley, yeah, Rickley does not like. I think Rickley doesn't like Jebel Pass and Crossing both equally. All right, here we go. Tushkan also is not eager to play on Faymanville.
I think that's smart. I think Faymanville's a good Rickley map. I think it really like melds with his playstyle well. Whereas I think Twin Beaches is better for Tushkan.
Yeah.
So I actually think that this map selection favors Tushkan's playstyle. But we'll see how it turns out.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back with the game in a couple of seconds. See you in a sec. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the first game of this bronze matchup. It's the first bronze matchup that we actually cover live because usually semifinals and finals are always so long that we don't really have time to fit them in. But I think today, due to Tushkan's slip up, we have plenty of time there. And Rickley's early surrender in game number 5. So yeah, let's go. We have Rickley as the USF On the other side, we have Mr. Tushkan as the Wehrmacht. We are on Jebel Pass. What are we seeing? What we are expecting, my dear friend Daniel?
Well, I feel like I'm lost in Co-3 Forest, and I keep passing the same trees over and over. There's the spooky weasel face in that one tree. There's the kitten in the other tree. I feel like we're gonna see the Luftwaffe. I feel like we're gonna see SSF into Colin Whizbangs, and the only thing I'm not sure about is who's gonna take this.
It's interesting. Jebel Pass is such a big map that I have no idea which playstyle is the better one. You very much should struggle on Jebel Pass, right? Because MG42 can't be everywhere. Meanwhile, Riflemen have an easier time there into getting into position.
You know, I think that's what I generally assume. Although I'll say that if you play well defensively, which Tushkan is good at doing, the fact that it's a large map also means that failing flanks or like losing fights and retreating is also punished harder. Do you know what I mean? Because it takes so long to get off the map and back onto the map.
Yeah,
so
fair enough.
if you can make it work defensively, I think you can eke out advantages that way. But I think generally, yeah, a map like this favors wide aggressive play, and I would favor USF on a map like this. I also think that the way that the bases are positioned and like where you can set up in the middle makes the whizbang extra strong because it doesn't have far to drive, and you're going to end up kind of clumped around the MG in the middle of the map. So I think this is pretty USF favored. And then the Weasel is a hypermobile capping damage platform that's incredible on a map like this. Whereas the Ketten's fine, but unless it gets a cheeky mine, it's not going to beat the Weasel.
Yeah, and the cutoff is decaptured, but it cuts nothing, so it does not matter. But
Yeah.
it kind of tells the story both players are basically not fighting, nothing is happening, and we are nearly 3 minutes in. But now first engagement will happen on the bottom side.
Yeah, I wonder. Not sure. I don't think those two rifles that are sticking out are getting green cover. Okay, nice. Rickley correctly fixing his problem, and has the scout flanking as well. So
MG42 is nicely set up, forces off one rifleman, so it should be now a 2 versus 1 situation in favor of Tushkan. But Rickley's not really interested to take a fight, so he goes back to the building and activates their secret floating device where they float on top of the building.
tech they stole from a secret Nazi underground base. Ooh. Ketten finding the Weasel should be able to just out-micro this, though. The Weasel's rotation rate's pretty bad.
Yeah, but for what avail? Like, why just run away? He didn't take much damage.
It was annoying. Nice. But yeah, Wrigley seems pretty content to just, he has... It's 50-50 map, but he has an extra VP and an extra, well, it was 15, now 5 muni, so... I think it's actually kind of smart what Wrigley's doing. I think it's good to encourage Tushkan to come out onto the map so that he can then, surround the MG, and that's exactly what he's going to do. So good early play here from Wrigley, and I think we're going to see Tushkan get forced off and maybe even lose his plus 16 or the cutoff.
Yeah, and another tree that you pass and you call free forest, it's Luftwaffe. MB42 is nicely set
and
up,
the
though.
T51. Yeah, I think Wrigley might have misplayed this a little bit. He backed off too far with the Weasel and didn't fully commit to engaging on that MG. I guess there is the building there, but Wrigley's got grenades, so the buildings shouldn't be a concern.
He has.
And he's gonna get denied the cutoff as well. Ooh, nice use of the smoke. He will actually get the cutoff. But yeah, it feels like a missed opportunity there.
But I think Tushkan should be able to harass the fuel. It's still a long way, but there's not much to deny the push. Ketten being used as a spotter for the MG42.
Yeah, and the rifle that could come is kind of hurt, so the Gren should have no problem just picking that up on approach.
I like the Ketten MG42 combination. It reminds me of Code 2, where you played Pioneer MG together due to the increased vision range that the Pioneer had.
Yeah, in Co 1 it was Bike MG. It's been a staple Wehrmacht combo for the entirety of the series, feels like. We might actually get the
Weasel
Weasel
wiggle
here, depending
down.
on Micro.
Unless
Where's that
Tushkan
Gren
refuses
at?
to micro his Grens into position. Here we go.
Front line.
He's trying to go the long way, but it shows sight and rear armor. Not sure if that makes a huge difference.
It's just the rear armor that's low. Side armor is the same as front. But
Weasel
ooh,
is
gets the
dead.
kill there. That's a big win. And Rickley didn't get a chance to drop his mortar like he usually likes to do from the Weasel either. So it's going to affect his build.
Into enemy control.
MG42, by the way, hits Veterancy 1. Rickley has the Greyhound in the queue. However, we have a Vet 1 Stummel. And we have a Fallschirmjäger being dropped in. And we saw the game between Rickley and Tony. Rickley was really aggressive and then drove straight into a Fallschirmjäger camo Faust. And that sealed the deal for Mr. Greyhound. So let's see if Rickley learns his lesson.
I wonder if Tushkan's going to insta-queue a pack here.
We must act.
Or if he'll wait until he sees the M8.
They've captured a victory.
It's minute 7. You should
feel like-
insta-queue pack now.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like if you know, Rickley's so predictable as far as builds go that I think Tushkan should probably just be expecting the M8 here. And yeah, he is. He's building the pack, so good call from him.
There's literally so little manpower bleed that both players are able to execute their builds to a T without, like, on the time.
Yeah, they're able to spend their fuel right away. Or spend their manpower right away. Long retreat path for this Pio. Jumbo looks like it's maybe thinking about rotating to try to save it.
Oh, via squish from the Greyhound though, so it's a little bit slowed.
Yeah, doesn't want to... Smart to back off there. Doesn't know what's over there. Could be a pack, and he already found one mine, so it's reasonable to assume there might be more.
But what about Rickley Greed?
I know. He's evolving. I feel like he no longer always chases everything into the base, which is nice to see.
He learned his lesson.
Smoke screens ready to deploy.
Oh, all the mines are found from Rickley. Oh, that's 60 ammo down the drain. Sweeper already
Yeah.
paid itself.
Yeah, Tushkan's got amazing muni control though, so he can afford to to waste some mines. He's at plus 63 right now.
Oh, retreat Nate! That might be a dead Grand. No,
Nice.
it's dead.
Something else Rickley's gotten much better at. I mean, I remember in tournaments when he would just whip those every time, but he's been landing them. And picks up the Gren kill there, which is pretty huge given how few units this Wehrmacht build has. I feel like losing a single Gren can be pretty impactful.
But now the strength of the Greyhound shows on such a large map.
One of our munitions.
The AT gun can't be really everywhere, and the Greyhound will not pick off those overextended squads really fast.
Yeah, that's a really good point. This is a map where I think
The enemy have taken.
well, where I'd be tempted to go tier 2 honestly for Wehrmacht.
Yeah, you need the
but I do
mobility of tier 2.
Yeah, but I like this build. I mean, I really like the tier 3 Luftwaffe. I think it's very strong. And I do think it scales into the late game a little better than the tier 2 version because you've got packs.
You can drop yourself those pesky LG40s.
Yeah, that's true. Which are, I think, easier to use in a map like this because you can be more aggressive with them and then retreat them. Yeah, I would like to see an LG40 here. In fact, maybe we'll see when he's got plenty of muni, and it would really help him with dealing with this M8. So I hope he drops one.
Greyhound gets a shot in. Should get out of before a second shot lands.
Commander, we've lost a sector.
Yeah, it's also definitely OQ time. He's got the second falls.
As it,
I'd
yeah,
love to see them start stacking up vet.
free free heal is always nice to have.
Oh, I love the on-field heals. It's just so satisfying. Interesting fight up north. MG Pyle versus Captain Scout. I feel like it's anybody's fight here.
With MG
But,
support,
Scout
you
actually
should
gets sent
win
home.
this. I really like the defensive play from Tushkan with the Captain. He tries to keep vision around it on the vulnerable flanks of the MG42. Pyro has to go home though. 2 SSF on the field though, which are a threat. But no advanced logistics, and let's see if he will run into the same issue that Ray had earlier. Without advanced logistics, they're really expensive to maintain.
Yeah, not as much as they were. I used to think Orange Press recently told me that he disagreed when I said that, or not disagreed, but he corrected me when I said you need logistics for SSF, because I feel like that's been sort of, I've drilled that into my head, but they're only 33 to reinforce now. So you can kind of get away with it if you have a med tent. But I don't disagree. I like logistics a lot from this position,
Well,
especially given he's just going to wait for, you know,
I
to
think it's
call in.
more the amount of total squads on the field than just the SSF.
Oh, yeah, that's fair, right. Hey, OQ and a third falls, so these SSF have, I think, a pretty tough row to hoe. They have no vet, and they're going to be up against these camo falls. Kind of scary.
And camo falls are decent, I would say.
Yeah, they're not bad.
Yeah. Snare on the Stummel, but didn't kill it, so it will get repaired in a couple of seconds. Cutoff is lost though.
Yeah, and it's cutting off a decent amount of muni. Map control back to pretty much even here, actually.
By the way, I have since not much is going on, I have a little funny bug that I recently found for Fulcrum Pioneers, which I think is not a game-breaking bug, that's why I'm sharing it. If you get Veterancy 1 on Fulcrum Pioneers, they can build and cap at the same time.
Oh. Interesting. Yeah, not game-breaking, but strong for sure.
We have smoke screens ready to deploy.
Maybe it's intended. You never know.
Yeah, I'd have to read the tooltip. Maybe it's a little ninja buff, I don't know.
Smoke screen, on your mark.
This SSF on the flank is going to be a problem here for Tushkan as it continues to creep in. It's going to pressure the Stummel next, probably.
And the captain using his connections to the battalion HQ to get some water barrage incoming. But Tushkan, obviously knowing the way around, dodges this nicely.
One good harassment from Ridley on the cutoff. This really feels like anybody's game right now.
Tushkan is at VP wise though, 200 VPs ahead. So Tushkan is playing the VP pressure really, really well. And
Defend our victory
I have to admit, I'm surprised that it's looking like that, considering how well the Greyhound should be able to apply pressure on this map.
Yeah, I wonder how much of it is just that the falls are this constant threat of a snare, and with the Stummel backing them up, like you can be within, damaged engine range relatively easily. And then the pack can be cloaked too, so... Okay, it goes down. You just never know when you could be in danger, I guess. That said, I agree. I'm still very surprised at the VPs. You would think USF would take an early lead on a map like this.
Tushkan playing Pack and Stummel together. This is how things should be done, just to cover the Stummel. For a potential dive. Third, now you need advanced logistics. You can argue with only 2 SSF, maybe it's a little bit wonky, but starting with double rifleman and 3 SSF, you need advanced logistics.
Yeah, well, and it's clear that he's going to wait for the call-in Bizbang, so you might as well, you got to spend your fuel.
Otherwise, you really will bleed to death.
Yeah, it made only 1 kill, just getting vet 1. It feels like he hasn't used this enough. I get why he's being careful with it, but use the scout, use the raiding flare or something. Like you got to take more advantage of this unit than he has been.
Oh boy. Satchel out? Tushkan not seeing it? Oh boy!
No way, right? No way. No way! Oh my god. That should not work.
Don't pretend this never happened to you, man.
No, but I'm not, I'm not a
okay.
Pretty brutal. That hurts a lot, man. Now he's actually the one with less advanced infantry.
Falchi because advanced infantry, or they're more like elite infantry.
Elite. No, they're elite. It's elite. He is less elite infantry. And sometimes it is just a numbers game.
And now they will step on each other's foot. Reveal each other in the middle. So nobody gets camo bonus.
We have smoke screens ready to deploy.
Yes.
Now, Kaiser looks like He's waiting for the fuel for the Brumbar, which I'm happy to see because that's something that Rickley doesn't really have a good answer to. Oh no, he's going P4. Cloaked
Playing
SSF do
safe.
fine against the P4.
Well, you don't have tier 1 or tier 2 rather. Like, so no Zook upgrade. It's still an issue, obviously,
Yeah.
but not as bad as it could be. But yeah, Tushka is not really winning that many infantry engagements currently. KD is even, but considering that you have so many elite infantry squads on the field, you should be leading in
Enemy
KD.
movement near a victory point.
Yeah, now it's, you know,
Hey, Tigan is out of
Clear your
position,
mark.
but that's a camo. So maybe that's the saving grace.
A victory point is under enemy control now.
we shouldn't reveal it actually. I would not fire that pack.
No, I would fire.
He's actually get it towards the base. Yeah, he's trying to shoot the M8, but he's like going to be surrounded by Imp here in a second. He cannot reveal this pack.
Now it will get revealed. It should be. Stummel goes down. P4 is on the field though. MG42 is outflanked. AT gun goes down.
Commander, you have 5 command points available.
MG will go though. What's happening, Tushka? Why are you playing so sloppy suddenly? You played so well earlier. MG goes down. I don't know, man. I really dislike that. Obviously, he has a P4 on the field.
Yeah, I feel like that could have gone worse. Rickley played a little bit sloppy there. Might have been able to kill the pack or steal the MG, but didn't. I wonder if he didn't have scout smoke available or something.
Reports of enemy movement
And
near a victory
Ricky is
point.
not playing Colin with Bang. He is building tier 4.
This is a good choice. He's certainly got
Oh,
the CPs for the reduction.
Only one more.
Not again. Not again. Thank you.
Not it. He was airdropped though, so he had a limited control over his own units. Before
Vanguard
Whiff
victory
is shot
point.
against the
We're
Greyhound.
losing it.
Captain's got a bit of a rough retreat through this P4 and the falls potentially. See how quickly Rickley
By the way,
retreats.
two really aggressive mines from Ripley. Not sure if that was really smart.
Yeah, it's cheeky. I mean, sometimes you don't even think to send the sweeper there because it's so far forward, but I mean, the odds of the Pyro just walking out of base and finding those also feels kind of high.
Command point should be sped when possible.
P4 has to be careful though, but it's balanced, so it's something. P4 should get the pinto. Since the AoE nerf to all medium tanks, you kinda need it to fight infantry.
Yeah, I think there was a very clear intentional decision by the devs to like make, if you want like the full anti-infantry performance, like you have to get the, you have to pay for the MG on these vehicles.
It's that Weasel, not Weasel, Greyhound. Attack on ground, baby!
Down to 300 points, Commander.
Should be right.
Yes!
Hold fire, but way too late. Stayed in vision long
Victory
enough.
point is under attack. We must act.
Sherman on the way for Ripley.
Victory point now under enemy control.
We're not building the whiz-bang. Interesting. I'm nervous for this MG42 of Tishkan's in the corner here.
Why is he doing?
Too
He
close to-
plays his MG solo all the time, man.
Sector
Come
gone.
on.
We must take it back.
And yeah. Normally I would blame
was-
it on the time, but this
M4A1
time it
Sherman
won't work.
deployed.
SSF gets a warm welcome by the P4 and the MG. Fuel should be defended. Tushkan could get a second P4. He has no infantry reserves and skill planes ready. But he's spamming the cheap strafe.
Reports of enemy movement near our victory
Yeah,
point.
not sure that was really worth it. He might have. Well, I mean, maybe he was worried he would lose the that retreating squad if he didn't suppress those guys.
Victory point is fallen.
Skill planes were used. We have no AA, so.
47 ready to ruin Jerry's day.
But they felt more like panic planes. They're not really gaining any advantage besides capping the middle.
Yeah, I don't really think that was necessary. But Rickley's got so much muni. It's really not the end of the world to drop that.
Sherman will get the Pioneer. So no repair for Tushka at the moment. Fallschirmjäger should make it home.
Yeah, they have to get pretty unlucky here.
Wrigley used the
I guess they could get
barrage.
potentially
Maybe,
loitered, though.
maybe.
Oh, and the loiter does target them.
Yeah, but they still should make it home relatively unscathed. Surviving with one model, obviously.
A victory point is under attack. We must act.
Wrigley unlocked the buildable Cully or Whizbang.
A victory point is under enemy control now.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see one next to kind of help with the pack. I mean, it's one of those things like if you force the pack to reveal itself and you've got the whiz-bang, it's like there won't be a pack for very much longer.
Defend our victory point. We're losing.
Yeah, it's hard to play pack gameplay against Spec Ops.
They've captured
Maybe
a
another
Yeah,
talking
between-
point for tier 2.
Yeah.
So Tushka needs to rebuild his pioneers. Both P4s kinda in need of repair.
Yeah, that hurts. He needs every little bit of manpower he can get at this point.
Yeah, VP wise he's still slightly ahead, but Wrigley slowly equalizing it.
Uh-oh. This Gran in the upper right. I'm really worried about it.
Oh, he could have
First
used
shot wasn't bad.
heal while capping. Maybe
Yeah,
it was
it's-
on cooldown.
Really not willing to chase. Again, very uncharacteristic, but smart. He doesn't know where the pack is. There's a P4 on the field. But yeah, lucky not to lose that Gran, honestly. Both those shots missing.
We dropped the enemy to 250 points.
Oh, SSF applying so much pressure. Oh, nice
Yeah, it's
demo.
starting to catch up
But
with
I
that.
think Tushka should have seen
We have
it.
smoke screens ready to deploy.
It would be hilarious if you see the detect on ground there while the SSF were
Yeah, I got
retreating.
Yeah. Would have been cool. I'd love to see Wrigley use air resupply operation here. He could use all of the stuff from it. Fuel would be nice. AT gun would be nice, and 30 cal's not bad either.
Second Sherman is on the way.
Victory point
Might
is
not be
falling into
Whizbang
enemy
anytime
control.
soon. Looks like it Wrigley is more than content with
Capture point is being
his
overrun.
Shermans. I assume 76 upgrade will be next.
Yeah, ought to be.
Sherman tank finished and ready. One of our sectors is now in enemy hands.
But it does feel like until there's a whizbang with the pack, Tushkan should slowly win this armor war. Oh, here's the loiter, actually.
Oh, he might lose the P4, depending on how he rolls. He could kill the SSF though. He smokes it off, but P4 is really low. One more shot, and the
Victory
pack
point is under attack. We
misses.
must act.
Very close.
Yeah, the game, right? Scams you from your deserved wipes, Capcom. And I think now Tushka should.
Sherman tank.
Tushka is using so much this cheap strafe that he never has ammo for the loiter, which would have helped to
Yeah.
secure the kill.
Agreed. I think that it's an easy temptation to fall into to like spam that strafe, but there's a point at which you need to say, well, what's it going to actually get me versus what will being able to all in with the loiter get me.
Rictino getting 76 upgrade.
Enemy
Tushka
activity.
probably
Munition
thinking
point.
about this armored skirts.
76mm conversion.
Yeah,
Maybe another
I feel like two
P4?
P4s is the
Enemy
time.
movement near a victory point.
He's not getting the Pentalon either. I feel like it would just help so much with the SSF, like you said. I'd love to see him get that upgrade. Those strafes could just have been
Captured
MG42s.
a victory point.
Yeah, obviously the strafe is really good. Sherman gets double snaps, so maybe if there's follow-up, but if the whole USF army, not sure if he can get it, so another 60 ammo down the drain for nothing. He might even lose the Fallschirmjäger. Not might, he will lose
There's
it.
both.
Oh, those are horrible losses.
Captain and his retinue have been reported killed in action.
Captain went down
Defend
somewhere.
our victory point.
P4
Yeah,
gets
only
the
one
snake.
falls goes down, so not the end of the world.
Yeah,
there.
but
not ideal.
close.
but- yeah.
Reports of enemy
AT gun
movement
gets
near our victory point.
2 shots in, so it's something. But no, the whole army, the AT gun will go down, and that would be a veterancy reset. And you don't want to lose that on the Wehrmacht AT gun.
Yeah, it's really strong. All the AT gun vet's great. But yeah, Reekley, smelling blood here. Should probably just kill this pack and then leave. Because if he doesn't end up getting to kill the equipment, it's just like, he's not going to get nearly as much as he could have, you know? Oh, Faust actually kills the Sherman. That's a huge blunder from Reekley, and he might lose all this SSF on retreat.
Oh, one will go down. Reekley greed. Nope, Tushkan is too conservative.
Cutting it close.
Wow, he's so lucky not to lose it, like everything here.
We have smoke screens ready to
He
deploy.
never
could've
knows
lost-
SSF is coming through though.
Yeah, surely
Smoke screen. On
Tushkan
your
gets
mark.
this one, right?
He should.
This is again where having the Pinto would be huge. I think he would have got some of those kills if he had just had the Pinto.
Sherman tries to smoke it off.
Oh my god, he's not going to get it.
Oh
See,
my god! What?
No MG?
No
No MG
MG.
doesn't have the consistent DPS.
Red tails reported.
Tushkan
Too
is
conservative.
way too
Even without-
conservative this tournament.
Even without the MG, I mean, he could have got some of those kills if he had just chased. And sorry, I would trade a P4 for 2 vetted SSF, I think, pretty much every time.
It would have been game ending. Reckley would have such a hard time recovering from that.
Yeah, man. That said, it's still a pretty big win overall for Tushkan. He recovered the pack, he got a Sherman kill, and it was so much manpower for Reekley. But look, he's got no manpower, and he's still reinforcing in base because he has no logistics. So as much as that feels like a huge missed opportunity, I do think it's still a big deal for Tushkan. You know, and it's brought him closer to parity here. And the VPs are a real concern for Reekley now.
Under enemy control now.
We have a new 76 Sherman on the field. Repair is kind of... Oh, please, don't split repair, Tushkan. Always repair with all your repair on one tank and then the other one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that you get full health on one as fast as possible.
The enemy holds all victory points.
He split repairing
I don't like
again!
his MG.
No, he didn't repair the one fully.
I don't get why he puts his MG so far back that it can't defend the VP. This is the second time he's given the VP over because the MG's like
Only 50 points.
guarding the
Not
field. I don't
self-spotting. MGs
I
are
don't
not
get it.
self-spotting.
Yeah, you got to put it on the VP basically if you want to guard it. And it matters. I mean, this is a game that I think is probably going to be decided by VPs and not, you know, someone winning a fight. So, I like these hold down. No AT guns means these P4s can go hold down like pretty comfortably.
Once he has armor skirts, those P4s will be a nightmare to deal with. The one is,
Yeah.
I think,
Fuck.
not halfway down to Veg 3, but still.
This area of the map is so messed up. These P4s should have like been doing way more damage, but half these shots are just hitting the dirt. Another pointless strafe.
Wrigley bleeding a lot of VPs. Down to 41. So the slow grind from Tushkan is working.
Yeah. Can you imagine if he had a loiter
Yeah.
or Pintles?
Pintles and armor skirts.
He's floating a little bit. I guess he just wants another P4.
I
Yeah.
did get one technically.
We have smoke screens ready to deploy.
Thank God SF don't have snares. Like we just sneaked up on the P4s.
This rifle does though.
Yeah, the Shermans can't go in there. One is already near dead.
The pack is wow. What's he doing with his pack?
Nothing.
I don't. That's so weird. It could at least be capping the VP. Another over push from Reekley though. He like lost a lot more than he needed to there. He could have just secured the VP and backed off. But
I think you can really tell that Wrigley is not a huge fan of this map, at least how he plays it.
Victory point now under enemy control.
Yeah.
Fourth P4s on the way.
he does have a huge armor lead, Tushkan. So, and he's actually finally saving up muni. If he just waits and uses the loiter to force back the SSF, he can all in with the 4 P4s and pretty much clean up the armor that Reekley has, especially with the pack backing up the 4 P4s. So this still kind of feels like Tushkan's game to lose here, given the VPs in the armor situation.
Yeah, I don't think Tushkan will lose this game. It was not executed well or a certain engagement could have went better, but in the end, Tushkan played well. He grinded really down slowly.
Yeah, I think the preservation here making a big difference. You know, Tushkan not losing his P4s, and Rikli has consistently thrown away Sherman's pretty unnecessarily too. Oh, repair bunker call out in chat. Love that.
Yeah, people still not getting enough repair bunkers, even though it's such a no-brainer upgrade, especially once you are pop capped.
I mean, you have 4 P4s. Feels like
Reports of enemy
pretty
movement
easy
near our
choice.
victory point. They've captured a victory point.
You can really tell that Ridley struggles with slow builds, like playing long game slow builds. He needs to be able to apply a lot of pressure or receive a lot of pressure. If nothing is happening, he kind of struggles there to adapt correctly.
Yeah. I think he gets impatient and like tries to force plays, and he just wants the game to end. Not like you said, as opposed to a Ko2 player like Tishkan, who's very comfortable with long games.
Double AT gun MG42 stall.
I'm telling you, man, if Wrigley forgot about air resupply operation, it would help him so much here.
AT
Just
gun
one
would
AT
help.
gun. A ton. He really needs it, I think.
Triple pioneer.
But yeah, if Tishkan can cap mid and this Gren going top caps top, I
Enemy
think
movement
that's
near the
game.
victory point.
I guess there's almost another anti-infloid already, so maybe Wrigley can resecure some VPs in time, but I'm not sure.
Victory point now under enemy control.
There were
I'm a
heavy
little
losses
surprised
on the
Tishkan's
Fulci
capping the
middle front,
+5.
but still, Tushkan recovered nicely.
Yeah. Go to the VP, Tishkan. Don't cap that +5 meeting.
Oh, here we go, all
The
in.
enemy have taken territory from us.
Nope.
From Tishkan, never. Absolutely not. Oh, finally a loiter, and it's on the tank, so maybe this is his opportunity here to drive in.
But now he only drives in with 2 tanks.
Yeah, where's the other ones? One's getting repaired, but where's that 4th healthy one?
Oh, don't lose the vet
Victory
3
point. We're
P4.
losing it.
Don't worry, repair on the move will save it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's SF. SF is probably gonna die.
Smoke screen.
Pintle or no
On your
Pintle
mark.
here.
German tank finished and ready.
Satchel on the AT gun. Even though it was probably more to kill the
Yep.
P4 in its
All right,
sights.
that should be game.
Yeah.
There is a fresh Sherman coming in, but there's 2 P4s still, and he can recrew the pack, so I don't think there's any way he can get to the VPs in time.
Nope, that's game.
Wow, that SSF actually did live.
Yeah, then
The elevation around mid's so messed up.
Single strafe is on the way. Wrigley now throwing everything into the meat grinder. Gets red pinned down. 1 P4 goes down. Not the red free one.
99 fighters here.
By the way,
P-47
units that are red pinned can get crushed.
SSF commandos reported dead.
No WSC debacle. Good.
Yeah, middle should stay.
Reinforcement. We're down to 10 points.
Can he get the decap? This SSF is vet 3, but there's 2 P4s here.
Tank destroyed.
Sherman goes. It does not matter, man. Even if he gets the decap, it's just
Yeah. He might be able to stay in this game, but yeah, I don't think
he can't win.
he can win this.
He lost nearly all his army, and Tushkan is getting a new P4 out. He lost the Fulci. Obviously, Tushkan also had heavy losses, but he has still the superior army.
Yeah, he's got reps. Plenty of piles, actually.
And as he decides to throw all his P4s. Yeah, it's 600 piece.
Yeah, that felt like a really close game until Wrigley made multiple bad pushes where he didn't clear what he needed to clear, went too far, lost too much, and Tushkan just kind of absorbed the pressure. And I guess that was something you can, you look at the 2 play styles and it makes perfect sense. This is how it ended up. So, GG, well played.
Yeah. All right, GG, well played. 1 up for Mr. Tushkan. And I will be back, or we will be back with the second game in a couple of seconds. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 2 between Rackley and Tushkan in this bronze matchup. We have Rickley as the Wehrmacht. On the other side, we have Tushkan as the USF. And what are we seeing? What are we expecting, my dear friend Daniel?
Well, I think we're seeing the same stuff we've seen every game, sadly, SSF versus Ketten. But I do think we're going to see Rickley play the bot side of the map, and I'm saying that just based on where his tier 1 is positioned. Both players actually building their tier 1, cheating them towards the bottom left, so I suspect we'll see pretty heavy fighting there, and it'll just be harassing up north. So I do think if both players go to the same side, that slightly favors the Wehrmacht player. Though, the Weasel's super hard to deal with if it gets to fight isolated 1v1s. So I think this will be good for Rickley, and it means he might be able to come back in this series here.
Yeah, I think if Rickley gets 4th place after winning the tournament, I think his morale will be shattered.
Yeah, because then it feels like maybe it was just a fluke, Like
Yeah.
he went from 1st place to 4th place. It's like, did I just get lucky, or am I washed up already?
I always joke about things like that, but the pressure playing in a tournament game and then having a huge difference in where you have your skill performance or where you place, it takes a toll on in your head, especially if you're hyper competitive.
I think for some people, I probably can handle that kind of stuff, and it's not a big deal to them. But I think just based on stream titles alone, that some players really value that sense of self in terms of how strong they are. Interesting mine on the VP here from Rickley. I don't know that I totally understand it. Yeah, you just still would. I wonder if it's like the next level where it's like, okay, he's going to come around the corner at me, and so actually, look at this.
It will work. Or not?
Wow, Tushkan with the game sense, I think.
Nope,
I lied.
He went. And the worst thing, the MG just procced.
That is really unlucky. Yeah, so 30 minutes down the drain, and this is looking great for Rickley. He's getting the cutoff on the top side, and I think he should be able to defend his own fuel. So, yeah, really, really good start. As anticipated. Again, I think
retreat
that,
nade on the Pioneers. Gets the model. Another retreat nade.
Good.
No ammo.
Good grenade, though. Rickley must have gone into cheat mode and practiced those, man, because he does not miss them much anymore.
He's not like me, man.
Probably won't get the kill there, but
yeah,
I like his position here.
I would say. Rickley should be now able to pull ahead. Triple Grenadiers out. Ketten capping up everything, even capping the safe viewpoint.
Yeah, he's actually going to be able to connect it, I think, assuming he can guard his cutoff, which it looks like he's moving to do. Good Gren micro here as well. I like the way he's handling these rifles. He will have to run this one Gren, but no, actually, full retreat from Tushkan here. That feels like, I don't know if it was a misclick or just a mistake, but he can't afford to give up any more map control right now. You gotta take that fight, I think, and at least force that Gren off.
Yeah, he defends his
yeah.
cutoff, and now he has 28 fuel per minute on this map. Not bad.
Yeah, versus +8. So this is a huge lead for Reekley. He's choosing. I like this choice. He's going OQ now. I think there are two ways you can play it when you get this kind of fuel lead. You can either fast tech, or you can commit to like being even stronger in tier 1. And with the triple Grand, I think getting the vet 1 on them is going to make them even stronger. So yeah, I wonder if this is another mom call here, because he once again is full retreated. He seems AFK again.
Headquarters has an officer
Oh, come on! What is going on? Internet outage in Kazakhstan or something like that? Here we go, he's moving again.
Real life OP, man. This is why you can't have a life. You know, it just makes video gaming too difficult. I'm regretting my life. I'm thinking about putting it on hold so I can get back into gaming more seriously.
Now we allow it. Benjo is allowed to be there. Keppa. Yeah. Oh.
Hey, walking that dog takes up a lot of my day. I'm not gonna lie. It's a lot of potential gaming time. Need a cat. True gamers get cats so they can just leave them at home. Man, I mean, I do think he was already really behind, but that feels like a mom loss there or something, because I don't know what happened. He just full retreated.
Keep in mind, both semifinals and bronze match were not played on the same day. There are a couple of days between them. Poor Tushkan. You
know, I said cat better than dog for gaming, but cats do get into more trouble. So maybe Tushkan's cat, you know, caught fire on the stove or started destroying stuff or something. We got to get some answers. Yeah. If anyone's friends with Tushkan, please reach out. We want to know what's going on with him.
Yeah. All right, we will be back with the decider game in a sec. That was disappointing. 5 minutes.
I believe in game 3.
I believe in game 3 as well. So see you in a sec. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in this bronze match. We have game number 3. We have Reekley as the USF. And on the other side, we have Mr. Tushkan as the Wehrmacht. We are on Twin Beaches. So, probably the most figured out map. You know the drill. So, Daniel, is it Captain and Weasel time once again?
Remember that Cove Forest analogy?
Yeah.
Well, I feel like I have still not escaped the path I am on. We see a Weasel. We see Luftwaffe available. I have to imagine he's going to pick it. I'd love to see some Mecher. It's weird to say this. I'd love to see Coastal at this point.
Yeah, but it's Luftwaffe. So it's not. We don't have battle group elimination. In the 1v1 tournament, battle group elimination is at the moment only in the 2v2 event. But no, I always feel like with vetoes, battle elimination doesn't make much sense. But no, we have 5 battle groups, right? Potentially 6.
I think there's enough. We have enough battle groups now.
So yeah.
Maybe it's not too late to think about maybe some LM for next tournament.
Probably
it's getting a little silly here. SSF stands for same shit, fam. Second rifle on the way for Reekley. Pretty typical build from Tushkan here. I think he's going to once again show us his unique MG stylings. Ooh, good first pickup here. He's going to find this rifle.
Well, someone will run down this road eventually. Kappa.
Yeah. Oh, he's got the Giga Crawl. He's gonna make it to the building, which is kind of a big deal at this stage. Like having that first rifle sent home is a huge tempo loss. So, gonna be very happy he was able to get it into the building there.
Outside. Stay close and watch for stragglers. Give him an answer, boys.
Yeah, not much is going on. Hill is under Tushkan's control, but I don't think for much longer. Rifleman Scout are coming over. On the other hand, though, Tushkan is throwing everything down the beat grinder, so maybe he will be able to defend it.
Yeah. Rickley's SSF or Rickley's Weasel is on the beach, and he also didn't micro his second rifle very well. He should have brought it around the
Tushkan might
the
lose
broken
Pioneer
cast
after
bolt.
the merge. Oh
Ouch, that hurts.
no! Yeah.
Deploying engineers now.
But big misplay from Rickley. I mean, he could have flanked this MG, but he just sent everything to the same place. It's like kind of incomprehensible, honestly.
Yeah, but he's winning because he's in green cover. Not anymore, but
Yeah. Tushkan probably didn't need to lose the models he did there, but felt like he needed to get set up right away and wins the beach. Or, sorry, wins the hill. Rickley does have the munis on the beach, though, so I don't think this is like a significant lead for Tushkan because, you know, in the early game, muni not as good as fuel, but almost. And it's not like
Commander,
Rickley's not going to be able to tech up with the fuel he has.
yeah, Rickley's really behind.
territory lost.
But Tushka needs to rebuild his engine, yeah. Looks like it's...
Yeah, I think the bigger issue for Rickley is actually the manpower he lost in that fight. It was, I think, pretty significant. And given that he also went for heals and the engineer, that's going to slow him down a lot.
Order completed.
Would you get, in this situation, the improved capping from the Weasel to get more fuel?
Ooh, on this map?
We've lost the territory.
Yeah, kind of tempting. Although I also, I think I'd want a mortar though too. You know.
Well,
Oh no,
it's
you
not
get that anyway.
exclusive to each
But
other.
no. Yeah,
Weasel
you're
can
right.
always get weapon drops.
Yeah, he went heals, so I think yeah.
No, he
for
went
sure
improved
you
cap...
go.
he didn't went
No,
heals,
sorry,
he went for
I mean he went
resources.
mid tank, so he went heals in his base. So I think signal there makes sense. This is a map where you can often like proc that ability too, because there's a lot of capping on the sides, you know.
Infantry support research underway.
So yeah, I like this choice for Rickley.
Oh, MG42, I don't like this positioning. It has a wide open side flank and the rifleman is coming. Or not. 250 on the field, maybe he decided I won't win this engagement anyway, so let's go home.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I like Rickley's choice to just cap the +5 here, because cutoff doesn't really cut anything off, and better not to go fight the 251.
Nate's on the way and infantry upgrade center, so nothing unusual there.
Ready to provide cover.
Yeah,
Outside, keep blasting.
it's pretty far from any like actual hard counter to the Stommel, though.
Son of a bitch.
The enemy have taken territory from us.
Rifleman dancing around in the middle. It's so interesting that Rickley only plays 2 riflemen total and then starts into
Smoke screen,
SSS.
on your mark. Infantry support
Yeah,
center.
I mean they're very strong,
Ready. And a captain
the
is on
SSFR,
strike.
but it is a little bit of a weak mid game with this build, so you have to be pretty careful with how you play it. Okay, motor pool on the way, and he's got good fuel income
One of
now,
our
so
munitions points is being
he's very
neutralized.
close to the when this is finished building. He should be able to build the M8, assuming he keeps enough manpower in reserve.
Sector lost.
Stommel will no proc.
Yeah, but look, he's doing it with the rifle. He's actually sending it around, so might be able to get a snare off on the Stommel.
Oh yes,
Really
it's
good play.
rifleman in the back line.
Yeah, good micro there from Tushkan. Sees it coming. I think maybe with the Fallschirmjägers. The
Nate.
grenade. Oh, it does nothing. I was sure he'd lose a model there. I don't know what's up with that.
Do they have some kind of protection while they're falling, where they take less damage or something like that? So
I
basically, the
don't-
grenade
I
has
didn't-
to explode right at that moment where this protection wears off to get maximum damage. Because you can't
I thought
target
that
them
they
while
took-
they're going down, right?
I thought I thought explosive worked while they were in the air because you can do that satchel trick and like kill them while they're dropping. So I don't know if it's different with grenades or not.
Ah, maybe.
But good capping now from Tushkan. It's very back and forth so far on the beach
One
here.
of our sectors is now in enemy hands.
Greyhound is on the way for Rickley.
Yeah, I assume
VP.
Tushkan will once again insta-queue a pack, so he's got the answers. The Greyhound will have a pretty small window to get stuff done, but there will be a window. And this MG on the beach is very low, so depending on how this goes, this could be pretty bad for Tushkan if he stays too long here and the M8 hits.
Weasel should keep the 8-point fuel, and the Revenant should be aggressive towards the MG.
Yeah. Okay, it's happening. M8, ooh, going to the beach. Reveals itself. The snares are shifting, but they're not there yet, so this should be just like cleanup duty for the M8. I'd love to see him target the
He targets the MG, though.
MG.
I think he
I
could
guess
have
he's worried about the
Sturmo.
falls, because he's not chasing. Feels like he could have just... Well, this is again where, like, Fog of War off, we know Tushkan's vulnerable, but Rickley has no idea if the pack's out already or not. So, playing it safe here.
SSF commandos are available to deploy, Commander.
Task completed. What's next?
I don't know what... Actually, I don't like Tushkan's army comp. It's real immobile, and Twin Beaches, as a stall map, obviously you can work with immobile armies, but you're kind of giving up the whole other side.
Yeah. Yeah, he's made it work pretty well so far, but I don't disagree. I think it's tough to be so, like, weapon team reliant and to have such a low infantry count.
Strings ready to deploy.
We have
But
a
I think,
SSF
like
on the field.
Rickley, his build is just waiting for the elite inf to come in, you know? So that it has a hole in it until he can drop all that stuff.
Oh, retreat Nate! Gets the bottle.
Yeah, another good one.
He knows how to throw them.
Strings, on your mark.
There's nothing in the base. Rickley, once again,
Not
being
going for the
cautious,
greed.
but
Decides to kill the captain instead.
consolation prize there. Scout might go down as well. Yeah.
We've lost a scout squad.
AT-Gun comes on the front side, but Greyhound is long gone. And that will be the name of the game. AT-Gun gets
Stummel's
spotted
in
on the one
danger, too.
flank. Greyhound will go to the other side.
Yeah. Uh-oh. This might be it here.
Bye-bye.
If this Stummel goes down, I think Tushkan's kind of fucked, honestly.
Bye-bye, Stummel. That's really bad. No... Tushkan has no real unit to contest. Infantry, really. Falchimigas are still
Yeah,
at
just
vet
the single
0.
falls.
Yeah, that's only one.
Ooh, nice use of the smoke to cut off the MG, although he's pretty low, so has to run anyway, but I like the idea
Nice try,
there.
though. Do we have any upgrades on the Greyhound? No Pintle, obviously, but do we have armored skirts?
He has the skirts.
I wish you would see it on the model, like we did in Code 2. I think in Code 1 you also saw the skirts as an upgrade.
You can't see the skirts, so you kind of have to rotate the camera. It's not easy to see. It was much more obvious in previous iterations.
Ah.
The lower resolution models actually helped a little bit, because it was more obvious when the skirts were there. Oh, Pack might find the Weasel.
Yeah, I need to hit it first.
Target size, yeah.
Target
Okay, another
size.
falls. Will we see officer quarters? I feel like he likes to wait sometimes till he has the third
Commandos are
balls to get
reporting
OQ.
Yeah, but with the AT gun you kind of want to get that
in.
ASAP.
Losing a fuel point.
Yeah, the cloak is really nice. The big difference maker.
Defend our victory point. We're losing.
Probably would have killed that Weasel if he'd had it. It gets accuracy. Like a lot of accuracy from the Vet 1 camo.
They have taken our victory point.
Pintle no on the Greyhound?
Alright. This is a very familiar position in this matchup as Wehrmacht on this map. I feel like I've played many games where I'm retreating my imp and backing my pack off towards my base, especially this side of the map.
It's Twin Beaches, man. Due to like how the middle is structured, support maps have such a hard time, and once your position is dislocated, you have to go back to base.
Yeah, and I feel like pushing in from north sucks.
Commander.
Even more. I mean, it's
Fuel
not
strings ready to deploy.
like undoable, but it feels like the way the bases are set up is just even harder to come from the top side out.
Yeah.
So I don't envy Tushkan's position
Smoke
here.
screen, on your mark.
smoke out from the battle group. The free smoke really buffed SSF.
Yeah, well, there's the surrender.
And here we go.
GG well played.
Aw.
Reekley locks in his third place, so something to put in his stream titles for
title.
sure.
We always so mean to him, but we don't mean it that way, my friend. Mr. Reckley, if you're listening.
Look, it's funny. If you're gonna do funny stuff, we're gonna make jokes about it.
Yeah,
That's just
exactly.
life.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back with the grand finals after a short break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the last draft of this tournament. We have Ray against Tony Montana. Tony made a huge showing, I would say, in the past year. If I remember correctly, he was like in the first tournaments, he never made it past first round or something, and then suddenly went into
Yeah.
the finals, lost there, got a heavy beating by Ray. Then he kind of back and forth, and now he's back in the finals. Is he able to break Ray like Rackley did, or will he get slaughtered once again? So I'm so freaking hyped. So let's have a look at the draft. I will mal do my prediction, Kriegsmariner. Maybe. Nah, I was hoping for Armor, because I think Armor is also really good.
I'd love to see some SSF get banned here, but I'm sure we'll just see Partisans.
Coastals from Ray. Obviously, the Tony the trademark battle group for Tony. Mac from Tony. To be fair, though, in his semifinals, Tony played SSF, but as a rather late pick, he played with Jeep and not with Weasel. And Ray banned Spec Ops.
Wow, it happened.
It happened.
Does that mean we'll see Partisans, though?
Is Ray a Partisans? Tony a Partisans believer? Aussies from Ray. In earlier rounds, we saw a lot of Polish being vetoed. But it's Aussies.
I'm not that surprised that at a high level, we're not seeing much Brits. I think they're pretty tough to execute with in ones these days.
Yeah, they have a tough start, and then you don't get the redeeming quality in mid-game. Sadly. Famine Will from Tony. Tuners from Ray. We saw a lot of
Man, I'm really excited to see.
Maybe we see Langres again.
Yeah. I wonder what kind of form Ray's going to be in, because I think at his best, Ray's still the stronger player, but Tony's been improving, and it feels like Ray has been getting a little sloppy. So I really feel like this is anybody's final right now.
Yeah.
And we'll just have to see if Ray shows, what version of Ray shows up for these games.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the finals. So we will be back with the replay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the finals. We are on Fameable Approach and an OG Classic, and we have Mr. Ray as the USF. And on the other side, you have Mr. Tony Montana as the Wehrmacht. What are we seeing? What are we expecting, my dear friend Daniel?
We are expecting a second engineer from Ray, then 2 MGs, then a quad. From Tony, I'm less sure. This is a map where I think both Tier 2 and Tier 3 work pretty well. It's also a very good Fallschirmjäger map, but it's not terrible for like the Stas Stubby Colin either. And it's also a good Tiger Interview Forta map. So actually, I feel like because the map is relatively small, the travel distance between bases is short, but it's wide. There's a pretty wide variety of viable playstyles. So I'm very excited to see what Tony decides to do against this Weasel Open.
Awaiting deployment.
Yeah. So I would love to see some breakthrough or mag. We saw enough Luftwaffe.
Yeah.
I don't.
Stummel probably a safe bet here. Once he sees the Weasel and the second engineer, he should know that it's going to be double MG. And then Stummel becomes a pretty good answer. He could be really crazy and go for a mortar, but I doubt that.
Wehrmacht Mortar sadly not being really competitive currently. Only the USF Mortar kind of is competitive currently. Every other mod is kind of lackluster. Well, so Grenadier will sneak around there. Should we pick the scout soonish? But decides to go for the capture of the 10 ammo point. We have first MG on the queue for Mr. Ray. Really interested to see how Ray still sticks to his battle group or his build order style or gameplay style. We saw it in the semifinals and now it makes a return.
Yeah. Yeah, so far so good. He's playing the map very carefully. Good pressure. You know, fighting on your opponent's fuel is what you want to do on this map. Especially when you're playing a WSC. You know, I don't think you want to be too much on the defensive, because if you're not controlling where the fight is, it's harder to use MGs. Where if you know where your opponent wants to fight and where they're positioning, then getting that 30 cal setup like we see here is much more viable.
So SSF can be played by Ray because battle groups bans are one-sided. So Tony bans battle groups that Ray can't use, and Ray bans battle groups that Tony can't use. I think once we have more battle groups in the game, we can revisit the system, but currently it's basically a leftover where we only had 3 battle groups. And if we would give each player a global ban, then only 1 battle group remained, which was weird.
Yeah, maybe once we have 8 per faction or something. Good pressure here, though, from Tony. This MG positioning not working out for him.
Yeah, retreat
That
from
said,
Ray.
he's harassing the +10s, though.
MG gets outflanked or harassed.
Commander, it's done.
He could hide behind the side blocker, right?
Fuel point.
No. But more grants are coming around. Ray will lose the control over his safe 10 points. That's a huge loss. And
Yeah, some consolation. He's already doing it to his opponent, so...
the classic.
But yeah, good early Grand Micro here from Tony. Playing very calm and collected. I think... I don't want to jinx it here, but I feel like this is shaping up to be a really good game 1. Both guys playing well, playing careful, but not playing too passive.
Starting ISC upgrades.
Ooh, check out the KDA, by the way.
Oh, but it's MG spam, right? MG spam is not really living from its KD, but rather fun suppressing and slowly creeping you up on you. But
Yeah,
still
Tony
5
lost
to
his
1.
first model at about 4 minutes 30. Both these Grims are low, though.
Yeah, fuel control advantage though for Ray. Tony was not able to get the 10-pointer next to the base. We have it to
Weasel
50
slow to
already on the
react to this
field.
251.
Oh, it will get the Weasel. It should get the Weasel in the fair world.
I think it's the same speed or faster, so yeah, should be able to keep up.
It needs to reload though. Gets it.
Close.
Now cancel Stummel and plant a defensive Regal Mine and then queue the Stummel
Yes,
upgrade.
please, please. Love seeing that, but no, that will not happen.
The ISC's been upgraded, and a captain has
Okay,
been
first
assigned.
Fallschirmjäger being dropped at the same time that the half track is queued. But good. It felt like Tony did a really good job microing, but
One of our
because of the
sectors
Weasel
is now in
decap
enemy
and the
hands.
fact that Ray was able to defend his fuel, it didn't end up giving Tony much except for buying him time. When he
Yeah, but
has
this
fights,
will
I
no
mean.
shift. He's smoking off the MG. He lost his fuel though. But with the Weasel vibe, he should regain map control relatively quickly.
Yeah, a lot of this is going to come down to how both players micro their light vehicles. I'm assuming we'll see Ray go quad again. I'm excited to see a better performance with the quad. He kind of just let it die to the Stummel last time, so he's got an opportunity to redeem himself here with his quad micro.
At your
The
command.
uses of smoke, man. It's incredible. How, on release on Code 3, nobody played with smoke. Then it's slowly
Yeah.
crept in, and now on high level, everyone is playing with as much smoke as possible.
I actually think they're going to have to nerf the cooldown on the Stummel smoke once people really start getting good at it, because 20 seconds is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
It's just always available.
What is on the way? We have that one though for the Stummel, so it could technically defend itself.
Enemy movement near
So
a
not
victory
sure
point.
if Ray should go in. Should.
No, he shouldn't. The falls this year.
Oh, Captain Dan might bite the dust.
Victory point now under enemy
I'd be shocked,
control.
yeah, if he didn't. And I think that captain losses even is like pretty bad when you're playing this WC style where like your direct combat infantry is limited. You know, the captain's kind of an important part of your is he just gonna
Oh no!
I jinxed him. He's just gonna mess up his micro again.
Bye bye. He needs to use. He should
Oh.
use veterans. You want to secure the vibe.
Yeah, he needs to. There it goes.
Half track is
Oops. Wow, that was another really bad use of the quad from Ray. Like, really, I want to say uncharacteristic, but it's kind of how he's been playing recently.
SSF commandos
Just
are
kind of
available.
parked it there and let it get fausted.
Enemy activity near a
Yeah,
victory
people
point.
still that are not really used to airborne or Fallschirmjäger camo with snare. In Code 2, we got rid of all camo units with snare. Either you had
Right.
camo or snare. You can't have both. And I think that shows the reason why.
Mm-hmm.
Our territory's cut off
Yeah, I
from
mean, just
supply.
there's a reason it was removed from the Jägerschrecks and the PJ Vet 02. It's replacing the quad, though. I wonder if he'll... Last time he went ATF track for the second one, but there was a vehicle then, so he is just going to instantly rebuild the quad, and he's going logistics. So same build, and he has maintained good map presence. He's had more than half the map pretty much the whole time, good VP control. So despite a pretty bad loss, I don't think he's out of this by any stretch.
Nah. The thing with the quad half track is you kind of expect to lose it eventually, and due to being so cheap that it kind of gives a room to rebuild it, especially if you play basically only tier 2 into Cordon. Fuel is not that important as a tech resource.
The cost of reinforcing our forces.
Right, it's not a keystone unit in your build.
Neo quad, but gets it. The Stummel does so much damage if it gets a direct hit.
Yeah.
Stummel also
Man, Tony's going to be so ahead of the curve in terms of infantry vet. He's already got vet 2 on one of the falls, and Ray's still, like, waiting to call in his first SSF, which actually, replacing the quad,
set him back.
you know, really slowed down that SSF.
Back, yeah. Oh, we have a Zug squad on the field. Stummel has to run. Stummel has to run. Bye bye, Stummel. Nope, I thought the range would be a little bit better.
The captain died, Armand, that's why it's not here.
He didn't survive his first combat engagement.
Command,
First
I'm
SSF now
reporting
on the
in.
field. Stummel is getting repaired.
Also vet 2 already,
Run. It's theirs now.
which means its smoke is now every, like, 12 seconds or something.
Once you have vet 3, this thing is so hard to kill, man. More rate of fire, more health, and more ability range.
Yeah, and the ability range, too, so it can snipe, you know, stun you from further away. I think this is Tony's first decap of his opponent's fuel. Just gotta feel good.
Yeah, trying to equalize the fuel disadvantage that he has. He has not kept double VP so far, so VP advantage for Ray. However, Tony traded so far better, so
Commander, we've
I'm
lost
expecting this to shift soonish.
They have taken our victory point. A squad of SSF is awaiting
Second.
deployment, Commander.
No, first SSF still on the field.
Yeah, it feels like if Tony plays his falls right, he should just maintain a
Victory point is
manpower
in enemy
and
control.
experience advantage over the SSF because he's going to do so much damage, so much more damage to them in these fights.
Tony barraging the 10-pointer because there's no unit that you can see, which kind of means there is a camo unit
The
sitting.
enemy holds all
Yeah.
victory points.
Yeah, does a good job, finds him.
Thank God Fauci don't have bundles. Otherwise, the MG would have been a goner.
Oh yeah. Can you imagine camo bundle?
Oh, I know how that feels. We had that in Co too. There's no cheese that I'm not aware because of Co 2.
SSF looks like they're gonna get sent home here.
Yeah, MG42 hits Veteran C2, Will Force of the SSF. I think we have advanced logistics.
Yeah, he got it really quick,
Ray always
like immediately
gets it
after
in
the half
time.
track. I like that. I think it's generally the correct move. Like as soon as you've gotten your light vehicle, if your build isn't going to rush a Sherman, you just get logistics because the sooner you get it, the more you save.
Stummel now hit Veteran C3 and was able to fire one screen.
Yeah. Look at that rate of fire too on the barrage.
Taken
It's
to the
like,
field.
oh, I wonder, does the fire rate affect the barrage or just the auto fire?
I
I'm
have
not
no
sure.
idea.
It looked like it was affecting the
Does
barrage,
the
but
ability range affects the standard range?
no, that should just be the snare and the barrage.
Oh, that's a
But
dead.
speaking of ability range, yeah,
M3 half track has been destroyed.
I think you were right when you said this was going to start shifting. We're definitely feeling it. Second SSF is on the field,
The enemy has all victory
but
points.
losing that quad, they do start adding up. And Tony getting tier 4 already.
Looks like this is a no quad zone. Pioneer has to go home though. You don't want to lose your Pioneer. Otherwise the Union of the Pioneers will be mad.
Sector
As we
gone.
established on Friday.
Must take it back. A squad of SSF is awaiting deployment, Commander.
All Chimigas trying
Research underway,
getting
Commander.
into position. They get the flank on the MG.
Yeah.
Germans are winning this engagement. We must do something.
I actually can see him target these SSF models because they're so low. I thought maybe he'd be able to pick some up.
P-47 strafing runs are now available.
It's a pretty nice combo. The Stummel just is kind of bad at dropping models, but does a ton of damage to the squad's health. And then these falls just get to get the XP for the kills.
MG gets the crew though. Chimiga might get the pickup.
Yeah, I think he can get it.
Oh, he has to set up and set
Oh,
up.
has to set up and unpack. That's unlucky.
But
He still
should
might get it. It's
anyway.
just the flamer, really. Yeah, even if he doesn't, the Grant can
He's
pick it up.
close to the Gren. But losing an MG is really a big thing, man. Especially if your build is built around MGs.
Yeah, and you've got the double SSF as your main fighting force, and you know, obviously they have camo, but it's still like the 30 cal is a great tool
Oh,
against
Ray
them.
might lose a Flamer Pioneer if he's not retreating. Retreating.
Yeah, really, really greedy.
was-
But it all works out.
If it works, it ain't
As well, it
stupid,
ends
but
well.
it was really, really close.
I believe in Tony. He's gonna go Rumbar against the double SSF.
He gets another MG,
Does
maybe.
have the improved rockets for Ray, worth noting.
Yeah, but you need to get into range of the Stummel first.
It's true. Yeah, I think that's something probably Ray should probably be thinking about really trying to hunt the Stummel down. It's definitely a thorn in his side. And he does have the tools with the cloaked SSF with the improved rockets. Like, it's great,
Must act.
great counter to the Stummel.
In the meantime, Ray rebuilding the half track.
Contact.
You know, if it didn't work,
They've captured a
it failed twice. It would surely work a third time. 3 times the
That
chance.
third time charm is the saying, so. Okay, Ray's unlocked the P-47 anti-infantry loader, and he's got plenty of muni in the bank, so maybe he'll look to make a concerted push here.
Abstract deploy.
VP
Our
control
enemy has
is
turned the
dead
tide.
even currently. Slight advantage for Tony though because he has double cap. However, with the double MG combo over here, she should be able to defend. And we have a P4 on the field.
Territory
Looks
Well-
sector claimed by the enemy.
Ray gives up on the quad. He's getting the GMC upgrade.
Yeah, good game sense. He should know that a vehicle's coming soon, or a heavier vehicle is coming soon.
Stummel, man.
Man, I would have loved to have been in the studio when to watch the voice actors recording the lines for when people get hit by flames. They're pretty funny.
Yeah.
Just no context screaming like that.
Bazooka squad reporting in.
P4 has to fall back though. P4 has to be played carefully. There's so many AT options on the field, and the GMC still has a relatively reliable penetration against the P4.
Yeah, absolutely. But good pressure here for Tony. Feels like he should be able to reclaim his own fuel and hold on to the one on the left, at least for the time being.
AT gun will come in clutch. Might get the GMC. Jesus Christ. The swivel of hell.
99 fighters here. P-47 loitering your target.
Ooh, nice med bunker in the base. Better late than never here for Tony.
Technically, he does not need heal. It's probably just to reduce micro pressure. Because he has very
Yeah. I mean, you're right, because he's got 2 grins and the falls. But it's nice, and I think also that the the med healing's faster than the passive falls healing.
Yeah, true.
It's 2.6 versus 5.2. I think it's like half. So it does make a difference. Ooh, loader in the base almost gets some kills. That's scary. Yeah.
Actually, not that bad. I totally picked off both quads, so there's no anti-air against the loiter.
It's a good point. Yeah. I also would love to see Tony maybe think about building the Flak 38 like on his cutoff or on like protecting the +10 fuel behind a bush, because it will shoot down the USF loiter, and if you can put it somewhere that it like guards against side capping too, that can be pretty nice. On the +10 fuel by your base is another good spot for it because it can shoot the planes from anywhere.
And this is the best anti-air unit. Has to shoot down the planes fastest.
It's pretty good.
So GMC switches side, but Ray, thanks to the loiter, was able to reclaim a little bit of map control.
Yeah, we'll see how long you can hold on to it. We've got a Vet 3 falls now. Pre-20 minutes. That's insane.
20 more health, 25% more weapon accuracy, and +7 ambush bonus rotation, which I think means doubled.
Yes. Yeah, it goes from 7 to 14.
One of our munitions points.
And they are just destroying this Vet 1 SSF.
We're losing it.
Okay, Tony now has his Stuka loader available, so let's look for him to wait for an overcommitment from something like the GMC and then drop that loader. Pretty brutal against the light vehicles.
Enemy movement near a victory point.
Second P4 on the way.
We've lost control of a sector.
Ray's waiting for the button to click,
Victory point now under
but he
enemy
needs 2
control.
more CP. If I recall it correctly, it's 6 CP for the whistle.
Yeah, one
Or is
and a
it
half.
7?
No, it's 5, but yeah, he's got 4.5. So,
We've lost a sector.
or no, I'm sorry, no, just half a CP actually now.
A victory point is under attack.
Excuse
we
me.
must act.
So actually, he's pretty close, but if he does go for the Whizbang, he's going to be relatively low on AT, and he's going to have to get some good shots on either the Pack or the P4s. Okay, here's the loader. Will he commit? I love what he's doing here. He's got one P4
Wow,
coming from the
P4 is
top
not on the
side.
field yet, though.
Yeah, he could have waited. I think he just felt
He
like,
will get the Zook Squad though on retreat, for sure.
Command points are
yeah,
deallocated.
surely, because he built the Pinto.
Exactly.
Man,
Krauts just wiped out a bazooka squad.
it does get the Zook.
Well, he nearly loses the P4.
Victory points under their
But
control.
because of that, the
Act now.
GMC drives into it and gets targeted.
Yeah, he probably should have waited for the second P4, but I don't mind this loader because Ray was pushed so far up, and he got a kill, so I think that's fine. And
Oh,
he's
he
gonna get
might
really good
get
map control
another
from
kill.
this.
Nah.
Engineer maybe? Yeah.
Engineer goes
Let's
down.
pick up the NG.
Killed.
Whizbang is opening fire. But Falch
Good,
reacts
fast
in time.
retreat there from Tony.
But look at how little DPS or damage the planes do against the GMC. 2 strafes, it's not even 50% damage.
Yeah, they nerfed the anti-tank on the on that. Oh, nice strafe. I'm actually okay with this use of the strafe because it's allowing him to continue capping this, and he's going to actually be able to walk the falls out of range of the MG and force off the scout. So, rare, satisfying use of the
Won't let up.
the Stuka strafe.
250 points.
Yeah, map control now fully red. Tony's doing a really good job getting Panzer Officer quarters.
Territory sector claimed by the enemy.
Tony's on fire this game, man. He's pretty much doing everything right. I can't really point to any major mistakes. Just really, really solid Wehrmacht play from makes it easier from South Famine. And if you're playing South Famine and you don't make any major mistakes, you should win. So glad to see him doing that.
He's playing really, really well. Basically, flawless. He got all the important wipes early on and tried to equalize the resource gain. Oh, Stubbel getting a beating though, but should make it home easily.
Yeah, that extra 80 health. Oh, getting a flank off on the oops.
Half track is scrapped.
Great use of the pack, waiting until he had the P4 there. I think he might have had it on hold fire or something.
Yeah, must have
Away.
been. Did the Pioneer
Yeah.
give vision? I'm not sure who gave vision there.
No, I think the P4 drove in, but I'm not sure, to be honest.
Sherman whiz-bang is deploying.
But well played nonetheless. Getting the GMC reduces AT.
Yeah,
And he dodges the
a win.
whiz-bang with the AT gun.
yeah. Tony just very on point with his micro. Very, very rarely is he retreating late at all, and making all the right moves here.
Near a victory point.
Second whiz-bang, but into an empty field.
Point has fallen into
Doing a
enemy
little bit
control.
landscaping and giving more yellow cover for the Volchemigas going to cover and to camo.
I love this from Tony too. Not sitting back. I mean, we watched in the previous games a lot of people not applying pressure when they were ahead, but Tony taking some shots at the units in the base. Really
Territory point is no longer
testing the
under
limits. And look where his MG is. Just at the gates.
enemy in control of all victory points.
MG at the gates and not enemy at the gates. Or enemy MG at the gates.
Kind of mispositioned his 30 cal there. Could have suppressed Ray's entire army. But here's another strafe I'm okay with because this is going to
And it will
force
be a really good
everything
strafe.
back
Full
to
retreat.
base. Yeah. And yeah, he's close to his base, but when you're triple cap like this, having everything go back to base, this is like going to be another 50 VPs or something that he gains just by virtue of dropping that strafe. And with plus 70 muni, you can just keep strafing. And by the time he gets out, there's going to be a loiter.
Ray has 0 ammo income.
Yeah, literally 0.
So-
that is rare. Rare to see.
Tony has the maximum ammo that is possible on this map in this couple of seconds.
We've lost a territory sector.
They have serious firepower.
Ray not even able to leave his base currently.
You have 3 command points available. 100 points remain. We're cutting it close.
Alright, 80 ammo per minute. Tony has the maximum ammo income on this map.
To your sector.
Unless he builds caches.
Sherman with a whiz-bang rocket launcher is ready.
Ray does have one loiter banked, and he's got triple whiz bang. He needs to get vet 1 so he can actually get a proper Sherman going here. He's so low on AT.
Good
Have
planes.
75 points remaining.
Yeah, this is game,
Under fire.
Mr. Ray.
I actually feel like Ray, once again, someone not neglecting air resupply operation. AT gun would be great here. Oh, can you pick up this P4? Probably not. Too
Will the
fast.
building collapse? Do the space target buildings? Yes, but not that much damage.
This is our last stand. We have
Release
only
the building
50
now.
points left.
We're gonna see a retreat grenade here from Tony.
Oh, one P4 went down. Got whiz-banged to death.
Oh wow, yeah, look at that.
Engineers need
Okay, there's the SSF loiter. Don't love this loiter. He already has control of this VP. I'd rather see him use it like maybe in mid to secure that VP. Okay, he did get vet 1 on the Sherman, so he does have a medium tank ready
Yeah,
to go
get
now.
snared. 33 VPs in the
Gonna slow him
bank.
down.
I don't want to be all doom and gloom, but this game is kinda over.
Yeah, he can't get the mid VP in time. There's no way. He does look like, I mean, he's done a good job, staying in it relatively, but he just ran out of time. Just goes to show, like, those early VPs matter a lot. You know, you think, oh, maybe I'll prioritize the fuel, or I'm not going to sweat it. But then you get to a point like this, and you're like, man, if I just had 50 more VPs, you know, I could stay. I love this from Tony, just dropping a falls onto the middle VP, guaranteeing he doesn't lose it. Also moving an MG42 to the bot VP, really, really heads up play.
He dodges it, MG getting strafed, 18 VPs.
Wow, but the whiz-bangs, can he defend mid long enough? I'm actually a little worried for Tony here. He might. Yeah.
He will get away, and to be honest, yeah, it will give Ray the middle, but it will just delay the inevitable. This game, 14 VPs, like, Tony would need to lose his whole army to lose this, or give Ray a fighting chance.
Yeah, he's a little out on ET, but we'll see. He's got an MG covering mid. I actually don't hate Ray's position here.
Commander, we have a
He's
large
up in
amount of
PopCap.
points available.
Sturman is getting chased down, but that means the Sherman can't help in the middle.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm like starting to feel a little worried for Tony. He may have
He
somewhat lost
needs to
control
harass
of
the
his
other VP,
game.
and he's super fine.
Yeah, but it's got a Vet 2 SSF on it. So like, now there's 3 vanilla Shermans all of a sudden.
But they're just vanilla Shermans.
This is the power of this strategy. Is if the Whizbangs get vets suddenly, like with no tier 4 built, you have a bunch of mediums. Yeah.
But
It's
now
gonna
he
come
has
down
no
to how
counter
well
to
Ray.
the AT gun, which is getting rebuilt, and the 2 Sherman, P4 is not that
That's
bad.
true. Yeah. It's gonna come down to if Ray is smart about defending these VPs or not. You know, I'm a little worried. I don't think he should have gotten off that VP. That was risky.
One more Colin, right? And
he
then
can't
Ray
send
is
a scout.
top-capped?
Yeah, because they're 13. So yeah, that should be about it.
Reports of enemy
Maybe
movement
you can get an
to our
engineer
victory
or a MG or something. Okay, scout moving to the bot VP as the falls cap top.
point. They've captured a victory point.
AT gun coming in clutch, maybe not.
Yeah, really crucial. Ooh, it gets found by the SSF though.
Has to fall back. P4 has to run and maybe not show side armor. Don't take bonus damage. Tony is behind now, but he has 335 VPs to play around. Meanwhile, Ray basically once double capped, it's game over.
Yeah, Tony just needs to drop one more good loiter, and I think with the loiter he should be able to take this VP. Surely, if he just coordinates, and yeah, there's the loiter.
Here we go. Loiter has been used a little bit
CPs
too
are waiting
defensively for my
Agreed.
liking.
Yeah, he should have dove something in and gotten a better loader up, but he dropped it on the VP, and that's what he really needs.
The munitions point is being attacked.
MG will go down. Second AT gun is in the queue.
The weapon has been decrewed.
Sending the engineer to try to block this cap. Another whizbang coming in, that could help too, but nice positioning here from Tony. Got the MG pretty far back. Has a good arc of units. They're not blobbed, so the whizbang can't kill them all. Oh, did I jinx it? Is he going to blob them up on the VP? He might. He's thinking about it.
They have taken our victory point.
He needs to move his squad into the circle above in the other VP, just to be super safe.
Yeah.
Don't win harder than you already are, so play safe.
He could get shredded by this whizbang here, actually. Everything is in the middle.
Oh, Falchimiga will survive. MG is getting low. Before drives in.
Point is under enemy control.
Planes are still active. Maybe smoke from the Stummel.
Yeah, he should smoke, you're right,
It
to keep
does
those units
not
alive.
matter.
Oh, no! Oh, it's not going to matter. He's going to get it. VPs, man. It does feel like actually Tony was going to lose, though, if he didn't have the VPs, but that's why VPs matter. Wow. Well played.
One up for Tony.
Really good game. You can see the idea. You can see that SSF build that, like, as weak as it is while you're stalling for the whizbang, like, the way it swung after a couple of good barrages and then the, the jettison launcher, like, it got scary for Tony really quickly. But that banked up Muni helped too, you know?
Yeah.
Really,
So
really
what's
good
OP?
game. Well
Is
played to both
Verno
players.
OP or is USF OP? Because the one semi-final went dominated by Ver, the other one was dominated by
I have
Ver.
seen people say both, which to me is a sign that Relic's not doing too bad with
Yeah.
balancing the factions.
Anyway, folks, we will be back with game number 2 in a couple of seconds. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's game number 2 between Ray and Tony. We are back on Faymanville. We have Mr. Ray not playing Luftwaffe, but we will see that in a second. On the other side, we have Mr. Tony, who can't use Spec Ops as USF. What are we seeing? What are we expecting, my dear friend Daniel?
Storm Pioneers deploying.
Dude, I don't know. What do we get? What's going to happen with the SSF? I'll tell you what I'd love to see, which is Pershing would be cool. I don't know if we'll actually see it. I think we'll see South Faymanville win again. You know, I thought I just had. It's very rare that North spawn is OP, right? It's always South spawn. Does that mean that camera turners are actually really smart? Because people seem to only win from South side. Is it actually the map or is it the camera angle that's letting people win from South all the time?
Damn, Daniel with the show of thoughts. Did you consider writing a book on co-free philosophy, Keppa?
I think I value my time slightly too much for that.
Oh, that's sad. Good.
I did do a research paper on the Co1 community back when I was in college.
I did one in the assignment. Maybe I will do my master thesis about but it's a little bit of time away. I still have time.
The Co-community is full of interesting mental disorders. I think there's a lot of potential for papers.
Yeah, but I have a history major, right? But anyway.
Not as good. Not as useful. Yeah, Leo, what's going on here? What's up with this game? We got the Jeep coming later than usual. I actually really like this from Tony. I think that the biggest risk with early Jeep is that if you don't find a good engagement, you're a little bit behind in tempo, right? If you don't force off a unit, you're behind a capping unit. But having the two rifles out first means you have plenty of capping, and then the Jeep can come in and get a flank off on the MG or pressure the PIO. So I like this build, and I'm excited to see how Tony makes it work or not.
Yeah. I'm still have mixed feelings about the Storm Pioneers. But let's see how they will play out. We have a second one on the way.
In what way? Do you think they're too weak now after the changes? Do you think they're still too strong?
I think they are actually a decent once you get the upgrade. Before that, they're kinda
A squad of Storm Pioneers have
just
captured
okay-ish, I would say. Does that
Fair
make
enough.
sense?
Yeah, I'm curious to see. I feel like people really stopped using them once they made the IR kit so much more expensive. So I'm very interested to see how it goes.
Co-player only use units with bad shit broken. Unless you're extremely broken, you get played. Unless you're just normal, nobody will play you and call you bad.
Yeah. Well, you know, units can only exist in the two states. It's a binary switch. It's either dog shit, unusable, or broken OP.
Exactly. Second engagement in the middle, and I'm not sure if Tony wants to stay around for much longer. He will force off the Grenadier, but that's it.
At this range, he will do good damage to the Gren. But yeah, it's not an ideal fight. Pretty even game so far. Ray with slightly less muni, but otherwise, map control dead even. VP's dead even, pretty much.
Why is
Not a lot of good use out of the Jeep so far.
I'm not sure if he can win this. Maybe he can push around with
No,
the
this
Jeep.
is a bad fight for Tony. He should not be engaging against this blob with
Merge
the
into
rifles. This is
the...
a
Yeah, he has
mistake.
to go home.
And he's going to lose his fuel because of it. I mean, this is the second time in a row that he kind of went one rifle into the, the whole Wehrmacht army, and it's going to hurt him for sure.
Nothing about getting shot later.
Yeah. Didn't went or played out well. Tony has heal up and IC, so tier 3 is not that far off. If he can defend his fuel, which might not happen.
Yeah, can he though? I don't know that he can, especially not with what he's choosing to do, which is sending a rifle to flank this MG. I get the idea behind it, but it's very risky because if he doesn't win this engagement on race fuel, then he's got nothing. So he's really got to make this work over here on this east side of the map.
Yeah, he decides to throw everything down. MG is repositioning.
Yeah, Captain getting shredded meanwhile. And Ray positioning really well with this MG, being very cautious, so...
Yeah, but we have two riflemen in position. I'm not sure if Ray can stay much longer.
Yeah, he will eventually get this fuel, it looks like, but in the meantime, he's decapping the other fuel and definitely going to give himself a lead here with what Ray's done.
The good thing is he can hide behind the hedgerow right away. The MG set up and has to reset up once again, and basically Tony can repeat that. So his position isn't that bad, I would say. It's just a question how fast Ray can move his units over. Oh, base
MG! That is so unfortunate. Yeah, this feels like disaster is too strong a word, but this is not good.
He had
This is
such a
not
nice
good for
position,
Tony.
but Ray
Enemy has claimed
outplayed
our
him
territory
nonetheless.
for their own.
Yeah, Ray just very careful. I think did a great job backpedaling that MG. Gonna send this other rifle home. So now Tony's got no fuel, no gas, GG, as they say.
Should ping the fuel point.
Yeah, desperately spam.
And Jeep hits the mine and dies.
Real salt on the wound there. And with his relatively low fuel income, light vehicle going to be severely delayed. I wonder if he'll opt for an AT gun. He's going to need something to deal with the Sturmline. I don't know if he wants to wait, until he can afford a vehicle.
Available. Sector lost.
AT gun on the way from Ray. Ray playing super conservative. No ammo for Stummel though. Could upgrade it now. Here we go. Tony pretends he has snares.
Yeah, love that. Really good play there.
Gets fuel control back on his home fuel, but he's still really behind. He might be able to isolate the Sturm Pioneer over here.
I think I was wrong. I mean, he got his fuel back fast enough. He's actually going to be able to get a vehicle out relatively soon. Unfortunately, there will already be a pack, and unlike some of the other maps we've been playing on recently, this is a map where the pack can cover half of the map pretty easily.
Victory point is under enemy control.
It really will come down how well Tony can play around side blockers and shot blockers.
Yep.
Tony just gets in time into green cover, but nade out. He decides to take the nade to the face, but has to go home anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I get the choice. I mean, you don't want to have to just run, but I don't know. Once you eat the nade, you'll have to run anyway, so you're just choosing to lose more manpower.
Nade's on the way for Tony.
Yeah, wanted that M8 out first. And he's back to plus 13 fuel. Nice decap from Ray on the plus 10 up there. He was good about that last game, too. He's just, I think, one of the places he has been outplaying Tony on this map is the harassment of the natural plus 10.
Yeah, we might see a death here. Retreat nade, here we
Yeah.
go!
Great retreat grenade, almost perfect.
But
Should surely
not
get
enough.
this kill, yeah.
He gets it though in the end.
Reported KIA. Recover their equipment at once.
Ground will hide behind the side blocker. Attack on ground missed. A little wipe to help Tony to come back into the game, but he still has a long and uphill battle before him.
Yeah, he's definitely behind. Behind on fuel. Behind on Muni. But it is
Tony
USF on Feynman. I mean,
has no
I think this
veterancy one,
is...
thanks to the battle group armor.
Oh, yeah. That'll help a lot, actually. The rotation rate's kind of nice. Especially on a map like this where you're really wanting to get in and around shot blockers, being able to rotate faster. Often the difference between pathing screwing you and escaping.
Oh, Stummel is out of position, has no veterancy one,
The adversary
but
is trying to take one of our points.
Tony's
Yeah.
scared.
Yeah, Pack is well positioned. I think it was definitely there to cover it. I mean, he probably could have
think he would have
dove, but he doesn't
gotten
know
it
where all the
anyway.
Grens are.
But it's
Yeah,
obviously
just hard to know where the
caster
Grens
view.
are. Yeah. However, Pack is far enough away that this MG is a little bit vulnerable. I'd love to see him drive north and kind of get, you know, around the green cover here.
It really will come down how well Tony can play the Greyhound around the site and shot blockers.
Yeah, I mean, with just one pack, you know, the Greyhound can outmaneuver. It's not a huge map, but it's wide enough that, you know, Tony should be able to control the side VPs if he plays the M8 well.
The double MG42 player, just realized that, really limiting Tony's room to maneuver. Maybe bars just to be able to break through faster.
Ours are maybe a mortar pit, too.
Well, mortar pit is great on this map, right? Like behind the hedges
Yeah.
on your cutoff.
Yeah, you can control middle from your base pretty much. We do see bars coming, so I think that's good for sure.
Man, Chet wants to see all the time double Greyhound. Maybe with this battle group makes sense, but Tony opts for
Territory sector
bars.
lost.
I think double Greyhound with armored is not bad at all. It basically forces a second pack. Although actually Ray, I think maybe realized it was armor and just assumed that there was going to be double M8 because he built a second pack. So that's going to make it even easier to deal with this M8. Could he end up getting a kill? I'd be surprised if I got hit by double pack in this situation.
Greyhound stays out of range, but Captain Dan has to
Should be
retreat.
assigned when possible, Commandant.
Oh, Stimmel might die. Yeah, goes down.
Watcher.
By enemy
Captain Dan will definitely get a promotion for appropriate usage of company
victory point.
tools.
Resources,
Resources,
yeah.
exactly.
Pretty big misplay there from Ray, and his two MGs are spread out enough that it's going to be easy to get a flank off here. And when this other MG lines up a shot on the mid, then the rifle above it will be able to flank. So Tony bringing himself back into it. Killing the Stummel must feel really good. And once he gets this flank on this MG, that'll feel good too. Yeah, reacts instantly here.
Yeah, MG has to go home. And now with bars, the Grenadiers have a tougher time to fight.
Yeah, Ray's going to need to rely on whatever he decides to build at a tier 4. Given his fuel, I assume it'll be a vehicle. Maybe we'll see Stas after that. Not much utility out of his battle group so far. Last Stand is so far only used for the stern pile. This is a good map for the propaganda tower. I mean, it would cover a lot, so I wonder if we'll see that in the near future.
Yeah, Ray not pushing this battle group to its limits, even though I think it has a lot of utility. But if it works, it ain't stupid.
Come on. Bastards have secured our
But thanks to the
territory.
death of the Stummel, he has more room to maneuver. There's less long-range DPS that he has to worry about. Gives him a little bit of breathing space until some medium armor hits the field.
Ooh,
Oh, MG goes down.
Has been destroyed.
Hold
and it
fire.
has to set up, pack up. Yeah, I think Tony probably expected it to just insta-run, because otherwise I think he would have thrown a grenade.
Yeah.
So
a bit unlucky there. Probably could have got that MG.
Enemy forces have claimed our...
The fourth rifleman that Tony built really is putting its weight. It helps to
Absolutely.
outflank those units, and without the Stummel, there's not much to cover those flanks. I really like that. Interestingly, which veterans you want Tony unlocked on his Greyhound?
Canister.
Obviously, it's canister all the way, right? Nobody goes for the
Yeah, I think
capture.
the opportunity to get. I mean, so much of Co3 comes down to like killing infantry on retreat. You know, at this level of play, because it's like getting a lead is sometimes difficult unless you can get wipes, and the canister allows you to do that.
Yeah. Don't throw retreat nades, they're not really clumped up. Thank you, Tony. Not because just because you can throw retreat nades does not mean you have to do it. By the way, Tony, 70 ammo per minute, he can throw nades for days.
Yeah, his map control has gotten really good.
We have a surplus of command points available.
P4's on the way.
P4 on the way. Yeah, Tony already has an AT gun, so very heads up.
He could get a
Macro
second one
there
if he
from
wants.
him.
He has enough manpower in the bank. Overall, due to his good engagements now after the Stummel died, I can't stress out enough how important this wipe was. He's no flooding manpower.
Yeah.
He can think about tier 4 soon. He's getting even a fighting nest.
He's doing it. The mortar pit, all right. A little higher north than I would have liked to have seen. I prefer.
Ooh, that might be a
behind
dead
smaller
Greyhound.
bush to the south.
Bye bye.
Oops, yeah. Yeah, a bit unfortunate there. I wonder if we'll see a Chaffee or second AT gun when he sees the P4. I kind of like Chaffee here just to like both prevent dives and chase, but there's 2 packs, so that makes the Chaffee a little bit less tempting. I wonder what he'll choose.
It's a hard spot, right? You have 114 fuel, 33 fuel per minute. You think maybe I can make it to tier 4, get out a bigger beat stick, but are you sacrificing too much in the time to get there?
Yeah, I think just given the fact that it's a small map and there's double pack, I would prefer to see him go second AT gun and then just tech up. Utilize War Machine or the Easy 8s.
It's War Machine.
Ooh,
Nobody
Scout goes
plays apparently Easy 8s nowadays. Captain Dan bites the dust and leaves his M1919.
Ooh, that's unfortunate. Gonna put that on the Vet 2 Gren.
He's not picking it up. Here we go, he picks it up. Captain gets immediately rebuilt. But the water pit
look
no
at the range
helping
of
with the
that mortar pit.
MGs.
Yeah, I'm surprised at how far. I didn't realize it could reach that far. at
I
Vet
think
1,
that's
or
max
Vet
max
0, rather.
range, right?
It must be, yeah. It must be max range. Yeah, it is. It's like just about as far as you could put it. They're cheap. He could get a second one here. He's actually replacing the captain and going tank depot, so it doesn't feel worried. I guess with 4 rifles, he feels like 1 AT gun's enough. And he may be right.
Well, the AT gun has to do some heavy lifting. We see another Assault Pioneer or Sturm Pioneer. No, by the way, no normal Pioneer, so no sweeper. That kind of screams mines everywhere.
Yeah, you know, I actually don't really like this tank depot from Tony because look at his fuel. He's still very far from a vehicle, so I think another mortar pit, AT gun, 5th rifle, something. I think it's too early to build tank depot here.
Yeah, second AT gun, but you could afford that anyway. Second AT gun.
Yeah. There he goes. He is going second AT gun now. That's good.
Available.
AT gun getting some nice flanking shots there. Do we have advanced
You get pushed
logistics
off
by
the
any
fuel here
chance?
too.
It feels like.
What's that?
It felt like he has advanced logistics because even though he has so many infantry on the squad, infantry on the field, he's not really bleeding much manpower.
You know what I really think it is? I don't think Ray's getting that many kills. I mean, often in these matchups, you see like a 1.5 or 2-to-1 KDA, but Tony's KDA is actually better than Ray's right now. He's just not taking that many casualties. I think he's doing a good job retreating on time. He's picking good fights. There's also no falls, or any other like scary infantry from Ray, so there isn't a lot to actually kill the rifle models. So he gets suppressed and runs away.
Panzerfaust roller was unlocked, but with only 20 ammo per minute. It will take some time.
Yeah, a little bit.
We have salvage unlocked.
Where'd that Stummel wreck go?
Ah,
Looks like
Schumer
it's
wreck
dead.
got destroyed by the mortar barrage
Yeah,
from the captain.
cleaned up after itself. Hey, yeah, War Machine is unlocked for Tony.
Finally, someone
So
who
he's
is
very close.
environmental sensitive in this game.
People always leaving their wrecks around. And yeah, Ray. Wonder if we'll see him toggle final battle at any points here. Put up a prop tower.
Yeah, no, both players kind of slowed down. They're trying to get into better position. Second P4 away from Ray, but I don't know.
Our front line
No
Yeah.
one is
I think
really
Tony's
eager
probably
to
pretty
take an
happy.
engagement.
points remain for us.
Yeah. Well, that's fine for the guy with the VPs.
Yeah, he can chill.
Ray stacking his MGs up here for bonus DPS, I guess.
But mortar smoke is
Master
incoming.
4 reporting in.
But will he break suppression?
Yeah, this
in
rifle
time?
needs to leave. It's gonna start losing models any second here.
He's hoping that he breaks suppression in time.
Yeah,
He was a man with a dream.
I think his 10 seconds of damage
We have
reduction went
surface
away
of
there.
command points available.
Oh, great shot from the P4. I'm nervous for this rifle, body.
Bye bye. Oh, I'm nervous for the AT guns.
Yeah, second P4 coming in. The Sherman's in production. Fast deploy might save Tony here. Because he's got no rifles around.
Mark target from the captain. AT guns are setting up. Will they get off a volley? One AT gun gets a shot off. The other one goes down. Mortar pit is under threat. AT gun will go down. The question is though, will they get destroyed or not?
Yeah. Ooh, this could end up coming
Snare?
back to bite Ray here. Snare just misses the threshold to get the kill there.
Sherman
Where's
is
that
coming.
Sherman?
Has
There it
emergency
is.
one. Both AT guns are fire ready.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy, but the,
Luckily, Ray backed
definitely,
himself up.
the other AT guns are in position. Captain gets squished. One more shot.
Oh,
Bounces.
the bounce.
AT gun is still in range though.
That ended up being pretty even, I'd say.
Sherman gets away.
Yeah, might even be favored for Tony, to be honest. He lost a lot of manpower, but Ray lost a P4, so actually, I'm going to say that Tony came out on the better end of that. Given Ray's fuel income
He
especially,
lost
I
his
think trading the
pioneer though,
P4...
so he has to rebuild it before the Sherman can fight.
Oh,
once again.
yeah.
He could use the battle group's self-repair ability. Let's see if he clicks the button.
Second mortar pit. Oh, man. Tony's got the right idea here.
Yeah, he wants to grind Ray down. You want to spam support weapons? I don't mind. I have the best on-map mortar in the game. Tony using
Tony
the
double
repair
repairing.
ability and
Yeah.
repairing.
I like how he waited until the engineer came out to pop his repair ability.
Maybe he realized it afterwards. Wait a second.
Yeah.
The enemy has 300 points remaining.
Nice job from Ray, though, during all the chaos, getting the triple cap off. I forgot to write down what the VPs were in the previous game, but it might come into play here in a best of 5 like this. Making sure that even in a game you lose, you have good VP control can make all the difference in the series. So
Yeah, the good thing if you play armored, you don't have many ammo sinks, so you can get plenty of mortar pits.
Alarm.
yeah,
So overrun.
Sherman with the. I love Tony always buying the 50 cal as one should, like we've ranted about a lot today.
Oh, frack. F-burst will force off the MG. It's not the old airburst, which was the guaranteed support weapon wipe.
Yeah. But yeah, I think Ray's in trouble here because his build is very reliant on weapons teams. He's got double pack, double MG, right? Like his anti-infantry is basically the P4s, and kind of the LMG grin and the stern pile, but mostly it's those P4s. And double mortar pit, double AT gun kind of shuts all that down. And I'm
Yeah,
not sure what Ray can do to answer the mortar pits besides trying to dive. So it
Nibble
seems
with
like he's in a bad
barrage.
position. True. Yeah, he could sneak something up. That's a good point. And I wonder, surely that barrage kills the.
Yeah, it
the
does.
pit.
It
They don't
does,
have very
it
much
does.
health.
It's borderline broken. This ability.
Oh, P4 back alive.
Was it recovered or was it the new one?
I believe it was recovered.
I didn't pay attention. I thought he built one. Oh, Refman has to go home. He has a long retreat path ahead of him, but should be fine.
Yeah, and now the choice to go advanced logistics is going to be a problem because he's going to be behind the curve with the tanks. And Ray's going to have his third P4 when Tony has his second.
Yeah, he has double pectos. Oh, AT gun.
Yeah, it's true. But if Ray remembers he has a battle group and drops the Nebula Overwatch, he has real potential to dive. I mean, I don't like Tony's AT gun positioning. This is like just incredibly arty bait style. So if Ray realizes he can just drop the Nebula for Overwatch, drive in with the P4s, and maybe clean up.
Make the all-ending GG push.
He needs to. And Ray's very willing. You know, he's not Tushkan.
He's not
very
Tushka.
willing to go for the kill.
No. He will. If he
Yeah, look at his
if you
position
show
with the AT
weakness,
guns.
he
Yeah,
will
he's looking for it.
Pioneer might get wiped by
Enemy
water
have taken
barrage.
our territory.
Nope. Oh, water pit will go
Yeah.
down to the AT guns. No. Bye bye.
Okay, here it is. This
Here
is
we
exactly
go.
what
The
I was
button
talking
was
about.
clicked.
It's the way. We are losing control of a sector.
But you can't push through it, otherwise you will kill yourself.
Yeah, he's being careful here.
Tony already queuing up new AT guns.
That's smart.
One AT gun goes down. Only one though.
You know, I think Tony played that well.
He reacted
He was
well.
pretty calm, moved the rifle into flank to force the P4 and pack back, so that could have gone a lot worse. I think both players handled that very nicely.
I would cancel the third AT gun. You already have to. Why is he playing old school
Well-
USF with triple AT gun?
I don't know. I mean, the thing is, like, if this happens again, now you've got your AT gun spread out and they can't all be Nebula Overwatched. So, I don't know. I kind of like the third AT gun. Although, no, you know what? He's got so much fuel. You maybe after your next tank.
The mortar pit man doing so much damage against the MGs. Tony needs
But I
one
actually think
good.
you-
Oh, he
you
gets the
expect-
decrew
Has
even.
been decrewed. Do not let it fall into
Oh,
enemy
yeah,
hands.
wow.
Long range
He
pull
killed
it
that
onto
now?
them, I guess.
But, yeah, a ratio of one AT gun per tank is good. So, just as if your opponents keep spamming P4s, keep spamming ATGs.
Yeah, my code 2 brain always says you never get more than 2 AT guns.
Panzer IV is field ready.
But I'm a small brain. That's
Well.
fine.
You can't two volley mediums in this game. So,
AT
I think
guns have.
aggressive positioning with these AT guns.
He needs to get some. If he
Tony.
controls the flank, I like the position. If not, they're really vulnerable.
Yeah, I'm curious what his plan is here. He's got the other Sherman. I wonder if he's going to try to make an envelopment happen here. Well, one thing to keep in mind, too, about these fights is that Tony's got an inherent advantage with the Sherman smoke, right? He can shut down his opponent's AT guns much easier than Ray can shut down his. I mean, Ray has to spend Muni to do that.
Yeah. Ray is kind of backed up into a corner. In a weird corner. Basically, both players switched sides. At least from what you would say is natural resource control.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting. The distances between the two sides are pretty even. It just sort of happens that, like, people play the way that they usually play, but I don't know that you have to. I think it's almost equally viable to play it the other way, and sometimes people do. Okay, I have to say I don't like Tony's AT gun micro here. He's just keeping them all in one control group, blobbed up. You definitely want to spread them out so you don't get dove or hit by Artie.
Off-map Nebelwerfer batteries are on standby.
Use the tab key, people. Use the tab key.
I didn't know that actually. What is the last thing that Tony's missing from his battle group?
He has not picked recovery vehicle or Scott. Although you think he could just pick recovery vehicle now.
Yeah, Scott would not make much sense.
The repairs in combat can be pretty fight deciding sometimes.
We have lost the sector.
He just needs to find an angle. If Tony is able to get rid of those AT guns, the whole game will shift immediately.
Yeah, I suspect.
But it's true for both players, to be honest. So
Yeah, Ray probably just waiting for another Neville Overwatch. Good Faust here. Could pick off this Sherman.
Oh,
but
that's
there's
a
a lot
Sherman.
of guns.
smoke is out,
Yeah, really nice use of smoke.
bounces and misses. Sherman just gets away with a nickel of health.
This is interesting. I'm really not sure who I'd put as like ahead here. I mean, Ray has one more tank and has access to a better off map, but I think Tony's units are inherently a little bit stronger, and he's got.
Oh, he will lose a
USA.
rifleman though. That's a goner, 100%.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, here we go. It drops the
Drops the
barn
bearing.
though. So if he has not double bar on one squad, he can pick it up. So it's something.
Ray's been spending some uni though, so that's going to help delay the Neville Overwatch.
Middle will now shift into Tony's control. It's a really back and forth game. Neither player is really able to break the back of the support. Oh shit, but he gets wiped because he was repairing.
A victory point.
Oops. That hurts. Every loss matters more in a game that's this close. VPs are pretty low for Ray though. He had good VP control. It's once again.
Yeah,
shifting
Tony
back
plays
over to
VP
Josh.
control really, really well. He knows how much VPs mean. And I think against after his game against Ricky where he nearly lost because he didn't pay attention to VP control.
Hey, do you like how Ray's repairing his tanks in base?
No.
We finished our order.
Split repairing, man. Chat is asking if back tech is an option. First of all, Ray is pop capped, so Nebel wouldn't even fit. And secondly, it would be too many resources or manpower. Manpower is the bottleneck for an
It is
first Nebel.
9. It is 9 pop. He has just enough pop for
Oh.
the Nebel. I don't hate that, but I think a Stas would just be better because with the right timing and micro, the Stas can threaten the AT guns constantly. The Nebel can only threaten them once every whatever it is, 50 seconds.
MG gets recruit and Tony is not picking
Oh,
it
why
up.
isn't he stealing it? Yeah, that's so
Maybe he
weird.
thinks
no
it's the
follow-up
range
on
of the
that
base
MG.
MG. It's
Yeah, is
not.
it? No, and it doesn't matter because there's no vision. So that's a bit of a mistake there from Tony. But long game, no surprise there.
Battlefield fatigue.
Yeah, exactly.
In the
This is
meantime,
spicy, man. It still feels like anybody's game.
yeah, fourth P4 on the way. Lost MG gets replaced by a bigger MG.
Increase security around the
100
HQ.
VP store
We are down
only
to
for
100 points.
Ray.
Yeah, and they're about to start draining.
Reinforcement withheld, Commandant.
Pass around what you can.
Replacing the scout. I guess maybe trying to get a flare. I mean, that can make a big difference in a fight if you have vision. So I don't hate that. I'm curious to see how he uses it. Yeah, Ray at 99 pop.
We shall
He's got
reinforce
200
all
muni. I
forces
feel
that
like
require it.
this is his opportunity to all in
Yeah, no one never.
before he loses on VPs. Okay, oh, is he spreading out his P4s? Yes. No. Wow, I got excited. I thought he was really going to envelop, but this looks like more of a tactical
He
consolidation.
means
right?
he selected all the units in with one thingy and then moves
Oh.
though up.
They're both doing it. They're going to meet at the bottom of the map, it looks like.
This is the chosen battleground. This is where we will fight.
Oh, look, whose AT guns are closer? Looks like it's Ray's.
Sector now under
Right, the
enemy
building
control.
is.
And then he might get a...
Side
This is
blocker.
such bad AT gun micro from Tony. He can drive the P4s past them right now.
I'm
he's
not
picking
sure
the
though
wrong
if
direction though.
Ray realizes that.
He should now.
Big push, Rifleman, I'm not
there
in
it
position,
is.
18 guns will go down. Nebelwerfer Overwatch was used. Ray could go in and end the game over here now.
Yeah, he just needs to go drive it. His the tanks
But he will
now.
lose his own.
Almost
Bye-bye, mister. Oh, no, he
Ray
survives.
needs to go.
Grenadier squad has been destroyed.
Oh, Grenadier
Sack
got
Ray.
wiped from the... AT gun survived, so this Nebelwerfer Overwatch kinda backfired.
Yeah, Ray not pulling the trigger all the way. I feel surprising. Like, he should have just drove around at those AT guns while the Shermans backed off. He could have cleared all of them. Instead, he kind of let Tony get away with one, I feel like. That was not good AT gun positioning.
I know the
And he's
Shermans
not
are
even
coming,
tapping the,
but this is a bad push from Ray. The AT guns are well positioned and now will get the Sherman. Yes. And P4, sorry, might another P4 bite the dust?
We have lost a Panzer IV.
he's not capping the mid VP either.
Pioneer might go down to the mortar pit. Nope.
Thanks for the raid, Shark.
Yeah, sorry, Shark. I just was so... The game is so intense. So we are currently casting game number 2 between Tony and Ray. Tony is up 1-0. And it's a nail biter. It's not really clear who is ahead. Even though currently I would say Tony is slightly ahead due to PopCap and VP control.
Wow, what a throw there from Ray in that fight. I feel like he had done everything he needed to do, and he just didn't micro the P4s correctly. That was it. Like, everything else, he had done it right. But, yeah. Not capping the mid VP feels like a big mistake, too, although it may not end up making a huge difference.
P4 might get picked off? No.
Now he's behind. Like, his infantry army is definitely not as good, and now the tank count is basically equalized, so... Yeah. Maybe Ray didn't do his sleep schedule shift for this tournament.
Well, it's a scheduled event, right? So, he had the opportunity to play.
Oh, that's right. They
Sunday
can play this whenever they want, huh?
whenever they wanted.
Oh, yeah. No, can't use being tired as an excuse for these.
This is
Actually,
not
maybe
an
I can
excuse
participate
to
in some of
be
these next tournaments if I can play the games whenever I want.
Unless
A big
Relic
problem I
comes
don't play is,
around and
like, I
screws me
can't pick
over
up.
with a patch,
One of our
we'll keep this
anti-tank
system, I think.
The enemy is striking at
Oh, no. Gren goes down. He forgot that it's 5 men on the pack instead of 4.
He merged himself to death.
Easy mistake to make.
Field ready.
I also forgot until I saw that Gren disappear.
Go home, rifle. Maybe in the future we will do finals live, but I'm not convinced
The
on that
enemy
either.
has taken a
Because
victory
it's really
I
late
like
for
that,
Ray
like-
again.
I really like that people like Ray don't have to play at 6 in the morning.
Hey, the idea is to get more people the opportunity to play. We are so spread around
Yeah.
the globe. AT gun goes down. But 1P4 might bite the dust if he drives. Nope, he stays behind the side blocker.
Ooh, Ray's making a good push here. Focus firing the AT guns, but nice smoke from Tony.
Smoke. We'll lose one Sherman though, I feel like. AT gun goes down. Sherman needs to run. Shermans need to run. New Sherman comes around before gets picked off.
Panzer IV.
Tony smells blood. Feels like
Oh,
this is
here we
his
go!
fight.
Seek and destroy.
We must stiffen our resolve. We are down
Yeah.
to our
10 VPs left. It's game. Ray is toast.
GG. Wow. GG, well played. Another good game. Felt like Ray had a few opportunities there, but Tony played careful and Ray did not push his advantages hard enough, I think.
2-0 for Tony. If Tony wins one more time, Ray is done. Can Ray make a
I would be-
reverse sweeping happen?
I would be
Or
shocked.
is Tony the new best player, beating Ray 3-0? Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with game number 3 in a couple of seconds. I hope you enjoy it. Don't forget, you can already sign up for the 2v2 tournament, which is also a scheduled event or an asynchronous event, so you don't have to worry about playing late in the night or being around on one exact weekend. You have plenty of time. So feel free to sign up with your friend, or it does not necessarily be a friend, can also be a family member. Kappa. So see you around in the next game. See, no. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 3 between Ray and Tony Montana. We have Ray as the DAG. Some hype in chat for Mr. DAG. And on the other side, we have Mr. Tony Montana as the USF. We are on road to Tunis. What are we seeing? What are we expecting, my dear friend? Daniel.
Kartschützen deployed.
Ray's doing the same build we saw him do last time on this map. So I think we'll expect a PG. And I think what'll be most interesting is how Tony decides to deal with this. He has gone rifles. I would guess we're just going to see armored again, unfortunately. I think, yeah, seeing the Jeep kind of confirms that. And it has never been, except for a few moments where PJs were really good, it's never been wrong to try to spam M8s and Chaffies against DAC. So I wonder if that's what we'll see from Tony.
Sonderkraftfahrzeug
Yeah.
250
You-
reporting.
Even though with the new Panzerjägers, I think you should have an easy time dealing with LV spam.
Yeah.
But I might be wrong there.
Yeah, I'm always impressed with people who can say that, like, one faction's clearly dominant, now you ought to lose if you play the other one when a series is 2-0. I guess maybe people aren't familiar with the tournament format, but the game being 2-0 means that somebody won with both factions.
Yeah, chat is biased, as we all know. And chat knows everything better, as we know. So that's okay. Bike just gets away. Fastest unit in the
Taking
game.
advantage. Taking advantage of that speed to dip. And interesting cap order here from Ray. Capping up what, is ostensibly Tony's fuel. Tony capping up Ray's fuel in the meantime, but much slower, obviously. So I think so far this open probably has gone how Ray wanted it to.
Ray's doing the same thing that he did against Tushkan. And obviously,
Yeah.
Tony can't know that. Unless you watch the replays. It's a possibility.
Yeah.
But
Would be smart. I mean, I would encourage everybody to watch the games of their opponents in the bracket if you can. Well, good damage from the Jeep.
Oh, Jeep has to run though.
Yeah,
So Fuel
PG
is
should come in
connected.
and swing this fight.
But it's only one rifleman against 3 units. I'm not sure if that's an advisable engagement.
Doesn't this feel familiar to the last time someone played against this strategy on this map? This is the one rifle fighting into the 3 units and staying too long and
Losing manpower
losing
for
tempo.
nothing. He loses only 1 model though, but a lot of HP is lost.
Yeah. This isn't about heal timing. He's got his 3rd rifle out. He has just enough manpower for heals, so I expect him to put it down. Otherwise, this rifle's pretty useless. But maybe he wants to fast tech. We'll have to see.
Jeep hits veteran C1. Oh, some nice damage on the Panzer Pioneer. Ray jumps inside of the 250 just in time. Jeep has to run now.
Yeah. Almost goes down. This is looking okay for Tony, though. He's ahead on Muni just a little bit. And otherwise even on fuel. So I think this is fine for him.
Yeah, but he has
He
to
is losing
repair,
some
so Jeep
VPs.
is kind of useless now for the next, I don't know, 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Yeah, he's got 76 seconds until he can repair it. Well, good mine goes down from Ray. He's getting a couple of mines down. Interestingly,
Panzer
deciding
Jäger.
not to go for the cutoff, maybe realizing the risk isn't worth only cutting off the plus 16.
Yeah, he gets the
Oops,
full
Ray
cap on the
doesn't-
16 even.
Yeah. Ray accidentally not finishing a mine before he retreats. So only ended up
What a
getting one
group
mine on
now,
that flank.
Kepper.
I know. Tony does have grenades, so 250 has to be careful here.
You always have to expect to use F-nades though, since they're so cheap nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players get them after the second rifle, so by the time the third rifle's out, yeah, very safe to assume.
PJ's on the field. Tony is getting infantry support center. To be fair though, this engagement favors Tony. Tony is not bleeding much manpower, and Ray's not able to gain map control, which in the end helps him.
Yeah, it feels good to have both of the plus 16s, slowly stacking up a muni advantage here.
We saw breach.
Use a breach. Yeah. Yeah, very even so far. Scout gonna go cap the bottom plus 10 right as the opposite corner gets capped by the bike. And Jeep
Jeep a little
repaired. Let's hope it doesn't find the Panzerjäger immediately.
bit. Nah, PJ's going on the
Gets
captain
sent right
duty.
back.
A victory point is being taken from us.
Flak is in the queue though for Ray, and Tony just getting tier 3. So
Yeah,
Quad
this is,
will have some time on the field without a proper counter.
This is scary. Ray has been a little more cautious this tournament. I feel like old Ray, I would say he's going to drive that to the
Forces
cutoff
have taken our territory.
with the PJ guarding it because he could. But I don't think he's going to do that. I think he's going to shoot at the building for a long time until an AT gun hits. That's my prediction.
Yeah, Tony is getting fuel control now. Jeep is capping the 5-pointer. Does the Jeep get veterancy from capping?
Oh, I
Rear-mounted
Let's
flak
see.
don't
has
know.
arrived.
No.
Yes, it does.
It
Plus
does.
50.
Okay, because no number
victory
propped up
point
for
is
me.
being
But
neutralized
probably
by
because
the
of my
enemy.
Ray's POV.
Oh, yeah. Hey, so Partisans weren't banned, huh? But Tony's still not playing it.
Is Tony's
We've lost
Partisan
control of a
enjoyer?
victory point.
I don't watch much later
I guess not.
these
I mean-
days.
He must not be. You think he'd pick it? Oh, yeah. Here's the flag shooting at the building.
Assault Grenadiers
Tony looks
have
like-
been called in.
Oh, yeah. Interesting. He's already got the PJ, so maybe looking for a way to clear the building more effectively.
He has a flamer.
Flamer will also do that. Yeah.
The Assault Grenadiers going to the bottom VP. Tony has 200 ammo in the bank. He's close to a Greyhound. But still against Dak, an AT gun is still something worth getting.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he didn't do his manpower math very well because by the time he gets the M8, he'll have the manpower for the M8 and the AT gun, so he should have just built the AT gun. Ooh, rifle mismicroed here. Could go down.
Oh, bye-bye, Mr. Rifleman.
Path for the victory point.
Yeah.
And another Rifleman.
Oh,
I think
no.
that's GG.
Huge blunders here. Probably going to lose both rifles, and this is why you just build the dang AT gun, man. Actually, the AT... he is
Oh,
gonna
he gets
get
away
lucky
with a
and not
Rifleman.
lose
At
the
least
rifle, but-
something.
But now the M8's going to come, and there's going to be a PJ on the cutoff, so he can't really fight this until the AT gun gets here.
Sector has been claimed by
So
the
that's like
enemy.
another 45 seconds. Where where's Ray going?
Going home. He wants to defend
Hello?
his fuel.
I guess. I think you camp this cutoff and then send the assault crane up to that fuel or something. I'm kind of surprised about this choice.
Yeah.
Really wants to kill the Jeep, I guess. But yeah, too conservative this tournament, I think, from Ray.
Maybe he learns his lesson against
Yeah.
directly and
I wasn't gonna say it.
it's fine. We a little bit of friendly banter is allowed. Oh, Jeep gets him! Wait.
Nope, jinxed.
It
Almost,
looked like it
almost.
for a couple of seconds. Ground is on the field. And gets snared. Nope.
Thinking about it.
Oh, Ground might hit the mine there if he wants to play greedy.
I know I was watching for that.
Pack crew is reporting in.
Packers on the field. Tony needs to rebuild his lost rifleman though. PJ's in the 250 are coming from the flank. Gets spotted though and zoned out for the moment.
Yeah. Worth noting the VP control here for Murray. Really good again. Already got Tony below 350.
Victory point lost.
Yeah, Ray realizes that he needs to play the long game. If he wants to win, it will be a nice game.
Are available to deploy
He's
at
2-0 down or 2-0.
Yeah.
once. We're losing grasp of a munitions point.
NG's out for the Greyhound. But yeah, low fuel now for Tony here.
Okay,
So he's
Ray
got
is
some tough
doing
decisions to
something.
make.
Something I was not expecting. It's espionage.
Ooh. All right. This isn't a bad map for espionage.
Are there even good maps for espionage in the first place? Shots fired to all espionage.
Well, I mean,
destroyers.
this is a map where I think the sabotage, the beacons are pretty good because there's some really large sectors, and the extra damage on the pack can be pretty nice versus armor. But I'm just coming up with reasons why this is good. I'm not suggesting that this was the optimal choice. But the incendiary ammo is amazing on the packs.
Yeah.
And maybe he's just thinking about what he's going to do in the late game against, 76 Shermans.
Ground is going for the chase. Can't finish it off though due to the snare.
Yeah, AT gun just wasn't
The
quite
enemy
there.
has dropped to 300 points. The fight continues. Armory upgrade underway.
This is looking pretty good for Ray right now, but never count USF out, especially when they've gone a good late game battle group. And Tony's also shown that he's very good at playing from behind, that he doesn't give up. He knows how to play relatively safely, and I'm not counting him out yet at all.
A munitions point is being taken from us.
Red 2 on the
Territory is now in
250.
enemy hands.
Which upgrades? Does Ray have any upgrades yet? He has both
Yeah.
Panzer Grenadiers.
I don't see that too often. Interesting not seeing the emergency repair kits or smoke. You'd really think
Our enemy is on
you'd see one of those at this
250
point, given he has the flak and he has
Victory point is being neutralized
3
by the
other
enemy.
lesser but still valuable vehicles.
Victory point
Hey,
under
Tigan
enemy
wants to
control.
bring down the building.
A victory point is
Wow,
being
VP's
taken
below
from us.
250 now.
Oh, the pressure is mounting. Bars on the way
Yeah.
for Tony. We have tier 3 already on the way from Ray. I'm not sure what he can.
Enemy forces have captured the
From
victory point.
yeah, I don't know what Tony can do. He needs a second AT gun for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think what I'd like to see. He's still pretty far from like even something like the Scott if he wanted to be cheeky. Taking the building down is good though. But yeah, he just needs, like you said, a second AT gun and maybe just kind of creep forward. But with the bolstered,
He still win with the bar
PGs.
rifleman. He should easily win.
Mechanized combat groups are ready for selection.
I think with the if he gets double bar and then a second AT gun, he can creep up. Oh, Greyhound might go down. Flak gets away,
Underway.
but big push now in the middle from Mr. Ray.
he's starting to get the double bars rolled out. Second AT gun, that's good to see. I think he needs to go ahead and spend the muni and yeah, get double bars on everything else.
I want to see from Ray auto repair. The extra survivability
Yeah, he needs
is
to get
really
an
useful
upgrade.
on the flag.
Okay, he's doing it now. I also think he could stand to get like a regular MG, so that once the second AT gun comes out, he can still suppress these bar rifles.
Proximity alarm near our victory point.
He certainly has the manpower for it.
Tony abusing the self-repair ability from this battle group really nicely.
The enemy has taken a
Keeping his
victory
units,
point.
his Greyhound combat ready at all time.
Armory upgrade complete, Commandant.
Greyhound though takes another AT gun shot.
We are losing ground.
Yeah,
for
I
the
mean,
victory
it's
point.
crazy fast repairs. It's like almost double what the engineer with the sweeper gives, I think.
Yeah, they're also repairing while in combat, right? Flak gets the shot from the AT gun.
I think it pauses during combat. Yeah, it does. It gets disabled.
Ah, okay.
The icon's still there, but it's just because you're losing the timer on it, not because you're actually getting the reps. It's a little confusing.
Home Grenadier might go down. Greyhound will find
Yeah,
the
gotta be
mine.
careful.
Bye bye.
Oh, mine's gonna save him here. Yeah, I think. Well, should save him. I guess he can still die, but no. Canister lowers the range enough that should be able to get out.
Greyhound getting repaired, so the mine hit is not the end of the world. But Ray
Yeah.
still has a plenty resources in the bank. Double fuel. Tony's still really resource starved. Maybe Sheffy's?
It's going logistics. Oh, I can't agree with that. I think this is the mistake he made last game, where he, spent his fuel on logistics when he didn't really need to, and then was behind the armor curve. But I wonder if he'll get the Funk Wagon now. Ray's got the Funk Wagon available. I'm curious to see if he actually uses it. I don't see why not.
For some weird reason, it does not affect Veteran C0 Panzerjägers, the camo that you would get from the Funkwagen. And 250 survives with 1 HP.
Emergency repair kits.
Emergency repair kits coming in clutch. P3 hits the field. Tony tries to get double fuel. Or at least one fuel, probably.
Well, this rifle's in a bit of danger if he overstays here. 2 squads chasing.
Oh, he has to go home.
Yeah,
Assault
but
disembark?
oh. Not quite. I thought maybe he'd be able to get the assault grenades on retreat, but I don't think he will, so this rifle might make it.
Yeah, he will be fine. Where's the Greyhound? Getting repaired once again. Probably drove up to the pack again. Yeah, no, with pack on the with P4 on the Jesus Christ, P3 and
Whatever
flank
it
on
is.
the field. Flank control will be a tough ask for Tony. He needs something.
Yeah, I just think I want to see a Funk Wagon, man. I mean, it's good to camo some of the units for first strike, but also
It's free.
It's free. You get muni from it. I'd love to see a Goliath hidden behind one of these stone walls in like the middle. They're a great spot for Goliaths. Tellermine can be good for against armor dives. I just think there's a lot of value that Ray's kind of
Tony
on the table.
went for camo on his scouts.
Oh, nice.
So some extra vision there.
Victory point under enemy control.
Kind of feels like Ray picked this battle group totally for one reason and one reason alone. It's incendiary ammunition on his
Yeah.
PT guns.
He seems to do that a lot, where he like really doesn't use everything in the battle group. He like uses 1 or 2 things and then just kind of forgets about the rest of it.
Echo 2-player brain. Some would say. Oh, Flak will get in danger. And no,
Scout giving vision should be able to
Scout-
kill it.
We have command points
Yep.
awaiting assignment.
gets it, but he lost something else. Was it Captain? Yeah.
Mobile flak vehicle
Captain went
under
down, yeah.
action.
P3 gets forced off, but didn't take any HP damage.
Look at the VPs though. This is all Ray needs is to keep maintain control of these VPs just a little bit longer.
Oh, Home Grenadier goes down in middle.
Oops.
Double hit from the AT guns.
Not gonna be able to secure that mid VP.
If Tony wants to play for tier 4, he will lose. He has no resource control for that. He needs to spam tier 3 with War Machine. I don't see any
Yeah.
other way to win this game for him. He's so behind, and the P3 swarm will be huge.
Yeah, I agree. He needs to go like Chaffee and just keep trying to fight for the VPs.
He gets rid of 1-250, so it's something. He's stabilizing, but Ray's no transitioning into late game deck army. Tanks and only tanks.
Yeah. He's not far from a third P3. Tony looks like he might want to lose another rifle here in mid too.
Yeah, he forgot about it.
Let's get it out now, but mid VP probably going to go over again.
77
And I think bot VP is going to go over. Yeah, I think this might just be a pretty quick VP win here for Ray.
Yeah, it's probably game Tony's too resource starved. He can't get VP control. And with being so behind on VPs, you start doing stupid things to get VPs.
Yeah, it's true. Well, losing the engineer is going to suck too. He's getting kind of low on Muni, so he can't keep popping that on the Greyhound. But no, Ray not willing to chase.
I think that's game. Tony's back in the base is triple capped until he's back on the field. It will take some time.
Man, I really hope Ray builds an MG. It would just help him secure one of these side VPs.
Enemy forces! Proximity alarm near our victory point!
It's not looking good. He gets at least middle and top, so VP bleeds is stopped, but 37 VPs at the bank ain't that much.
The enemy has taken a victory point.
No, that's like one more bad screw up, and that's kind of game. And because his AT is pretty much the 2 AT guns, he's not very mobile. I mean, the map is small enough that that's okay. I almost feel like Tony just needs to really pick 2 VPs, top and mid probably, and then say, this is where I'm fighting. Because if he tries to run around the map, he's really playing into Ray's hands, and we can just see what's happening with the Assault Grin. You know, it's like he can't spread out.
Tony cancelled tier 4, realizes that he has no time, gets the third AT gun in
smart.
the hole. But I'm not sure if that's enough. P3s can switch sides quite easily, and he needs something to support. He destroyed the AT gun, I did realize that, so maybe there is a chance in hell.
Yeah. Man, shout out to this Assault Grin who beat a Vet 2 rifle who used port on him and had double bars. That's, I would not have predicted that.
Yeah, but Greyhound comes over. Drives away. Third P4 on the way, and P3 on the way. It's just so everything is... Tony's army is really, like, squishy.
Yeah, up the bike? Nope.
Act small target size. Tony needs a triple cap, to be honest. With only 31 VPs in the bank, one screw up and you are dead. And that can happen really fast. But
I wonder if we'll see.
I think he can triple cap.
Yeah. No, he can't. It's too dangerous. I think you really have to just, like I said, like you need to put your AT guns between the 2 VPs and just defend them with your life, or well, the lives of your men. I'll say.
I don't know.
Ray, I bet will go. I want to see survival package next, so that the P3s can cap the side VPs, and then that should allow him to win this game.
Yeah.
Here comes the right click. I like Tony's spread of rifles. Good vision around the AT guns. That's solid.
Third AT gun. Here we go. Bike baits snare. AT gun is out of position. Big push now in middle. Middle will fall. AT gun will go down. 250 gets picked, but who gives a damn about that? The damage has been done. Little AT gun sets up, but is under pressure from the assault grenadier, and that's game.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna kill all these rifles, huh? AT guns get zoned off by the firestorm. Ooh. Well, he hasn't been able to cap a VP yet, though, Ray. So
He recaptured the one AT gun. Will maybe get the wipe there, but I don't know.
uh-oh. Assault grades go down. That's something. And that 3 Greyhound
Yeah,
gets
who
a
cares?
kill there.
It's deck, man. Rifleman will go down.
It's true. Replaced with more vehicles.
The right click had won the war.
Yeah, killing the equipment. That's smart. And it looks like top VP probably gonna fall. I guess the MA can go up there and defend it, but I don't know. Feels a little inevitable for Tony, but he's putting up a good fight here.
Yeah. He tries to drain VPs, right? So if something happens,
Yeah.
he
It's
gets
true.
some advantage.
Oh, another rifle goes down.
And thanks for the raid put. We are currently casting game number 3 of this finals between Ray and Tony Montana. Ray needs to win this game, otherwise Tony will be the grand champion. So, and currently it's looking like Ray will get a second chance to get a reverse sweep going. But the Greyhound is doing mop-up operations on the flanks.
Oh, camo, what is this?
Oh, invisible
Operation
P3s.
Scorpion? Yeah. More bad AT gun marker from Tony. I feel like this is his
It does
Achilles heel.
not,
He
with
never
good AT
spreads
gun
his
by
AT
3, he
guns
could
out.
not survive that.
No, but he should still spread them out. Good mop up here from Ray.
Greyhound
Top
gets
VP
the
falls,
P3.
and that'll do it.
Operations. I think it's the first time I saw his Operations Scorpion actually being
And when a
used
tournament
for-
game,
Yeah.
I think this is the first time I've seen it used in a tournament game, probably. GG.
Yeah. Well,
Well played to Ray. Some good deck there.
don't look at the KD. Jesus Christ, poor Tony. Well, Rev played really, really well. I think Tony's greed to go for 2-4 with no fuel kinda bite him in the end.
Yeah, and the logistics greed, too, it felt like.
But yeah, we will be back with game number 4 in a couple of seconds. And don't forget, sign up for the 2v2 tournament. And I will sound like a broken record for today, because I'm really hyped for 2v2 since it's my main game mode that I play.
Best game mode.
No. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 4 between Ray and Tony Montana in this amazing finals. We are back on Road to Tunis, and we have Mr. Ray as the USF. And on the other side, we have Mr. Tony Montana as the Wehrmacht. What are we seeing? What are we expecting, my dear friend, Mr. Daniel?
Okay, well, hold on to your knickers. Sit down. You get ready for this. You're not going to believe it. SSF has been chosen.
Oh no!
But we are seeing Tony go triple pio, which is an open I haven't seen in quite a while. He's got the old knowledge. We'll see if he continues to surprise us by picking something that isn't Luftwaffe. I'm not gonna count on it, but we will see. I do like his cap order so far. The triple pie open
Deployment.
can have some trouble against the Weasel if the Weasel's well microed. So we'll see how Ray and Tony face off in that capacity.
No sound? No, there is sound. Everything is working on my end.
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah. Fucking debacle trolling me.
Hey, let's see
Yeah.
this actually kind of a big fight here in the bottom left. The Scout versus the Pio. So far, the Scout not getting very good hits in, but generally the Scout can kite these Pios pretty well.
I like how Ray uses the Weasel as a mode of transportation to get the Pioneers
Get the
close range
engineer in.
without losing HP and models.
Riflemen are ready.
Yeah, but that's a huge win in the south there for Tony. Being able to deny that fuel is pretty crucial, given that he's probably going to have his own fuel denied.
Yeah, but it won't be connected, so...
No, it's more just about equalizing the lack of fuel. But yeah, it looks like I wonder if Ray's going to be able to connect this fuel. Tony is waiting for his Grenadier, which is smart, but I do think it'll take him too long to get up there now. The Weasel can stall for a while.
Alright, Weasel getting repaired on the cap point. Ray, or Tony rather, should plant mine where the Weasel would retreat through. Well,
Oh yeah, that would have been a good play. Looks like Ray taking a pretty smart path so far, though. Backing well off,
Kill
and
point is being lost.
this is awkward for Tony, man. The Weasel does good damage, and the Engineers are like just close enough to provide meaningful DPS as well. But second Gren here, so
yeah, that should be a one engagement. Slight fuel advantage though in the end for Ray.
We have riflemen taking the field. The sector
yeah, and
is
Weasel
now
already vet one,
cleared now.
so that's kind of nice for Ray if he can get it out of here.
Fuel gets captured. Weasel should survive here. No bad RNG
Very
rolls.
close. Yeah, a bit unlucky there for Tony, who has an MG coming out now.
So
And things will stabilize here, but yeah, definitely a lead for Ray. He has his natural plus 10 muni capped, whereas Tony's just capping his, and he's had his fuel a little bit longer as well. So we'll see if Ray can get much done with this lead, or if Tony can hang on for the mid game here.
by the way, I want to point out that Ray finally abandoned the MG spam.
Riflemen ready.
Oh yeah, that's true. We didn't
played
talk about that. He went rifles. Yeah.
MG42 is in a nice position, forces off the rifleman.
The boys will have grenades soon.
Grenades is the tech option here for Ray.
Luftwaffe from Tony.
Yeah, as anticipated, but tier 2. Oh no, I'm sorry, it's tier 3. Read the icon wrong. Well, everything is as it was and as it always will be, at least for this tournament.
One day, we will see every game with a different battle group.
Front line.
But this day is
Yeah.
not today.
Ooh. Tony in a bit of trouble here. Really good flank from Ray.
Ooh, Flamer Pioneer coming in. Tony should have spotted it.
Tony needs to just run right now. He's going to lose this MG if he's not very careful.
Oh, go
Good
home.
retreat grenade
release.
should clear it. Is he going to merge into it first? Oh, he should have. No.
I
He'll
think
probably be okay.
it doesn't matter that much. He will. Oh, retreat
See.
grenade. Maybe.
No, retreat grenade wasn't quite there. So, and it spread the damage over the squads, which was good. So,
Ray
good
getting
escape,
bars.
but yeah, this is going to be really hard because coming back onto the field against the bars, not always fun. But
Enemy movement near a victory point.
he has the muni for the Stummel, so maybe he'll be okay here.
Sturmer is on the way, and since Ray went for bars, there won't be a counter for quite some time.
Upgrades are en route.
Yeah.
So Ray really needs to game map control ASAP, and considering that Tony has 3 fuel per minute, it helps.
Yeah, he is decapping. Tony is decapping bottom left, which is good. It will allow the bars to potentially be more punished by denying the fuel here. Wow. Both players have a mine on the top fuel.
Yeah. Ray put 2 mines there. No. Ah, it was a mine from
One each.
Tony.
Yeah, one each.
Glory. I thought you mean both players put a mine on their fuels respectively, though.
More good. Ray's rifle position has been really good this game. He's on the retreat path of this Pio. So if Tony greeds for the finish, you know, capping this point, he could definitely die to this rifle.
Let's pray for the RNG lords. Nah, no praying needed. It's a goner. But as we all know, if you play a triple pioneer, at least one has to die.
Yeah. Well, that's why he built 3.
There's a reason why the pioneers made the union to avoid being built at the 30, being built 3 times and then always dying.
Contact. Capture point is being overrun.
Tony definitely stabilized here, though. The bar's not going to do much against the Stummel.
Yeah.
Although if you drive it too far forward and let yourself get snared, that does help your opponent.
But there's no real follow-up, so it should be fine. Tony, by the way, has no heal yet. Never mind, he has.
I got the bunker, actually, so...
Fallschirmjägers are on the way. Oh, a little bit too aggressive, though. Will get caught off by the Flamer Pioneer, I feel.
Oh, could even get satcheled. I think he might get satcheled. Uh-oh. Was he just... Yeah, I think he's going to just land in time. Yeah, well, that was close.
Damn, this one battle got really teleported.
Yeah, they do that weird. It's funky sometimes, yeah. MG positioned a little lazily in that building and is caught out. Actually, is totally surrounded. Ray gets a second chance to try to hit it with a retreat
on
grenade.
Retreat?
Well done. Very nicely timed.
MG for Mr. Ray. Will he get it? One model? Fallschirmjäger might have the DPS.
Needs to attack ground.
He gets it
But
recruited,
should get
but there's
picked
a
up
Zug squad
now.
now.
Yeah.
Captain
Easy
Dan gets the
retreat there.
pickup, and the MG's gone.
Yeah, really nice satchel. Really early OQ here from Tony. Wanted to make sure that that Fall Pio and that Stummel had all their tools right away.
Fallschirm, by the way, hit Veterancy 1, and I'm not sure if it's bought Veterancy 1.
Yeah, he
It
did.
bought. Never mind. I thought he did so much damage in one engagement.
Losing that MG really hurts Tony. I mean, there's
Yeah, that
3
might
bar
be
rifles.
actually...
And...
I don't want to call it GG, that's a little bit too early, but I don't see Tony leaving his 2 square meters anytime soon.
No, and the problem now is that, like, with the Stummel basically being countered by the Zook squad, and the Falls being countered by the MG42, unless he's really, really slick with the Falls, he doesn't really have
He
any
gets the
tools
snare on
that
the...
are against the rifle.
But there's no follow-up, so it will survive.
Maybe? He had to back off. Actually, might lose
He might
it to
lose
the bars.
Stummel to small lumps. Tony, stop moving!
Yeah.
No! Bye-bye, Stummel. Yeah, no, he
That-
won't recover. That's... I will
That
be
feels
cocky
a
and call it
little
dead.
bit like
GG.
GG. Yeah. You can't lose the MG and the Stummel
He's
when you're
QC
already a
new
little
one.
bit behind. I think you kind of have to, because what else do you do about the MG42 and the rifles in the buildings, you know? Like, you kind of need the Stummel with this battle group, because Falls are great, but they're not that good at clearing buildings. I guess they have the, I guess they do have Breach, but you have to gap close first with a 4-man squad.
Yeah, do they have
It's kind of hard to do. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. But yeah, I don't see Tony recovering. He
P-47
rebuilt
training runs
251,
are now
obviously,
available, Commander.
but Ray will soon snowball into infinity.
Yep. He's actually going, looks like, straight for the whiz bang. Not going down the left side or the right side of the tree at all. He went loiter.
He's going fast whiz bang, feels like it.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's losing the control over his safe 10 fuel. And with the MG42 sitting there, it won't be recaptured anytime soon. Stummel is kinda outzoned due to the Zook squad.
Floppy Micro getting snared again.
Yeah. Too much is happening at once, probably. Where he's under so much pressure.
Yeah, and this has been a long series. I mean, we've had multiple... All the games have been...
We're tracking them up 300
Except for the last one, maybe have been 30 minutes, right? And the last one was, I think, 26 or something. So, yeah, this has been a really long series. Assuming they played all the games in a row, this is like could just be Ray's experience as a player and tournament player kind of showing through here.
Defend our victory point.
I can imagine Tony's also really, really anxious. He's really open about that Ray's way better than him, and suddenly being 2-0 up in a tournament situation puts a lot of pressure on you. Jäger will make it home, but Grenadier might get picked off. Yep.
Our territory is cut off from supply. Reconnect with it.
I don't know, man.
Pretty brutal
I think
KDA
Ray has
for this
won,
matchup.
and Tony refuses it because he's like, if I win one more, if I win this, I've won the tournament.
Hey, I mean, you never know. DC could happen.
Yeah, DC
you know,
can
Ray's
happen.
mom could get mad. I think Ray's older than that, though.
No, yeah. Internet outage in South Korea.
Near a victory point.
Perhaps.
Or someone cuts the electricity wire from the city. Berlin sends its regards.
Stranger things have happened, but you know, at this point, Ray seems to be a decent player.
Further training will improve
Survival training from Ray stacking all the upgrades on the rifleman. Meanwhile,
Oh,
Tony
yeah.
struggling to get back on the
Has
map.
fallen to 200 points.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say because Tony runs forward, takes a couple of engagements, maybe kills a couple of models, and then is going back home. There's not much in an exchange of territory.
Yeah, he's just outnumbered. Outnumbered and outgunned in all these engagements. He's behind 15 pop. Double bar rifleman.
He
Get-
drained
get
5
that.
VPs though.
He did. Who knows? Maybe that'll come into play.
Taking heavy fire. An enemy is taking losses here. Cover his position.
Flamer Pioneer getting forced off. Yeah, I don't know, man. Ray could have tanks out with, even though he went survival training and
Defend our
advanced
victory point.
logistics.
We're losing it.
Yeah. Yeah, what's his fuel at? Yeah, what you wonder if it might have not been better to build Tier 4 here, but also wonder if Ray just kind of feels like he can do whatever he wants at this point in this game.
Yeah, he feels really ad.
Losing a fuel point.
He's not only feeling it, it's kind of a fact. Unless some magical... Like, Ray needs to lose so many units suddenly.
One of our
That-
munitions points is
Yeah.
neutralized.
I don't see that happening. Ray's too consistent of a player.
One of our sectors is now in enemy hands.
Yeah. For this situations, you kind of miss that in Code 2 the animations for grenades were always random, so you never knew if you can land a retreat nade or not.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Well, okay. Hear me out. Tony's got plus 36 muni still. He might get cut off, but maybe he won't. And then he's got the loiter unlocked, or he has the CPs for it. So Ray throws his whiz-bang into the loiter, and then Tony's back in the game.
And then Steiner
Totally
counter-attacked.
possible. Totally possible.
But
Oh,
yeah,
he went
we are
Vanguard seats,
we
so
are here
no
with a
loiter.
dream, obviously. And with a dream, there's always everything is possible. But Tony will soon drop below 100 VPs.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just playing to drain as many as he can. He's going bot with the Pio,
Reports of enemy movement near our victory point.
trying to see if he can get another VP drained. But yeah, I don't know that he's going to be able to manage it. That 3 Weasel, what does it get? Oh, self-repair always active. Right, that's fun. Nice, okay, dropping the falls behind the MG, I hope.
Point now under enemy
The way
No.
Relic intended. No?
No,
Oh,
it's
come on, man.
combat drop.
That totally would have worked.
Germans
He could
down
strafe this MG to
75
get another
points.
VP.
Again, 75 points.
Here we go. Skill planes have been used by Ray to even not even give Tony the impression that he can mount a counter attack.
Yeah, not looking too good. Rifles are going to clear that bottom VP. Yeah, it's pretty rare, I find, that like a Wehrmacht player gives over a 42 in the early game and comes back.
Yeah.
Like, it's just too big of a turn. You really, that MG42 is such an essential tool and builds that build it, and giving it up, you give up so much control. That yeah, it's not
It's the
impossible.
combination,
But
right? If the Stubbe would have survived the first one, he might have smoked it off, maybe found their gap to get it right again. But with the loss of the first Stubbe and needing to rebuild it, he lost basically all momentum and all tempo.
exactly.
That
Yeah.
it was just too much.
So he's got a strafe though. He can strafe this MG.
Here we go. Strafe is on the way. MG gets smoked off.
Wait, where was the strafe?
Everything went into
Did it
the
go off?
elevation.
25 points left.
Yeah, it looked like it did. It just hit the building or something. That was
We must
weird.
act.
He is capping 2 VPs. He might actually drain a few more.
They have taken our victory
I respect
point.
that.
The fights matter. We respect the fighting spirit.
Victory point now under enemy control.
Well, if Tony's anything like me, he always forgets when he's playing in tournaments to keep track of VPs, and so you can't check in the middle of the game. You just have to assume you might need them and play for them. Whisping
Whiz
fires a
bang.
little far.
Reports of enemy
Gonna
movement
miss
near
the
our
VP
victory
actually,
point.
so Tony can drain this. Wait, get on the
Triple
VP!
cap!
What are you doing?
They've captured a victory point.
Yeah, might get the triple cap. Okay, he's draining him. Maybe
He
it
will at
matters.
least get 10 VPs.
Someone asked why he has to drain more. If there's an ace game, the VP leader gets to pick faction.
Act now.
The VP leader over the games that have been played.
VP leader can either decide which faction he wants to play or which map.
That's right, you get to pick faction or pick map, huh? I would assume people would pick USF. But I guess it also depends on what maps are remaining to some degree.
Well, double cap is gone and the last 5 VPs now will take down. He tried. He drained a total of 36 VPs.
Weasel-like vehicle is
It's not nothing. GG is called, so Ray looking at a reverse sweep here. Can make it happen in the next game.
Ray had cold
GG, well
hands
played.
in the first 2 games. That's why he was lost them. Now he has warm hands. Got his mittens on, and now he's dominating. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, Ace game. I hope you're hyped for that. We will be back after a brief break so we can set up everything. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 5. Ace game time between Ray and Tony Montana. We are on Langres, or for the code 2 folks, Langreskaya. We have Mr. Ray as the USF. On the other side, we have Mr. Tony Montana as the Wehrmacht. What are we seeing? What are we expecting, my dear friend? Daniel.
What we're seeing is more of the same. What we're expecting is a spicy 5th game. I think I'm a little worried for Tony. I think Southside Langra is noticeably better. And I think playing Northside Wehrmacht is a little awkward. So I hope Tony has a good plan in place for this map. Because otherwise, this is a pretty rough faction/map setup for Game 5.
Yeah.
So was there another map left, or was this the only
that's
option for
another
the
map left. They drafted 6 maps, so that banned 2, so 4 remained. Then they played 2 already, which means 2 are still left over.
So I'm just going to assume that Tony has a good plan here. And one strategy that I've seen work sometimes is like tier 2 with the flak. Mortar pits can be a concern, but if you press hard with Shreks, that can be mitigated. But yeah, I'm definitely nervous for Tony. That said, you can see all 3 VPs on one screen, so if you can set up a good camp with Wehrmacht, get some flaks going, get some MG42 spam happening, there is potential for setting up a strong position in mid. I just don't know that Ray's going to let him do it.
So people in chat asking why the North is so bad for Wehrmacht. It's a mix of cutoff setup, where you have a hard time defending the cutoff. And if you can't defend the cutoff, you're basically baselocked and can't get any resources. And it's really bad.
I think one of the best examples is if we look at the cutoff, look at the green cover on the top cutoff, and look how it favors the attacking player compared to the southern cutoff, which has a bunch of yellow cover. That's the main thing. There's other aspects of the location, but the green cover that your opponent can use to defend your cutoff is probably the worst part.
Oh, Grenadier is in the awkward spot.
Yeah, not a great early fight here for Tony. I like the idea behind the aggression, but I think in practice, charging at rifles and weasels and engineers will not favor the Wehrmacht player.
Too bad though. He was able to separate the weasel from the rifleman, and now he's fighting the rifleman with.
Yeah, nice use of the building, but he's losing this fight against the rifle.
MG42 is coming over. Full investment from Tony on this fuel. He needs to win. He's throwing everything down there.
Yeah, he's going to lose his right hand plus 10 as well, so it is essential that he wins this fight.
Ray went into the
Tier
building.
3 coming in for Tony, so Stummel for sure.
M1918 automatic rifles will be distributed to the
We
men.
have.
But he's not even going to connect this fuel when he caps it, so
Yeah.
he's going to be behind.
Enemy hands.
with this open. I think this is too aggressive. I don't think this is the right way to play this map as Wehrmacht.
I'm not sure if he needs to retreat to Gren.
We have riflemen taking the field.
He's playing with fire
Pretty
there.
scary with the rifle there on the retreat path. He should just make it, but yeah, not ideal.
He gets the cap on the view, but it does not matter. He lost the control over his safe 10-pointer, and it's not connected, so
Yeah.
nothing happened. A lot of
Yeah,
map
just
power
didn't-
for nothing.
Yeah, KDA not quite in his favor. No fuel. The Stummel is hyper delayed now. He's still a minute from go for the 251, so forced to go early medical station. Woof. Yeah, not the start Tony was looking for, I suspect.
Grenades, TNT, and sucks. We've got him.
Yeah. No map control. Forced to build heal.
No bullets, no oil. GG. Bit unfortunate if he doesn't find his way out of this. You know, we had a really great games 1 through 3, and then it feels like Ray just kind of turned up the pressure in games 4 and 5. Ray looked like the real favorite all of a sudden.
Yeah. Told you he had
But
cold
I gotta
hands.
give real credit to Tony. I think you know, Ray probably showing himself to be a notably stronger player here, but especially given how long Tony's been playing 1v1, I think he should be, again, really happy with his performance here, making it to the finals, and who knows? I'm not going to count him out just yet.
Obviously,
He's,
the game is not
he's
over.
resecuring his side of the map.
Comebacks are always possible. It's Langres, it's a small map, so
And a captain has been assigned.
he
Yeah.
can snowball really quickly into map control if you get the right engagements going.
Yeah, there is grenades for these rifles that are pushing in, so Tony's got to be really careful here. And his MG positioning, not ideal. Definitely nervous for him.
Pioneer has to go home. Poor Rotterdam
might
has
die.
been used. He will merge into the MG, but it does not matter. MG's
No, this other
outflanked
rifle's
and out
coming
of
in now.
position.
Sector lost. No contact.
Oof. MG should just get out. But yeah, gotta disagree with Tony's choice of map here. I don't know what the other map that I can't remember the other map that was available, but it surely was a better choice than
Yeah.
this one. As Wehrmacht. Yeah, I wouldn't say that North is auto lose, but I would say
Isn't it far worse for
If you-
USF being north?
yeah, but if you get to choose,
And you don't choose
A map?
positions. Positions are set.
yeah, it's fixed. You know you're going north if you go
You
long.
know you're going north.
We have a surplus of command points.
M8 coming out now.
I think
Tony
on this
does
map
have the,
everyone
manpower.
starts Soph is favored.
Yeah. He could go pack, but I don't think he's going to. I think he's going to drop these falls, and that's going to mean that he's really not ready for this M8.
Yeah.
He's still about halfway from the Stummel Vet 1, so no stun incoming. Unless he can get like a cheeky kill on this Weasel or something.
Yeah, not happening. Volchimiga will hit the field, but Greyhound is already there, getting Armored Scott first, and then the Pinto.
Yeah, Tony has 0 media income, so he's got 1 Faust, and then he's got nothing for the M8.
A victory point is under attack. We must act.
Ray getting heal now at minute 8.
We're tracking them. A victory point has fallen into enemy control.
Tony's bleeding, VPs, manpower, and can't get anything done without heavy losses. And even then, poor man.
Yeah.
Sector gone.
Weasel heal, breach the gap till heal in the base is up.
Pack is on the way. Schnummel does manage to pick up Vet 1.
Decent position on the MG,
Tony-
gets the double rifleman pin, so maybe he can crawl back. But it's still such an uphill battle. MG's outflanked.
These rifles pushing in. Oh yeah, gonna just
Oh, the breach will...
ring on the
No.
rosy here.
Deploying engineers down.
Ooh, it
Counter
almost went
breach.
off, it looked like. Now they're just gonna take turns, yeah.
But no! Tony pulled it off, he
Whoa.
gets the wipe!
Lost a squad of riflemen at the front.
Wow. That was wild. Nice smoke to save the retreat.
Why no LG-40? Because no
The
ammo.
enemy is stealing our munitions point.
Yeah, it's 90 ammo, I think. It's very expensive.
P-47
Picking up that rifle's pretty big.
now available.
Ray only has 2 rifles now. So, when the Falls get their Vet 1, they might actually be in a position to do some damage. He's still obviously super behind in resources, but
I think
that was weird. It looked like the animation finished early for that breach. I
Yeah,
don't know.
the
That
bomb was not
funky.
full. But maybe because the grenade was thrown?
Enemy down to 250 points.
We heard the grenade coming down.
It was that ability was so bugged since release. I'm not surprised there are still issues to work out.
We have skill planes. So, even the little map control that Tony was able to hold is gone.
Yeah. Feels bad, man.
P-47 loitering your target. Routing automatic
But it's the
rifle.
first successful breach I ever saw.
Yeah, I can't think of any other breach that's actually gotten a kill that I've ever seen. I've gotten a few successful breaches, but the unit like retreated.
Germans are down to 200 points. Keep it up.
But Ray's no getting advantages, big bars. He's living the life, man.
Routing automatic rifles have arrived. Target marked. If they move, you'll know.
I don't know what to say what Tony can do. He got the wipe, which is great. But no, he lost cutoff due to the skill planes. And there's still no ammo income.
Yeah, with the Stummel, I should eventually be able to take the cutoff back, but getting more than that's going to be, I think, a bridge too far. Dealing with this M8 behind the houses is just such a nightmare. You can't push the AT gun too far forward. Now, that said, Stummel plus AT gun plus Boschemager, Ray doesn't really have an answer to it. So if Tony plays careful and goes slow into the middle,
And our victory point.
um,
We're losing.
Ground
he should be
detonates
able
his
to
own
make some
mine.
stuff happen here. Oops.
The engineers will write a complaint to the war office.
Victory point now under enemy control.
It will be a harshly worded letter. But Tony needs to focus VPs.
Riflemen are ready.
Yeah, down to 120. That's wild.
Movement near a victory
It's basically been a full game triple cap.
Yeah.
Ooh, cheeky flak 38 going up.
point. The victory point is
He's
under
Any finishing
yeah, he
time?
wants to get rid. He wants to defend the cutoff and wants to get rid of the potential skill plays being base locked again.
We have territory under attack.
Okay, flak should finish. Oh no!
No, he gets it.
Run!
Mr. Pioneer
yeah,
survives,
yeah,
but
so-
we have a mortar already from Ray.
Oh yeah, the mortar's gonna be a problem for sure.
Reports of enemy movement near our victory point.
Pack. Oh, he might be able to kill this M8.
47 airborne and ready.
Nope.
Pack rotates a little too slowly there. Yeah,
And
taken our
hits
victory point.
the fence.
heartbreaker. Yeah, it's actually the line of sight's blocked. That was an attack ground. It looks like. It
Ah.
looks like it would hit, but it's not. It's just blocked.
The Stummel is the hidden MVP for Tony, man. Without the Stummel, he would have been dead for a big
Yeah.
base pit and not leaving the base.
Stummel is a good unit. There's no denying.
Lost our front
But I'm
line
scared
engineers.
once Ray gets the whispering out.
Yeah, I mean, really just the next loiter. Oh, actually, the loiter's going to get shot down. What am I saying?
Yeah, Loiter is
Fuck 38.
countered.
Genius.
And Ray wants to go all in. Second Greyhound in the queue. I don't know, man. 38 VPs on the clock, and it's freaking Clangres where technically you're always able to hold 1 VP or maybe 2 VPs.
They've captured a victory point.
Yeah. Yeah, just that, I mean, Tony really screwed himself with that hyper-aggressive start. That might have worked into WSC play, but it does not work into rifles. Switch engineering. Just not. Maybe if you like 100% outplay, you can win that fight, but otherwise, I just don't see. There's a world where like Grens beat rifles in that situation.
Ah, Tony didn't retreat, his engineer died, but both planes are shot down, so not being cut off was, for once, feels good. More Greyhounds on the way.
Yeah, third M8.
How far? How close to that? We are close to that too. It's more rate of fire, more accuracy. And you get even more damage per shot at that frame. That's also an interesting weapon too. Triple Greyhound. Ray is really bored.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I can't explain that.
Thinking about an all-in, maybe. Send one into the base.
Enemy down to 50 points. Force their retreat.
Yeah, 50 VPs remaining. Maybe 1 Greyhound per VP.
Oh, there you go. Makes perfect sense.
Here we go. The hounds are angry and hungry, but probably primarily hungry.
Yeah, gets around the flak. The back there. The flak 38 does pretty good damage at close range to the Greyhound though, and it's got 360-degree rotation. So, okay.
He gets 2
Two
Greyhounds.
M8s down.
You're on victory point.
Doesn't quite get to find the weasel.
But I don't want to sound rude, but even trading 2 Greyhounds for the AT gun and Stummer feels worth for Ray.
Yeah, if you're this ahead, just keeping the pressure up is all you really need to do. So.
Put the pressure on. They only have 10 points left.
It ended with a bit of a whimper, but I think overall this was a good series.
Yeah, Tony was a man with a dream. But don't forget there's the next time, and Tony improved so much over the past year, being, if I recall correctly, a Wehrmacht one-trick pony. Now slowly learns how to play USF as well. So really, really nicely
Tony
done.
practiced too much coastal practice, not enough non-coastal practice. Ray target banned him, and he didn't have the answer.
It's 3-2-4 Ray. What an amazing set. Ray making the reverse sweep happening.
Yeah, GG.
GG. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Before I will start with the sponsored segment that I need to do for an hour, I want to thank everyone for being around, the players, the viewers, but also the casters who are sacrificing their time and have to keep up with me with my sometimes questionable scheduling skills. So big thank you to you, Daniel, to Viceroy, to Greyshot, to Shark, to Debacle, to everyone. Big thank you, and all the players. So big.
It's my pleasure, Elvadi. Thanks for having me. Thanks for the tourney. Appreciate everyone who watched, and especially appreciate everybody who participated. So good stuff, y'all. Take care.
Yeah, see you around, my friend. So, and one more time, I want to remind you about the 2v2 league. If you type in exclamation mark 2v2, you get to the brackets where you can sign up. You just have to put in your name, your team name, and your name of your teammate. then click of join button, then he gets an invitation. He has also to go on the sign up page and accept it, and then you are part of it. If you have any trouble signing up, you know what, I will switch to this scene. If you have trouble signing up, feel free to reach out to me. I'm always eager to help, because it's our own website and I think it's really good, but there's sometimes small things that we couldn't have a better solution. So yeah, feel free to get in touch. Also, I want to once more make a shout out to you guys, or give you the guys the opportunity to support us. We go on the website, I will show it to you. Give me a second. Browser, here we go. Here's the tournament page where you can sign up. But also, if you want to become a Patreon of RTS, feel free to do it. Once we hit the second tier, we are able to host, in addition to our standard tournaments, another high-level show match each month for all the games that we are supporting, which are currently Halo Wars 2 and Company of Heroes, which is greatly. And if you feel like you want to directly support us, you can also directly to the... It should show up when I'm clicking on it. I'm still sometimes bad on navigating the front page. I'm sorry. When you go on the main page, exactly, you can click on to get a boost for the next tournament. We already got £75 in, which is a great amount and will be added to the next tournament. But yeah, but if you feel like, or if you can't really afford it, which is fine, obviously those are trying times for everyone. You can also just keep around, watch, subscribe, or download those mobile games that we are running ads from time to time. Those are free advertising basically for us. And if you download them, play to a specific level, we get a little bit of cash from them. So yeah, I hope you enjoy it. I will now stop the YouTube stream. I will do the sponsored segment, and yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. But you don't have to leave, obviously. I will continue now with the sponsored segment. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, there will be a short delay. Apparently there was a patch for the game while I downloaded it the last time, so we have to wait for like 2 or 3 minutes, but I think that's fine. So I will continue brabbling or yapping around about how much I enjoy doing all those events. And yeah, I'm really hyped, especially now with more events, with the 2v2 League coming up. And later this month, actually, like not in January, but in February, with the Rising Star League, we will have so many amazing games. And everyone actually gets a shot of playing tournament games without feeling the pressure or the need, like getting beaten up in the Pro League and then being angry or feeling let down because you can't make it past the first round. With the Rising Star League, I think everyone will have a jolly good time. So yeah. But let's see how fast this freaking game is downloaded. It's a little bit jumpy regarding the download speed. I had a download, so I'm a little bit surprised that I have to download it again. So yeah, it's about 3 minutes. Can I maximize this window? Because if I remember correctly, here we go. It's already displaying screen. So once this is finished, I thought like I said, I downloaded it, so I'm surprised that I have to download it again. But yeah. Oh, I have to admit I'm a little bit tired after all this casting. It's always exhausting to go full energy for 3 hours. But I still think it's worth. Let's do this. Ooh. Let's put a little bit of non-NDA music in the background. DMCA, I mean. Because there won't be much. A little bit of an ad, but that's okay. Jesus Christ, the amount of ads on YouTube nowadays is insane. It's probably not the best music ever, but better than nothing. I need to edit as a audio source though, but that's fine.